A month later, the weather was overcast and the sky was covered with clouds. Ahead was Yun Chen's villa. Inside, Yun and his little sister were packing somewhere. Yun Tan was whining about being very tired. She had a pile of some things in her hands. She said that finally at the end of the first semester came the heat and she had a long-awaited vacation. Said that in addition, she wanted to have fun with her brother, but he had to participate in a stupid competition. The poor thing was obviously upset. Yun Chen replied that there was nothing to do. After all, the situation was special. He understood that such a stupid mission fell to him. Yun advised his sister to take fewer things, saying that this was a world-class competition, so the necessary household items would be provided to her there. She shouted back that this was her brother telling her to take a class backpack for the competition, even though she was only taking one suitcase. Yun relaxed and said that she should expand the space in the backpack, because it was too small and most of it was full of weapons and attributes. Yun Tang said that she had heard that some important people could stuff the whole palace into the backpack. She asked her brother if it was related to the class level. He thought about it and said that it was not at all. He recalled that it was all related to a material called spatial breathing earth. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Approaching the door, Yun told the unknown person to enter. It turned out to be Nicole the elf girl. She embarrassedly asked what about going for a walk together. A little while later, they were already walking along the flowery paths. Yun was looking around, and the girl was still awkward. Then she said that she was going to go to the Silver Moon Forest to participate in the Moon Hunter competition. Yun briefly said, "I see." The girl was offended. She shouted that she said she was going back, but he was so calm, and answered very dryly. She said that they would not see each other again during the vacation. Yun Chen seemed to sincerely did not understand what she expected from him. He asked her what was wrong with going home for the vacation. He even suggested that she wanted him to give her a ride. Nicole was really angry. She stammered and said that she was terribly tired of this conversation. The girl blamed herself for falling in love with such a stupid guy. In the end, the elf girl said that in short he should take thanks for his care and hospitality this semester, and also for the borrowed credits. She handed him a pendant and said that as a reward she would give him a gift, and a little embarrassed she said that there was no hidden meaning in it at all. Yun took the gift and thanked Nicole. He looked at the necklace and asked why this necklace. The guy called it strange. This necklace is the patron of nature. It is in the category special and its effect is a symbol of the friendliness of the elves. Attribute points +1. Also the favor of the elves to the owner of the item is greatly increased, but only those who have the blood of the elf queen can give such a gift. Nicole excitedly told him not to make anything up, shouted that it was just a necklace, not a symbol or a show of affection, even said that he could take it as a declaration of war. She liked that idea and told him to treat it that way. Nicole was so embarrassed that she hurriedly left. Running away, shouted that he, taking this necklace, accepted her challenge and she will still give him a fiery. Said that she will still show what she can do when she returns. Yun Chen did not know what to say to her. He was a little surprised, but for himself noticed that this girl has a strong competitive spirit. Then someone called out a guy calling him a disciple. It was Lu Miaoling. She said that it was time for them to leave. Their airship was traveling at all speeds. Yun Chen, Lu Miaoling and some other guy were sitting inside. It was quite spacious. This guy hurriedly introduced himself. He looked terribly pleased and was in great anticipation, saying that his name was Sun Fei and he was honored to be the leader of this exciting trip. Lu Miaoling said that that was enough and he could mind his own business for now. The front door closed behind the guy. Then Yun told Lu that this supervisor is more like an errand boy. The girl replied that he was absolutely right and that's just the way it is, saying that his direct duty is to do all their faithful work. She said that most of the leaders were at the third rank and he and Yun were strong enough to compete with the third rank practitioners and have a much more promising future than them. Explained that this was the reason why his attitude towards them was different from that of ordinary students at the academy. Said that it was normal for him to try to please one of them. Yun Chen replied that this is how reality is. The student council president replied that power determines everything. Your status is in exchange for your power. She said that Yun Chen should just accept it. Yun Chen said that on the other hand, does Lu Miaoling think that the freshman entrance exams, the international exchange tournament and the world combat tournament are too many events? He said that it is obvious that the battlefield is getting tense. Is it a waste of resources to waste everything on such competitions? The girl replied that he was wrong and that it was just the opposite, because it was because of the bad situation on the battlefield that they needed to organize competitions even more often. She said that they had been at war with the Dark World for many years. The current combat power was important, but it was also important to strengthen the combat power of a generation, and competitions were the easiest and most effective way to distribute resources. Lu Miaoling was telling that actually, he had entered this resource battle even before the entrance exam. A good academy gives good resources. He competed with students of the same age. The same is true for the freshman competition. The stronger one gets more resources. The international exchange tournament is just a competition between academies. The academy with the highest ranking gets more resources from the country. She said that again the same applies to the world tournament. There are many disputed theories and neutral zones in the world. They have a large number of dungeons and just necessary materials. Regardless of the waste, forced competition can easily turn into wars, causing internal conflicts among people. The purpose of the world tournament is to determine who will own these regions. Lu Miaoling said that the countries with the best results would be considered as promising, and would be given the right to dispose of some of the neutral zones and disputed territories. This is the kind of experience mankind has developed over the years of fighting against the world of darkness. Yun Chen listened attentively, and then said, "That's how it is." The guy was thinking that compared to war, this is a very good way to solve conflicts, saving time by increasing energy. Suddenly, the girl said that they also had a date after arriving at their destination, and Yun thoughtfully agreed. Then when it came to him what exactly she had just said, he shockingly asked again. Lu Miaoling asked, and what did he think? She said that yes, it was a date, saying that the vice president had placed a bet in the form of a date with her during Yun Chen's battle, and since he had won, shouldn't she provide the reward? Yun Chen rubbed his head and said that it sounded very reasonable, but he still felt uneasy, saying that besides, he didn't think that a date with her was the reward. This shocked the girl. She questioned how a date with her was not a reward. Yun Chen reiterated that of course not. Going shopping with her and spending money was just not a consideration. Lu Miaoling laughed loudly, through tears of laughter. She shouted that he was an extremely interesting student, saying that this was the first time she was meeting a guy like him. Then the girl stood up and told Yun Chen, calling him a disciple, that she was completely serious about inviting him to accompany her shopping after arriving in the Sacred Empire. Asking him how he looked, Yun shook her hand and said he would go. He was thinking that he also wanted to walk in a foreign country and gather information, and the protagonist asked if they would give him money. And Lu said she would be very angry if he mentioned money again. The Holy Empire is the capital of Tyre. Ahead was a majestic castle, where a lot of people were climbing up long stairs. Lu Miaoling, Yun Chen, and their leader were also in the crowd. He was telling them something passionately. People walked down the corridors one after another. Yun Chen asked what those lights on the city gates were. The leader told him not to worry. After all, they were just special artifacts. They entered the doorway, and the guy kept saying that they were removing the hidden effects, such as cloaking and concealment, yet because of the sudden flow of people, due to the upcoming tournament, it was normal to take security measures, so that people with bad intentions would not come here. Yun Chen stepped a step, then stretched widely and said that he was finally in the sacred empire. He thought about how much he was exhausted. Without wasting any time, Lu Miaolin grabbed his hand and said that they should go. It was time to start their date. The city was really big and modern. You could see the cauldron and the temple in front. There were a lot of high-rise buildings. Lu Miaolin admired the views ahead. She said in fascination that everything was as expected from the Holy Empire. There were foreigners at every step. The girl already had an ice cream in her hands. Yun Chen didn't understand what she was so amazed about, so he asked her what was the big deal. He said it was obvious that there would be a lot of foreigners abroad. Lu Miaolin hit the guy on the head and said that of course you know about it. Just want to lighten things up a bit. Who knew Yun would be so cold the whole way? She asked how he went on dates before. Yun Chen thought about this woman revealing her nature a bit. He thought she was the arrogant and quiet type. Lu already had a couple more dishes in her hands. Her mouth was full of different delicious things, and she kept talking about how appetizing everything looks. Later the girl found a shop with lingerie. She spent her attention on the bra without cups, embarrassed laughed and asked who even wears such strange clothes. Yun Chen said that he remembered that he had something to ask Supervisor Sun, so he would go to him. In fact, he just thought that Lu Miaolin was too much trouble. It would be better to act alone. Suddenly, the girl put her arms around his neck, grabbing him very tightly. She put the ice cream under his mouth and playfully told him that he was busy registering and couldn't help him, because the girl was shorter than him. Poor Yun even had to bend down. He was very embarrassed, and the girl warned him not to even think of running away from her. Better let him eat the ice cream. Still hugging the guy, she said that it was time for them to go for a walk before returning. Yun didn't like it at all, but he only thought that besides Miaolin, he had other things to deal with. The protagonist recalled how teacher Xia told him that once he succeeded in this trip, she promised that there would be no more dark believers in Xianlong. Yun Chen realized that whether it was for his own sake or for Yun Tang's safety, he must succeed. Walking through the streets of the city, Yun Chen was thinking about the world tournament. He knew that he was the next target of the organization and the best thing to do would be to find them in advance of the tournament. Killing them all at once would save him a lot of trouble. Suddenly, there was an explosion in one of the houses. Walls and black smoke flew. Yun and Miaolin were shocked. A wall of black smoke was advancing out of the house. Some of the locals were sitting on the floor. Some were trying to run away as far as possible. Everyone was terrified, shouting that it was an explosion and everyone should run away. Someone asked if it was a terrorist attack. Yun Chen and Lu Miaolin had already taken up fighting positions. She or unprepared. Yun said that he could feel the ARA of dark believers. The girl said that since he also noticed, it was obviously not a good sign. Someone jumped out of the smoke. It was a blonde guy, followed by a couple of people in black robes, swearing and yelling at him not to think about running away. They were very close. One of them reached out his hand to the guy and told him that he was going to die today. The guy was scared, but screamed for help. Unexpectedly for the black believer, someone interrupted his movement with a punch to the face. Seeing Yun Chen in front of him, he was very surprised. Yun pressed him into the stone wall. Meanwhile, the other people in black robes were already rushing at him and shouting that he was a bastard and that he should die. One of the guys had white hair enveloping him. Lu Miaolin said that it was a surprise attack. And it wasn't decent of them. It turned out that those hairs were two of her ponytails. People on the street commented on what was happening, saying that these people were really strong, that they looked like foreigners. One noticed that they were some young people, and therefore assumed that they were participants in a world tournament. Even Yun Chen was surprised by her fox tails. He didn't know that she was a beastman, but then he realized that it wasn't about the tails. It was the magical power that emanated from them. He thought that it was more like a monster rather than a beastman. The man in black asked Yun to let him go. Yun replied that wow, still managed to save time. He said that he had a lot of questions. Suddenly 2 policemen appeared. They shouted that Yun should stop. After all, it was forbidden to have fights in the city. Told them to follow them to the police station. Yun turned around. This time he was not happy that the police came so quickly. It was already late evening. There was a full moon in the sky, which was the only light of the night. Behind the finalist students and the guy who was chased by the believers was the police station. Lu Miaoling was cursing and saying that she had to ruin the first date of her life. Yun said that it was a pity that they had to hand over those believers, but there was nothing to be done. After that, Yun Chen turned to the stranger who was being chased by the people in black robes. He said his name was Yun Chen and the girl next to him was Lu Miaoling. They were from Shenlong. The girl also said hello to him. Yun asked him who he was and why the believers were chasing him. The guy's condition was pitiful. He was about to say something when his stomach rumbled loudly, interrupting his words. The protagonist noticed it and said he thought they should find a place to eat first. Soon a diner appeared up ahead. The stranger was eating meat as if he had never seen food before, and was slurping loudly and greedily, and there was a mountain of empty plates near him. When the guy was exhausted, it was unlikely that he could cram anything else into him. Yun Chen asked how long he had not eaten. Lu Miaoling did not wait for his answer. She said that apparently he was from a small remote country. She explained that some small countries have bad economies, and therefore the citizens only have enough money to eat on the land. Suddenly the stranger held out some coins on a napkin, saying that it was his only savings and he didn't know if it was enough. Yun Chen refused the money and said that he'd rather give them information instead of money. He asked the guy to tell the guy everything he knows. The guy thanked Mr. Yun. He finally told them that his name was LG and he was from the Saratian Kingdom. He said that he went to the Sacred Empire as a representative of the country to participate in the World Tournament. As a result, those guys in black captured him almost as soon as he arrived, saying that they wanted to kill him and take part in the tournament under his identity. But luckily he was able to take a special item with him. He escaped from the captivity, and then met them, Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling. The classless freshman asked if that was it. Algie replied that yes, but he also heard them say that some of their comrades had managed to infiltrate the ranks of the World Tournament. Lu Miaoling intervened, saying that the parish were just rats stealing chickens and dogs, asked how they could be so brave, stabbing a piece of meat with a fork, and said she would like to see how they would deal with it. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling walked into some cramped alley in the city. The protagonist said that he felt as if all the events that happened today had come quite handily, smoothly delaying the arrival, as well as getting information. Said that given LG's strength, how he came to participate in the World Tournament, asked if he had no other goals, and the girl said that she believed him. After all, the Saratian Kingdom was in a remote and poor area. She said that even though the power of this country was comparable to an ordinary city in Shenlong, they were unable to deal with the third-ranked players, saying that he had probably come to the Holy Empire to participate in the world competition, hoping to get some useful resources for his country. Yun replied briefly, "I see." He knew that the tournament would start tomorrow, so killing them beforehand would not be possible. He realized that everything depended on what they would do tomorrow. The girl changed the subject, telling him that she had noticed that he followed fashion a long time ago, saying that she had never thought he cared about it. Explaining that getting tattoos on his neck wasn't his style. This startled and horrified the guy, probably the last thing he wanted to hear right now. he realized that the sea god jelly had disappeared. He assumed that it had dissipated upon entering the city gate. Yun Chen calmed down and realized what this was all about, and it looked like he would be able to have a good time at the tournament. The next day, he and Lu Miaoling were already at the Sacred Empire Teleportation Hall. Yun Chen told his companion while looking around that there were so many strong personalities here. Lu Miaoling said that most of them had hidden talents, while there were far fewer rare talents and no ordinary talents at all. She said that everything was as expected from the World Tournament. She said that it was a lousy idea to divide the strong and weak by class alone, because he himself was classless, but he was no weaker than any of those present. She said that it was true that hidden class holders were superior to ordinary class holders in terms of attributes and skill strength, but that wasn't an indicator. Race, bloodline, talent, and so on were all important in choosing the most suitable class. An ordinary warrior that matched his class perfectly might not be weaker than a hidden class warrior. Yun Chen replied that he was also thinking about this. He realized that the data on paper didn't reflect everything, and such things also needed to be understood. Everyone present around paid attention to Yun, and Miaoling shouted to others to look. Those are the participants from Xianlong. Someone said that he heard that that girl is the daughter of Commander-in-Chief Lu, the divine protector of the country. She is one of the favorites for the championship. Ding Gai admired her, saying that she is gorgeous. That's how beautiful she is. Another guy got angry at him and advised him not to look at the appearance. In fact, she is a very dangerous opponent, so you should avoid conflicts with her. Now they were talking about the kid next to Lu Miaoling, about Yun, asking who this kid was. One said he looked at him with a grade, asking why he didn't have a grade. Someone shouted that he must have been added just for a supplement. Xianlong country is one of the top 5 big countries, so they were worried whether his level would be low. Suddenly, someone got angry and told everyone to listen here, saying that they considered themselves worthy of participating in the tournament, even though they were weaklings from small country. It was a terrifying man, informal looking. He had a couple of punctures on his chest. He was massive and looked quite strong. He was shouting that it looked like they all had to die. He said they could believe if they wanted to, and if they didn't, they couldn't, but he was going to finish them all off from the start. The people in the back were a little scared. They said he was the 3rd prince of the Beeman Empire with golden hippo blood in his veins. They didn't like the fact that this bastard was here at all. The guy yelled that he said it to scare them. He had a criminal record for false accusation of murder. One kid begged him to forgive them, called him the esteemed 3rd prince, and begged a few more times, saying they shouldn't have tarnished his gaze with their presence. This guy turned out to be LG. He prayed to himself for the 3rd prince to just hammer on them, ignore them like mosquitoes. Yun Chen told Lu Miaoling that this was somehow too much. The girl replied that not every country was as powerful and peaceful as Xianlong, telling him that the Beeman Empire had always been known for its belligerence. Besides, by themselves the individual small countries are too weak. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if they really pissed Okoto off, it wouldn't be surprising if he gathered troops and set out to destroy their countries. She said that pleasing and showing weakness is the basis of a small country's survival. Dignity is a luxury to them. Okoto laughed and told them not to be so frightened, for he was a good buyman, saying that the fact that they had come to compete for the sake of their countries was obvious, so he decided to help them and gave them an excellent choice. With his huge hand he grabbed the praying LG on the head and offered to become his slaves for the duration of the tournament, to work for him. Then he would reward them with enough resources. Algie was trembling with fear, but he kept saying that in the end, even if they were lucky enough to make it to the 2nd round, they wouldn't earn much resources with their snares, saying that if he hired them, they could earn much more, and his weekly expenses would be enough for a year. Everyone immediately fell to the floor and shouted with one voice that they were at his service. Yun Chen said that Okoto might not keep his promise after using them after all. Lu Miaoling replied that she did, but they had no choice. Some girl came into the hall and told Okoto-san that he was here to represent himself and his country in the world tournament, saying that it was a very ugly act on his part, publicly forcing candidates from other countries to become his slaves. It was a beautiful blonde girl with a black and red dress. Someone shouted that she was a participant from the Holy Empire side and also Princess Lucini. People were stammering about how beautiful she was. After all, she was not only attractive, but also represented the Holy Empire, one of the 5 great countries. Her strength was also not to be doubted. Lucini was also a favorite to win the tournament. Now they would have something to look at. Okoto asked what kind of jokes the princess was making. Is he forcing anyone? Saying that they did it voluntarily. The girl asked if it was true. She crouched down to the people on the floor and politely asked if they were really doing it of their own free will. Said that if they were being treated unfairly, it was worth just saying so, because the Holy Empire would not tolerate any form of oppression and LG blanched. But then he still said that he was doing it of his own free will. Lu Miaoling called Lucini a hypocritical woman, asked who would tell her that she was worried about the retribution of her homeland, said that she just wanted to illuminate that her country was not against the alliance at the national level. But what good are beautiful speeches? Yun was silent. Lucini stood up and told Miaoling that she was still expressing herself as well. The girl asked not to call her that. After all, she didn't recall them being that close. The princess playfully asked, "Really?" and then said it didn't matter. It wasn't for her. The other tournament participants were shocked. They asked if the noble Princess Lucini was not looking to meet Lu Miaoling. Then who did she want to talk to? When the girl turned to look at the unknown guy near Lu Miaoling, they couldn't believe their eyes. It couldn't be that classless. They thought it was simply impossible. The princess bowed to him and asked if he was the same Mr. Yun from Jiangnan Academy, saying that she was honored to meet him, explaining that his teacher, or rather Mrs. Xia Qingqing's parents helped them a lot. The fact that teacher Xia's parents had helped the royal family of the Holy Empire greatly astonished the guy, and he interjected. He was asking himself about whether the dean's family was so influential, and she had never mentioned it once after all. Lucini was also surprised that he didn't know about it. She said that Madame Xia's parents were the divine protector of Xianlong. Although they died in the war against the world of darkness, their skills were unmatched. She taunted Lu Miaoling, saying that if her parents were still alive, the title of protector of the country wouldn't have gone to her father. Lu replied that she was still the same bitch. The other participants were discussing that although they couldn't hear what they were talking about, Princess Lucini and Lu Miaoling are clearly not in good spirits with each other. Something came to their minds, and one guy said that the way they are standing and their eye positions. Yun Chen stood between them. That guy asked some classless could make these beauties quarrel. Suddenly, the lights turned off. Only the magic stones in the wall were burning. A man appeared from above. He cheerfully told the ladies and gentlemen that he thanked them all for coming from far and wide to participate in the world tournament, asked them to let him explain the rules of the tournament, and told them that the world tournament consisted of 2 rounds, the first round being a round of elimination. Participants would be randomly teleported in groups of 2 to a neutral zone or an area of extreme coldness in the ice domains inhabited by a large number of dangerous monsters, and their task was to survive for 7 days and kill as many monsters as possible to receive battle merits. Fiercely yelled that the top 100 participants according to the total combat merit score will make it to the second round of the tournament. Just like last time, the tournament will be broadcast live around the world. Told the young people to show off in front of the world to get as many resources as possible for their country. Someone called the organizers geniuses in a negative way. People shouted that they were outraged that only 100 of the best would make it to the second round. Some girl said that the participants came from more than 500 countries, 2 from each. Another guy asked in bewilderment whether the first round would eliminate 90% of the participants. Another said that it was all very unexpected. A man began to appear in people's hands, shouting that now each of them would be given a special prop for the qualifying round, namely a recording device, saying that it would record and store their battle achievements, said that in addition, they could be selected. Yun thought about how stealing was encouraged here. LG modestly told Okito-san that the teleportation location was random and therefore he would not be able to serve him unless he could find it by then. The man told him to think of something. He suggested leaving a magical mark on each other, but if they didn't come to him, he would have to think of the consequences. The man said that there was also a limit on consumables for the qualifying round. The maximum they could take was 6 potions and 5 potions to restore magical power, and it was forbidden to take food with them. He said that as soon as there was a violation, the registrar would record it and they would be eliminated from the tournament. Now he shouted that he was announcing the start of the elimination round. All participants would be directed to the extreme cold territory. In the extreme cold territory, there were icy cliffs, snow was coming from the white clouds, everything was in blue and white colors, only the black bird stood out. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were teleported there. They instantly moved forward and Yun said that it turns out they would have to survive for 7 days in this hole. The girl playfully asked, "Isn't this a continuation of the date, considering that they would also be living together?" Everything was covered in a white dome of snow, snow-capped rocky mountains. Lu Miaoling stretched and said that there was a lot to eat during the 7-day survival. Yun said that water could be replaced with snow, but as for food, it was much more complicated. Said that the first thing is better to explore the immediate area. The guy crouched down and used a fusion of skills, namely mage, mana flow and mechanic, echolocator. He put his hand on the cold ground. The fusion of these skills activates the listening echo. The listening range spread out in a circle. Linears of air fluctuations were on the mountains. They glowed with different colors. Lu Miaoling voiced her surprise that he even had the skills to track perception. She said that even the worthless could appear omnipotent. Yun Chen counted the memorized movements in his hearing. He counted 3. He said that they were lucky, because there were 3 monster lairs nearby. They rushed towards them, and Yun said that the first thing they would get was battle achievements and food. The girl laughed. Ahead was a giant-sized cave. Inside was a whole army of snow mountain humanoid monkeys. Their level was 43 and the difficulty was gold. Also there were snow porcupines. Their level accrued 41. The difficulty was also gold. A 44th level frost goblin with the same difficulty. Yun Chen told them that he was just lighting some fire. Why get so angry right away? The guy had to tense up a bit. After all, a whole bunch of snow monsters threw themselves at them, roaring loudly. They all used a giant fist strike. The giant fist was already very close by when Yun said that just because he was big didn't mean his fists were endowed with great strength. The guy used skill fusion, fused the striker skill of fire fist and fighter, striking at full force. Yun Chen's blue flame rushed straight into the middle of the monster's fist. In the shape of a drill, it drilled an attack. The monster began to dissolve into space. It screamed in pain. Fortunately, these were its last sounds in this life. Okay, Miaoling told Junior that he was incredible. After all, not everyone was capable of fighting a level 43 monster with only a level 36. She said that despite that, Yun had defeated a monster of such a huge size with his human body. Suddenly, her pleasure was interrupted by a sound like someone plunging into the water. She was standing on the snow and it was raining. Interestingly enough, it wasn't snow at all. It was rain, which was impossible in such a cold climate. It was an icy rain, and it broke when it touched the ground. Lu Miaoling said that it was the ice goblin's skill. It was a slow-motion debuff, and there was a goblin with a magic staff standing behind her on the cliff. The goblin had already directed a couple kinds of magic attacks at her, and she said that she couldn't leave everything to Yun Chen. Lu Miaoling turned to the goblin, saying that he seemed to understand as well. Who would inflict the greatest threat to them? She hugged her flaming tail and summoned a fire elemental. She shouted for it to ignite, then the flames spread into a beautiful huge flower. It enveloped the monsters and they burned, dying in agony. The terrifying opponents one by one dissolved into the cold air. Meanwhile, Yun Chen was fighting a couple of other snow monsters. The guy turned around at the girl's battle. He asked himself, is it elemental magic? Is she an elemental mage? However, he refuted his guesses with the knowledge that there was a difference in the form of skills. The ice ceiling of the cave began to crack, chunks of ice breaking off. Suddenly, a huge monster fell inside. When it landed, it roared loudly. It was an ancient snow mountain ape. Its level is 51 and the difficulty is gold. The ape looked really intimidating. The ice hand and fire hand rushed towards him. The ice hand was Yun and the fire hand was Lu Miaoling. They slammed into the enemy and he screamed in pain, and the academicians shouted for him to shut up. Shut up! From that very cave far outside, the screams and cries of the monster could be heard. A little while later, the tournament participants from Xianlong around the built fire, leaning on the back of the already dead monster monkey. They even managed to get some meat. Now it was roasting on the fire. Yun said that for the sake of this, they had been trying all day. He said that they had finally cleaned up all 3 monkey lairs. He said that killing one ordinary monster would give them 1 battle merit, while killing a boss would give them 50 battle merits. Lu Miaoling replied that even if the profits were divided equally between them, they had cut down a good cash, and if it continued like this, there would be no problem with survival. Yun Chen reached for his portion of meat and replied that yes, and monsters were easy to find here. He held out the meat to the girl and told her to eat. The girl was surprised that he didn't hold it out to her since it was almost burnt. With a disdainful look at the spoiled piece, Lu Miaoling said that she would do the cooking from now on. Yun did not like his own creation, but said that it was better to overcook than overcook, so let her eat. He realized that at home, cooking is usually handled by Yun Tang, but he does not know about it at all. The girl looked at the unfortunate piece of meat and said that the teacher and student are both worthy of each other. They cannot cook and throw arguments. She said that 7 years ago, the head of Xia invited them and his father to his home for dinner. She was rarely in the mood to cook by herself. Lu Miaoling remembered the horror she saw in front of her 7 years ago. She recounted that she told Dean Xia that her food was unpalatable, but she acted as if it was a matter of course. Lu Miaoling remembered the look on the girl's face when she asked why the hell she had a maid then. Yun Chen did not expect teacher Xia to have such a side to her. He remembered something and asked the president what her level was. He said that it was not like elemental magic, but the skills were completely different. Lu Miaoling smiled and replied that she was wondering why he was looking at her. She even started to think that he had fallen in love with her and he only cared about that. She said that unfortunately she had not recognized him yet. The look on Yun Chen's face was unforgettable when he said that yes and no. In the end, the girl did reveal that she was indeed an elemental mage. However, due to the related bloodline and talent, they had undergone similar changes. Simply put, she could use elemental magic of 9 elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind and lightning. There were only 7 on the list, hence Yun asked what the other 2 were. The girl replied who knows and promised to tell when their relationship became even closer. In the Sacred Empire's data processing room, there were many workers. They were all busy doing something. A blonde mustached man with 3 stars said that today was the 3rd day of the elimination round. He asked how the contestants were doing. This was the Commander-in-Chief of the Holy Empire, Edward. The curly-haired man replied that the value of the princess's combat achievements had reached 1,700 points and the first place was still hers. The current top 100 had about 500 points at best. Edward was pleased and said that was good news. He also asked what the losses were. The guy replied that a total of 1178 people participated in the qualifying round. So far 375 of them have lost their recording devices. Most likely they were stolen. He added that over and above that, life signs of 117 people have disappeared. The death toll was higher than expected. Edward replied that this number of deaths was acceptable, told the guy to continue. The guy told the Commander-in-Chief that he didn't understand why they weren't broadcasting in real time, saying that it would at least allow them to find out the cause of death of the participants, asking if it was a matter of excessive cost. Edward said that the cost was indeed quite high, but the cold ice area was still too large, and real-time tracking would cost more resources. But more importantly, it wasn't necessary. Said that as they know that all countries can't live in peace. Religious beliefs, turf battles, risk discrimination, and so on will make some countries hate each other. Although the existence of the law of one world forbids war between countries, some hatred must be spilled out. That's why the survival round was created. They can senselessly kill each other's geniuses or bully the geniuses of small countries to spill their hatred. And of course such things can't be shown in the open. That's why there is no monitor. The worker replied that then it is no wonder why there are no videos of past world tournaments during the elimination rounds, and asked if, despite this, such things are not contrary to the original plan of selecting geniuses and allocating resources. The Commander-in-Chief said that allocating resources to countries that couldn't survive the elimination round was a waste, in addition to asking, how do the favorites of the Big Five countries perform as participants? The guy dug into his clipboard and said that most of them were in the front row, but there were some accidents, such as Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen from Xianlong. He said that they were currently ranked 943 and 94 and could be pushed out of the top 100 at any moment. It would be extremely amusing if the contestants from the 5 great countries couldn't even make it to the second round. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were walking somewhere along the forest paths. The girl was cheerfully telling the younger one that she felt that their team was simply invincible. They had cleared all the monster lairs within 100 miles. Yun Chen was so cheerful. He said that this also meant that if they continued to hang around, they might simply be forced out. He said that right now, they only had 532 battle merit points each. If they were to clear the dungeon, it would give them a lot more points, but the problem was that they had nowhere to get merit points. As time goes on, the number of member points will only increase while the number of monsters will decrease, making them much harder to find, meaning that later on it will be easier to clear people than catch monsters. He said that although he didn't know where they stood in the rankings, he wouldn't want to fall out of the top 100, so it was time to open the hunt for participants. However, he also said that the problem was that he didn't know where to find them. Lu Miaoling replied that humans were much harder to find than monsters unless there was a suitable bait for them to take. Playfully saying that the weak point from the country was worthless, classless, he asked if there was a better way than that. The footprints stretched far ahead, but they were kind of strange. Yun Chen walked around leaving them and thought about the fact that he had spent the entire day walking around the neighborhood and intentionally leaving magical footprints. However, he couldn't even think about it. That so many fish would take his bait, all the way up on the rocks above or from around corners. There were other participants lurking on the rocks, tracking him. Two of them were just standing around a corner nearby. The wolf-like man told his partner that he could smell the scent of people looking out for this kid. He asked the guy next to him if they should start acting. He said yes. He's in a group with the mighty Lu Miaolin after all, so he should have a lot of merit points. And now that she wasn't around, there would be no better time to swallow such a fatty piece of meat. Immediately after the conversation, they came out from the corner and rushed towards Yun, saying that they would deal with him quickly and take away his recording device, one rushing like a wolf, the other like a bat. Noticing their movement, the others also jumped up from their positions, one shouting at them not to try to take him away, the other shouting that he was going to take all his battle honors for himself. Yun Chen said that they all seemed to take him for a weakling. He used a fusion of fighter skills, piercing kick, martial artist skills, shaking move. The protagonist hit the ground hard. With the shockwave, the attackers were thrown back into the ice walls, one by one. The two guys who never came out of their hiding places were trembling in fear, thinking about the strength of this guy, and he's only a rank 3, and can use advanced skills, asking themselves who he was, realizing that this classless one was clearly not as simple as it seems. He was strong enough to fight rank 3 fighters, and a monster of the same level as Lu Miaolin, Lucini and the others. One of them shouted that they had been tricked, the other that it was time to get lost and that he had pretended to be a weakling just to trap them. Yun's magical vines rushed towards them. None of the attackers were able to escape from him. They were all twisted by the guy's vines. One of those caught asked where on the snowy plain the demon thorns came from. It turned out that it wasn't Yun's vines, but his demon flower. It held the targets tightly. It's called a thorn grip. Yun Chen told them that they were hiding in the shadows, thinking they were cautious hunters, but as you can see, they themselves became prey. The main character used his blue demon queen flame on them. The fire became a wall, penetrating them to the very bone. People were screaming and asking what this ghostly fire was. It wouldn't go out, screaming that they were hot and were about to die, asking for mercy, promising they wouldn't dare anymore, asking them to just take their battle merits. Lu Miaolin was watching what was happening, sitting behind a small rock nearby. She said that it seemed like she didn't even have to get in. The participants all shouted why such a strong man pretended to be a weakling. They called him a damn bastard, who complained about saving their points so hard. This was also watched by someone from afar. Yun Chen told them that it was their own fault for thinking he was a weakling. When it was over, and he had a whole bunch of sub-reading devices in his hands, Yun plopped down in the snow, talking about how he had used Ghost Flame too often and was terribly tired, saying that as expected of geniuses from various countries, it was hard to deal with them. He looked at the devices he had received and rejoiced that he had a good harvest today. The merit points had increased by 3280, saying that even if divided equally with the president, it was still a large amount. There were a couple of people hiding in one of the ice blocks. One of them was Algae. They were using the Ghost Hunter skill, namely camouflage. LG was talking admiringly about how strong Yun Chen was after all, calling Mr. Yun amazing. He thought that Yun was definitely the hidden favorite of the tournament. The other three had other plans. They asked so what. He was obviously tired after the battle after all, said that they could definitely defeat him now. The third added that if they gave that many registrars to Okoto-san, they would obviously be generously rewarded. They climbed out of their seat and rushed at Yun. Although they couldn't be seen because of the spell, but the protagonist could hear the echo of magic, he thought about the fact that even these rats couldn't sit still. There were attackers flying at him from 3 sides. Yun activated his blue flames and decided that it would be better to just get rid of them. Suddenly a 4th person appeared. He jumped up, shouting for everyone to stop. It was LG. The guy stood up to Yun Chen's defense and told them not to attack him. This left the 3 of them shocked. They didn't expect such a prank from their comrade at all. Yun sat behind Algi's back and thought about this boy. One of the 3 guys asked Algi if he realized what he was doing now. They were all very angry with him, asking why such a spineless guy was their comrade. Another shouted that if they didn't earn enough battle merit points for today, Okoto would get really angry. LG replied in a trembling voice that he knew that, but Mr. Yun had saved his life earlier. He said that there was still time until tonight and promised to find a new target. Therefore, he once again asked to let Yun Chen go. After his words, Yun stood up and said that there was no need to worry about him, that he could handle everything on his own. The 3 guys started to move away or even run away. One said he still had strength. Another said that if LG hadn't stopped them, Yun would have dealt with them by now. The 3rd said that now was often the time to leave. They started to run away. LG stayed there. He bowed and apologized to Mr. Yun, said that he did not expect that his buddies had decided to make an attempt on him, apologized again, and said that now he had to go. Yun Chen was silent, and LG rushed to catch up with his buddies, asking them not to leave him. Lu Miaoling came out to the younger man and said that LG probably hadn't realized yet that it wasn't Yun who was dangerous, but his companions. She said that he would probably be punished severely upon his return, and asked if Yun was going to do something about it. Yun Chen asked in what sense, said that in the qualifying round, everyone was an enemy and they had only seen him once, but added that for the sake of Okoto's points, he didn't mind interfering. Lu Miaoling whined that he seemed cold-blooded and good-hearted, but could he be a little more forthright? Up ahead, a bonfire was burning. Next to it, the 3rd Prince Okito was sitting on a constructed chair. He was greedily eating a large piece of meat, with the 4 bowing before him and the girl sitting by his throne. Taking a bite of meat, Okito said that to be honest, he didn't expect his slaves to be of much use. That's why he provided such weaklings with an assistant, in case they were unlucky enough to face a strong opponent. However, everything was interrupted due to an unexplainable, inexplicable reason to him. He ate and said that there was no point in keeping a dog near him, which was no use. LG guiltily said that he was sorry, but Mr. Yun had saved his life, and therefore he simply could not leave things as they were. The boy begged his master to give him another chance. Okito laughed and asked why he was so scared. He said that he was a kind hippo, so he could give him another choice. The choice would be whether to smash LG's head in or level his country. He said that the culprit should decide for himself. One guy quietly asked how it was a choice. The other said that Mr. Okito offered to choose one of the 2, and that he would have to pay for his way of thinking. Algi was scared. He was trembling. He got a little close to Okito-san, calling him brave and honorable, fell head down in the snow and begged. Asked him to leave his country alone. Okito said that's what his choice was. However, suddenly, someone put a firearm to his head. It was Yun Chen. He was equipped with a demonic terror weapon, in the form of a shotgun. Poor LG raised his head and noticed Mr. Yun. The other 3 got up and asked what was going on here. When did he sneak in here and how did they not notice him? One of them asked the Lord if he had intervened because of LG. Yun Chen told Okito to remove his foot. The one asked, "What if I don't want to?" Yun Chen fired a shot. The 3 servants were horrified. They were surprised that he actually shot, and the bullet was tight. One shouted that Yun Chen was a murderer. The bullet didn't kill Okito, but now he was extremely angry. Yun Chen was amazed that only the fur was burned. Now Okito was terribly angry. He said that the kid had done it after all. His whole body blazing with anger, his fist would turn into the face of a fierce bull, or rather a fierce ancient beast. Yun Chen responded to the attack by fusing the skills of ammunition master, shock dispersal and sniper, deadly shot. There was a huge blast wave. The explosion took on different colors. Okito looked at his burned hand and asked himself, who is this kid? Okito realized that he is clearly as strong as Lu Mialin, decided that he should be taken more seriously. And Yun Chen Okito was more and more surprised, or rather that the synthesized skill was only able to scratch him. He could not even imagine how high Okito's defense was. He asked himself who this Okito was. He used an evaluating look on him. Okito's level was 53, race, Golden Hippo, class, Ancient Beast Warrior. Yun was not at all happy about the fact that they had too big, colossal, level gap, and the information he received was limited. Okito kicked his foot hard on the cold ground. It was the stomp of an earthquake. This kick was so strong that the ice forward cracked. Now it was individual pieces. They flew out one after another. Yun was even thrown backwards. Okito flew at the guy from behind, having prepared his flaming fist in advance. Yun Chen turned around asked, from the back. Then he changed his weapon to a tonfa and said that since it was the third prince's wish, please do so. Their fists met. The blow was followed by a shockwave. It vibrated through the air. Four of Okito's slaves watched from a distance, one marveling at such strength, another asking what kind of monster he was to fight a golden hippo on equal footing. Okito used an explosive hammer. The spirit of the golden hippo formed in front of him. Yun Chen, in turn, fused the skills of a daoist, clenched fist and a fighter, a punch. He punched hard at his opponent and Okito flew backwards. In fusion this skills formed a sky splitter. Okito flew high into the air. Blocks of ice also flew upwards. A dent appeared on the third prince's body. His mouth and nose were bleeding. Yun Chen jumped to his level and said he would finish him off while he was injured. Okito called him a smug boy and asked if he expected to defeat. The golden hippo created a strong red aura that enveloped him from head to toe and threw Yun Chen away. What struck Yun Chen was that his opponent now looked completely different. He had become stronger and angrier. His fangs had grown as well as his hair. His body itself had also become much bigger. Then Okito said that he was giving him two choices, to be trampled to death or to be crushed. His transformation was the release of the golden hippo's blood. In fact, his body had enlarged so much that Yun looked like an ant against it. Finally, most of the smoke dispersed into the icy air. For servants commented on what was happening. One said how scary it all was, calling Okito a monster among monsters. Another said that this was Okito-san's true strength. The third added that despite all this, that guy was also good. He could use any weapon, not to mention a bunch of different skills. Without waiting for Yun Chen's reply, Okito shouted that since he doesn't make the choice, he would make it for him, and his huge fist was already very close to Yun. However, he failed to hit and just punched a huge hole in the icy ground. Yun Chen, however, managed to deftly jump back. He flew at his opponent with lightning speed. Upon landing, he intentionally scratched Okito's arm. However, only a small smoke and no blood followed from it. Yun Chen said to this that his flesh was indeed tough. Asked what if he used this technique. He activated the skill fusion again, but this time knight, air dissection and swordsman, an excellent choice. The protagonist yelled, space dissection. Magic swept across the enemy's arm. Only a scratch was left on his arm that didn't even bleed. The monster Okito shouted that it was useless and it wouldn't hurt him with such an attack. The third prince wanted to grab or crush Yun, but he, once again, dodged. Many magic arrows could be seen in the air, splitting space. LG watched silently and thought about the fact that there are more than 500 countries in the world, and only the Baiman clan was able to build a great empire because of the power of hippos. The reason for this is because of their incredible strong flesh and mighty strength. Okito-san is a golden hippo, which means he is even stronger physically. The golden hippo refers to the legendary hippo. In classical literature it is described as such. His body is powerful and indestructible until the divine power intervenes, and those who have struggled to achieve the power of the divine level, at the very least, they must be of the 4th rank. Besides that, the hidden class of the ancient beast warrior greatly strengthens his body, so that Okito, who is a 2nd rank master, will never lose to a 3rd rank master. Yun Chen flew at Okito and thought that he couldn't even imagine how to win this fight. The guy once again decided to use skill fusion. This time it was the copier skill, sudden strike, and the swordsman skill, stabbing strike. Now these skills merged into a piercing lunge. Yun Chen shouted, slashes. His spear met with his opponent's tough flesh. However, Yun Chen was mostly thrown back by the shockwave of his own attack. He realized that the wound was shallow. It was like piercing an elephant with a needle. Even if he pierced it 3 times, there would be no effect. He thought about using tens of thousands of strength, but then changed his mind, because they had too many side effects. He also realized that he wouldn't be able to deal with the others once the time ran out. It was a pity that he needed a talent related to space to use spatial burst, otherwise he would have defeated him long ago. Now Okito threw himself at Yun Chen. He shouted that he would not run away from him, that he would continue to fight him until he exhausted to death. He had awakened the anger of an ancient beast within him. Yun Chen once again deftly dodged his attack. He asked if it was true, and then said that in that case, Okito could stand still and he would slash him. Yun once again used the fusion of druid skills, vines and growth. Now it was a giant entangling vine. It wrapped around the monster, crossing his path. As the vines bound his hands in such a way that he would definitely not be able to free them, Yun threw himself upwards, flying straight towards his opponent's face. He said that it seemed Okito was very confident in his defense, but that piercing his eyes already scared the monster. He shouted that Yun Chen was a sneaky boy. The veins on his face popped up with anger. This time, Okito decided to use his concentration of power, the anger of the ancient beast. His muscles swelled even more and the vines on his arms burst. Yun Chen and the rest of the plants flew down. Okito was already intending to catch poor Yun Chen, and he noticed that his speed was sufficient. There was a flash. His weapon glowed. It changed direction lightning fast and was already very close to the head of the enemy master. The angry Okito didn't even realize what had happened. He managed to catch the sharp weapon with his teeth, but he still said to himself that it was extremely dangerous. However, not everything was so sweet. He was once again enveloped by Yun's magical vines. Then it seemed Okito realized that Yun Chen's target was not his eyes. He couldn't believe his eyes. Yun was already near. He stuck his weapon farther into the monster's mouth, and then used the fusion of mage skills, fireball and Daoi skills, wind tribute again. Together these skills turned into a burning explosive palm. Something happened in the third Prince Okito's mouth. Smoke was coming from everywhere. The monster was screaming in pain. It was being burned from the inside out. Okito tried to catch Yun, cursing him. The third prince clenched his fist. He thought he had finally caught the agile opponent, but no such luck. Yun slipped out and said that it seems Okito's insides were not as strong as his skin. The protagonist flashed up to the golden hippo's ear and activated the burning palm. Yun even managed to reel off a part of his body with his vines. Okito's insides exploded and he screamed loudly in pain. while Okito had yet to regain consciousness. Yun Chen didn't waste any time. He flew away from there and on his way to another point. He told his opponent not to worry as there were still a few holes in his body. He stopped and asked how many minutes he could still survive if he burned the airways in his nostrils. This made the mighty monster terrified. He quickly moved away from there, fell to the ground and pitifully cried, begging not to do it, screaming that he was wrong, that he was giving up, asking again and again not to burn. Okito promised that he wouldn't do anything to Algae and his country, asking them to let him go, because he really could die because of the explosion. After that, Lu Mialine came out to them. She told Junior that this one really should stop. She explained that Okito is just as outstanding a genius, and therefore will be able to show more strength on the battlefield in a few years. Yun didn't interrupt the girl. He told Okito that it was quite normal to live his life, and then extended his hand and ordered to give here all the registrars of combat merit points that he has. He pondered that Lu Mialing right, it would be quite unwise to weaken the future combat power of mankind. Okito obediently handed over his recorders. Taking every last one of them, he turned around and left, telling the girl to do the same. Lastly, Lu advised the third prince to gain strength to fight the world of darkness, adding that bullying small countries is a shitty display of ability. The night came. The full moon was visible in the sky. Yun Chen and Lu Mialine were sitting by the fire. The girl told the guy that he had worked hard today and it was time for him to rest. She said that he should leave a night guard to her. Yun Chen was indeed very tired. It was truly a hard day, so he immediately agreed. The night was replaced by day. The sun came out. Those around him were cursing loudly and saying that something important had happened. Lu Mialing asked why he was angry. She said that Junior was still asleep, but she was eager to know, so she told him to hurry up and tell him. The screams woke Yun up. He came out and asked what happened. Then he noticed that LG was worried. The guy was really scared half to death. He said that Okito-san was killed. The poor guy was still remembering his master's dead face. This news sent the students of Jiangnan Academy into shock. Lu Mialing was so shocked that she asked what he was talking about. How is it that Okito is dead? She gathered her thoughts and asked how it happened, saying that although he was seriously injured, it was not fatal. Yun Chen said that he fought with him, and therefore has an idea of his strength. Just in terms of defense alone he has reached the 3rd level, and even surpasses some demons with the same level in it. Regardless of the severity of the injury, he couldn't have been dealt with so quickly. LG said that he didn't know exactly how it happened, because at that moment he was asleep. He said that he just suddenly heard some rustling and turned around. And only after he saw the ward members standing there, and next to them the body of the Lord, he remembered a whole group of people in black robes towering over the corpse of the unfortunate Okito. LG fell to the ground and shouted that they even snuck into the elimination round to kill them all. His body was trembling. He said that if he didn't run so fast, they would have killed him too, shouting that he was scared. Lu Mialine was suspicious. Even a few hundred people from the parish couldn't stop her. While they killed Okito, LG asked how he knew. He said that when they captured him last time, one of them was called Young Commander as if he was the son of the leader of the organization. The Dark Believers who came this time were much stronger than the previous ones. Yun Chen was tense by the fact that with such information, Elijah didn't tell them about it over a meal that day. He asked the guy about it. He became very nervous and said that he must have forgotten. Yun asked him more calmly if it was true, said that the young commander was still a big fish, suggested getting rid of him and causing a huge blow to the organization, and said that the only problem was finding him. LG said that his class was Ghost Hunter. He was good at tracking and hiding. Said that the Okito camp should still have their aura. Once they return, he can track them down. Offered to show Yun and Mialine dearly if they don't mind, of course. Yun thanked the guy for his courage and said it's time to go. In the Sacred Empire workroom, people were astonished, swearing and shouting that the third prince of the Beeman Empire showed no signs of life. That this was the first time such a thing happened when such a high-ranking person died. It was said that the Beeman Empire was second only to the 5 great countries in its power. One man looked at his monitor and said that suddenly Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling's combat merits had skyrocketed, and soon after that Okito died, saying that even a child would guess what had happened. Someone said that the Beeman Empire was known for its belligerence, so once the news got out, it was very likely that they would break diplomatic relations with Xianlong and might even declare war, saying that humanity could not afford to start a civil war, asking what they should do now. Edgar stood up and slapped his desk hard and shouted for everyone to be quiet, saying that this was just an unforeseen result and because what was the big deal, saying that this area was known for its danger and it was logical to expect unfortunate accidents. He said quietly that perhaps Okito was just the beginning. The 3 young men rushed forward. Algie said that they should hurry, for if they delayed, their aura would dissipate, and then they would be very hard to find. The other 2 agreed with him and sped even faster. Suddenly, something greatly surprised Yun Chen. It was a strong hurricane ahead. Luckily they all managed to jump back in different directions. Yun stopped abruptly and asked who was here, putting his hand on the frozen ground. He realized that the one who came was very strong. Inside the vortex, the silhouette of a girl appeared. She apologized and said that they seemed to be in a hurry, but asked, how about staying a little longer? The wind cleared a little and Lucini appeared. She told the boys that she wanted their battle honors. Algie didn't expect to see Princess Lucinia here at all. He shouted to her that unfortunately, they had very little time and they couldn't waste it here. Yun Chen looked at the girl in silence. When she came down closer to him, he told her that he had to deal with the ward members making their way to the qualifying round, and therefore he didn't have time to fight with her, asking her to get out of the way. Lucini sarcastically asked if that was true, said she was sorry, but she was more interested in him than hiding rats, asked how they should be. Then Lu Miaoling stood in front of Yun. She told her and LG to go and not to waste time here. She added that she would deal with this hypocrite. Yun and LG immediately rushed in the right direction. Lucini turned around and asked if Mr. Yun just left Mialine and left, said that it seems like he doesn't like her that much. Lu Mialine words of the princess did not hurt at all. She asked, do not like you say, told her that still like Junior, began to say that he just believes in her power. The girl's eyes lit up and several long fiery tails came out from behind. Lucini asked if that was the case. She said that from the looks of it, he would be terribly disappointed. Lightning bolts swirled around her. Their elemental magics met in a huge explosion. Meanwhile, Yun Chen and LG were already standing in Okito's chambers. The lungs in his body had long since stopped breathing and the blood had turned. There were many black blotches around. Yun crouched closer and touched the chest of the third prince, said that there were many wounds and marks from the use of magical power of different attributes. There are more than 6 kinds of weapons that can inflict such a wound. Made a verdict that he was killed by not one, but a whole group of people. LG said that Yun was talking nonsense and Okito couldn't die so easily, but his tone was very different from usual. His eyes were burning and he pulled out a dagger from his sleeve. LG said that these dark novices are cruel and powerful. The guy smiled and told Mr. Yun that he should also be more careful. He had already put his dagger right up to Yun Chen's neck. Yun said that it was unnecessary to remind him, as he always kept his guard up. This threw Algae into a state of terror. Yun Chen turned around and shouted his name, pulling out his sword, and said that the one who killed Okito was Algae. His sword swiftly sliced through the air. Blood rushed out of Algae's chest. He was extremely shocked and had yet to realize what had happened. Yun Chen's eyes were burning belligerently as he swung and said that although he didn't understand why he had brought him here, if he intended to kill him, he should be prepared to die in return. Suddenly, some girl threw herself at Algae's neck, calling him young commander. From behind, another man flew at Yun Chen. He shouted for him to die, but the man's weapon landed on Yun's sword. Yun Chen managed to turn around and block the attack. Now two more old Okito slaves were flying at him, one with a sword and the other with a magic fist. Yun Chen used a fusion of fighter skill, piercing kick and daoist skill, shaking foot. The protagonist kicked the ground with his foot and all the attackers were thrown back by the strong shockwave. The girl lifted young Mr. Algae up and asked if he was all right. The boy replied that he was caught off guard, causing him to almost die. He added that he was lucky that he was only injured and could recover. He still had his own blood stains on his face. Yun Chen looked at him and said to himself that the wound had healed. Did he really take a potion? Said that it couldn't be a potion because it wasn't that effective. Remembered that Ghost Hunter didn't have recovery skills. He didn't know what it was at all. The protagonist stood and said that they even forced him to use skill fusion, so he also got to his feet. He knew that this kind of power could not be possessed by participants from remote and small countries. Yun Chen said that it looked like he should take them more seriously. The patch of ice where everything was happening was badly damaged. Something blackened somewhere, something was smoking. Algae stood up and turned to Yun Chen, asking when he started to doubt him. Yun looked up at him and said that he didn't believe him from the beginning, told him that on the first day of arrival the Sacred Empire fell into the hands of the parish, and after he escaped and was able to get important information. Too many lucky coincidences. The protagonist said that he realized everything at the moment when the soul-hunting mark appeared. He said that the thing is that he was lucky enough to meet him. Most likely, he had noticed him long ago and was waiting for the opportunity to make a move. Algae asked what if it was really a coincidence. Yun replied that the extreme ice territory was vast and unbounded. It would take a lot of effort to find monsters, let alone a human. But Algae was able to track down his location so quickly. He asked if he thought it was a coincidence too. He said that he probably used his class feature to memorize his scent before the round started. While Yun Chen was fixing his location when he arrived here, Algae was just waiting for the right time to appear. The young commander said that it was too much, that after all he even defended Yun once, in front of Okito, after you interceded for him. The boy asked if it wasn't because of his trust in him, why he did it. Yun said he just wanted his battle record and to watch Algae's performance. Told that as for his defense, he didn't need it. If he hadn't noticed Lu Miaoling hiding, he would have teamed up with his partners to attack him. Yun looked at the 5 young men ahead and said that it seemed to be the case. Algae said about how difficult Yun Chen was after all. No wonder the organization had set such a high reward for him. However, he added that it didn't matter to him. He and the girl beside him started to dissolve into space. It's a disguise. Dissolving Elijah said, next time there won't be any bones left of Yun. Everyone else was also rapidly dissolving. Yun Chen closed his eyes to better sense what he couldn't see. He knew that the disguise was just confusing. They weren't going anywhere. The reaction from his resonance of magic power was enough. He realized that Algae probably didn't know anything about it. Otherwise they would. They didn't attack so openly. There were already 2 ward men flying at him from behind. Yun Chen easily dodged the sword attack and slid down the ice a bit. The attacker didn't realize how it happened at all. The bald guy didn't expect Yun to be able to dodge either. And Yun himself had already flown at the bald guy with his foot. He used the fighter's main skill, the piercing kick. He stomped the man into the ground, into the ice. He saw the first guy rushing at him again and activated the fighter's basic skill, punch. He hit the guy hard and he flew far away in the direction of the blow. A lot of blood came out of his mouth. He was cursing loudly, cursing Yun Chen. The protagonist, not wasting any time, flew towards someone again, saying that he would deal with them first. Something bigger and black appeared in the air. Then Yun stopped. He was shocked by what was behind his back. Something huge, black. This something has suction cups. What scared Yun was that it was most likely the dark tentacles of a dark pontiff. He realized that he had no choice and would have to take the fight. The tentacles began to surround him. Yun Chen directed his deadly blue fire at the terrifying monster. The tentacles burned. Inside it was the same girl who cared so much for young Master LG. Yun Chen told himself that the Dark Pontiff was a difficult class whose skills focused on control, which caused problems. He knew that right now this woman was the priority. Yun Chen used the fusion of the swordsman's skill of speed and the fighter's skill of wind step. When the blue flame completely got rid of the dark monster, it changed direction towards the girl. It also carried Yun Chen. The girl, slightly surprised, said that he was too fast. Yun Chen was already about to kill her with his spear and swiftly flying at her from above, told her to die. He landed and there was a huge explosion. His spear did not hit the girl's insides, but her shield. In fact, her attire looked different now. Instead of a black sleeveless dress, she was wearing a thick armor. Her shield was simply huge, exactly bigger than herself. This amazed Yun Chen. He wondered if the Dark Pontiff could lift such a large shield with her strength, so she was also wearing paladin armor. She looked out from behind her shield and told her opponent that he wasn't the only one who could use other classes' skills. The girl pointed her staff at him. Yun Chen began to be enveloped by the Dark Pontiff's tentacles. After that, when Yun Chen was restrained, a bald man rushed at him. He used the skills of Druid, Diving Vulture and Master, Explosive Fists. His fists were indeed blazing. He was shouting to send Yun to hell. When the fireball was already near the freshman's head, he summoned Divine Lightning. He was transported back a few dozen meters and saw a giant fire explosion at that spot. The protagonist asked, "Who the hell are they? Do they each have 2 classes? Plus they have high attributes. They clearly absorbed something like the essence of a demon lord." Said that he kept wondering how they managed to kill the seriously injured Okito, but now it seems that their strength is quite enough to do so. Yun was telling himself that this guy used highly developed druid skills to achieve inertia, which greatly enhanced the master's skills. The force form definitely has an advanced level of skill. Said that like that woman who used paladin attributes to compensate for her own shortcomings. A difficult opponent. Someone told him to listen. It was the guy who originally attacked Yun first. He asked what he was there watching. This time Yun Chen didn't expect someone to be at his back at all. The guy shouted out, "An explosive flame wave." Their weapons met. From the force of both of them hitting, Yun was pushed back slightly, fire magic flying at him. To himself, Yun noticed that the guy was using the skills of a mage to augment the skills of a magic swordsman. The classless one thought it was a good combo. To his side, Yun sensed the assassin's magic, hidden in the shadows. A third guy appeared there. He was curly-haired, laughing and shouting that he had finally snatched an opportunity to kill him, swinging his weapon at Yun. Now he was using the berserk skill, Fierce Strike. Said that Yun Chen would die from a single strike because of the assassin's speed and berserk flash. He already wanted to chop off his head, but Yun managed to summon divine lightning and teleport away. The protagonist stepped on some high ground and asked about the skills and attributes of another class, saying that he was tired of their tricks and with their levels, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The curly-haired guy's weapon landed in the ice and got stuck there badly. In addition, Yun Chen crushed it with his foot. Curly struggled to get his axe out and asked through his teeth if Yun Chen was saying that they couldn't win. The tension and anger made veins pop out on his face. When he got more angry, he asked, "What idiocy?" He shouted it very loudly, so much so that activated Berserk. Madness Guy transformed, and this was followed by a strong shockwave, which later threw even Yun. As soon as the protagonist managed to land on his feet, the same angry guy was already rushing at him, shouting that he was just a classless idiot relying on combining primary skills, asking why he thought he could handle them having two classes. Yun Chen took out his spear and used skill fusion once again. This time it was fighter, swinging dodge and daoist, disjointed steps. Curly was about to chop the guy's head into two halves with his axe, but Yun Chen used ghost step and dodged the attack unnoticed by his opponent. The ward member's axe once again fit the mark, followed by a small explosion. Then the girl used the Dark Pontiff's Dark Tentacle skill and the Paladin's Holiness Strike. It appeared right above the classless one's head. Luckily Yun Chen had time to use Ghost Step and the Holiness Strike was simply huge. It also flew into the ice. The enraged curly-haired opponent rushed at him, screaming for him to die. The protagonist once again managed to dodge the attack. However, he was well aware that these guys were making full use of the skills of several classes, and compared to him who could only use basic skills, they were just on top. Yun knew that in the past he would have had to run away from them. Curly used an explosive flame wave on Yun. Yun Chen meanwhile said to himself that he might have had to then, but not now. When he has skill fusion, he can rely on more than just them. After all, thanks to the skill fusion, he had a lot more of them. Yun Chen finally landed, which was to be expected. There was already an attack flying at him from above. Only it wasn't a curly-haired guy but a bald guy. He was shouting loudly on the way. The freshman on the other hand was pondering that with enough initial skills, he is able to create so many skills to handle any situation. He used skill fusion again. Now it was assassin, cloning and shadow flow spike, shadow assassination. Now it wasn't two separate skills, but one whole skill, namely Shadow Puppet. It was the one that met the bald man in battle. The two of them bounced away from each other. Only the man almost spat on the ground and the puppet landed delicately. The bald man shouted and asked what the hell this thing was. Yun Chen looked out from behind the puppet and said that the fact that he hadn't seen anything like it yet was normal. After all, it was a unique entity that only he alone could create. The shadow puppet possessed all the skills of an assassin and also adopted 75% of the attributes. Yun Chen ordered his shadow puppet to hurriedly entertain the enemy. It immediately rushed towards the bald guy, its eyes blazing just like Yun's eyes in the battle. It attacked the enemy, but he managed to block its attack, though with difficulty. It was very hard for him to hold her back now. He knew that this thing had high attributes, not inferior to his speed in the slightest, and such a thing was not within the scope of basic skills at all. The puppet turned back around. The man then thrust his flaming fists forward and shouted to Yun Chen not to get cocky over some clone. The puppet obediently fought him, fending off his flaming fists. The girl watched this from afar and said that it was still a strange mixture of basic level skills. She raised her staff and asked if Yun liked magic tricks. However, before she could do anything, her body was enveloped by magic and large vines. They were Yun's demonic flower plants. The girl said that she would not allow her master to be offended. What she did was called thorn grab. The girl yelled that she was only a lowly thorn demon and also dared to molest her. It actually scared the flower a bit. But she wasn't confused and ordered her plants to attack, pointing them in the right direction. Her lasers met the girl's dark tentacles right above the classless freshman's head. Yun Chen asked, "Is she using paladin skills again? And they are only as a support after all," said his flower firmly bound her. From behind him, two enemies were already rushing at him, shouting, asking where this bastard was going. Yun calmly turned around and asked where they were looking at and if they wanted to look under their feet. Then the two really looked and realized that they were standing on bombs. It shocked and horrified them at the same time. The bombs rustled in the snow. In fact, they were also using the skill fusion skill, but the mechanic, explosive device and the mage, Eye of the Storm. A large-sized fire whirlwind swirled around the two young traitors. Burning, they shouted that it was a trap, calling Yun Chen a sneaky bastard. The bald man looked at this and realized that the situation was not good and it was time to leave, so he flew away on his mighty wings. Yun Chen looked at him from below. He took out his gun and said that it was a pity he couldn't run away. He took good aim and fired. The shell hit the target. After that he stood up and went to his flower and the girl in the battle, saying that it was her turn. The girl was no longer so cocky. Now she was terribly scared, begging Yun not to do this, asking her not to come any closer. After a little while, Yun and his demonic flower stood in front of the three bound men of the parish. He said that LG didn't show himself until the very end of the fight. Not even his presence was felt. Asked if that could mean that seeing the difference in strength, he abandoned them and ran away. The girl laughed hysterically and shouted that Yun Chen was giving himself too much importance, asking if he thought he was worthy of fighting with the young commander, shouting that from the beginning to the end. Yun Chen was not their target, they just decided to get rid of him at the same time. Yun was extremely shocked that he was only a secondary target. He said that it was their true target. Yun Chen didn't finish, but he realized something. The freshman turned to his Xiao Jing flower and said that they were not worthy of attention, so they should be embraced tightly and then return. The little girl agreed. Yun Chen activated the fusion skills of swordsman, speed and fighter, wind step and hurriedly withdrew. He rushed away so fast that a strong wind blew on everyone left behind. He forced himself to run faster and faster, and then used the accelerated wind speed. Yun realized that he had to. No, he just had to make it in time. Meanwhile, Lu Miaoling and Lucini were still fighting. Lucini didn't look so alert and clean anymore, but Lu Miaoling wasn't any better either. Both of them had exhausted each other a lot. The Sacred Empire princess laughed and said that Miaoling was really as good as the rumors said about her. The one replied that it wasn't that easy with Lucini either. She said that she even had to use 7 elements and that was worthy of first among her peers. But that was it. She said that both of them were already exhausted, so it was time to determine the winner with the last technique. Lu Miaoling had some balloon above her hand. She told her opponent to try to endure and not die. Suddenly, something really startled Lu Miaoling. LG appeared behind her. He grabbed the girl's hand from the back and told her that it was no longer her, but Miaoling herself who should worry about her life here. While the girl was in shock, he managed to pierce her chest with something very sharp. Lu Miaoling moaned in pain while her back was bleeding. She said to her opponent, "That means this is it. This is a special item that casts a curse." And there were traces of blood on the girl's lips. She said what looked like a long-planned trap aimed at her. Elijah licked his lip and replied that in terms of status and strength, no one could compare to her, not even Yun Chen or Lucini, saying that they could only be at ease by getting rid of her. This made Lucini furious. She was saying that it turns out he wanted to say that Miaoling was stronger than her. Screaming that those were just disgusting words. She would have ripped out his tongue like that. Her previously kind and gentle green eyes turned crazy. LG then turned to Princess Lucini, saying that fighting him, in her current state, was not the best choice, asking if she really wanted to risk her life in a battle with a stranger. After that, Lucini went silent. Algie said that she had made the right decision, and now, she should immediately run away, otherwise, when he dealt with Lu Miaoling, it would be her turn. Yun Chen was struck hard by something. Lu Miaoling's eyes lit up. She held onto the weapon that was used to pierce her chest and cried out, "An explosion!" There was a large and loud explosion. Her tails turned red, and LG was thrown back a couple of meters. Fire blazed and flared through the icy air. Algie realized that while threatening Lucini, she had managed to break the bone spear. She still had so much strength left. He said that he shouldn't have let his guard down. After saying that, he jumped up and flew back towards his target, asking what of it. After all, she wouldn't escape anywhere anyway. Lucini crossed her arms and told Miaoling in a sad voice that she would avenge her in the final stage. Already quieter and much more content, she said that she could. There were bright red traces of blood on the snow. Lu Miaoling ran away with all her remaining strength, leaving a plume of red mass behind her. She was running, and behind her, already very close by, he unleashed hunting spears at her. They dug into the ice and snow, but none had hit the girl yet. Lu Miaoling scolded herself for not being careful. She thought that even if the parish decided to do something, their target would be the junior who was feuding with them, and Lu Miaoling didn't expect to be the most attractive target for them at all. Elijah shouted to her not to even hope. He was using the dragon execution. Right now he had a golden weapon with a long gag in his hands. A golden wave hit the ice nearby. Lu Miaoling fell down. The impact was so strong that it cut through the thick ice. With her last strength, Miaoling said that she didn't expect to see Algie possessing two classes, Ghost Hunter and Dragon Warrior, both of which were also hidden. She said that the world of darkness was capable of amazing things. Algie thanked her for the compliment and asked if those would be her last words. The girl said that she had actually guessed that the Dark Believers would decide to intervene at the end of the tournament, so every day she thought about how she could protect her youngest, but she didn't think she would be the one who would need protection. Algie swung his weapon at her and said that unfortunately there was no one to protect her. No one would do it. Lu Miaoling then lay on the ground and asked someone if they had heard what Algie had said. She turned to her junior, Yun Chen, who had just arrived for protection. His spear met Algie's golden weapon. Algie was shocked to see Yun Chen here. He was once again thrown back a couple of meters. The young commander was extremely angry. Lu Miaoling told his partner that she would just deduct credits from him. Algie was terribly angry. He swore and said that these scum had failed. A one-on-one battle with Yun Chen was nothing difficult. However, the problem was that in Lu Miaoling's last strength, if she desperately counterattacked, he would have an extremely hard time. At that time, he said that although it was impossible to kill, he had achieved his goal, so risking his life again would be a foolish decision. Lu Miaoling told Junior that he was running away and asked if he would chase after him, and Yun replied that there was no time for him at all right now. He took the cold weapon that was sticking out of Miaoling's chest in his hand. He gripped it harder and told the president that it would hurt a little bit now, but he would have to be patient. Yun Chen finally pulled the sword out of the girl, which was very painful for her. She coughed up a bunch of blood. Yun Chen, without wasting a moment of time, used a fusion of priest skill, healing and druid skill, growth. Lu Miaoling sewed with green light. A green aura began to spill around her as well. The skin on her chest healed and Yun Chen said that the wound had healed, but asked what that black thing he took out of it was. The girl replied that it was a curse. Told that it was the bone spear that LG had pierced her with, a special cursed item that reduces attributes by 80% for 7 days. Also added that he probably left just because the deed was done. Yun Chen replied that he possessed purification skills. Lu Miaoling told him that it was a very strong curse. Even a high priest would need 3 or even 4 runs to remove it. She said that even though the wound had healed, her attributes were greatly reduced and she herself was in a weakened state. Miaoling told him that it was a pity that he would be acting alone from now on. She asked him not to delay collecting battle merits, and promised to find him after a couple days of rest. There was some fluctuation in the air. Yun Chen lifted the girl onto his back. He did this without any warning and surprised Lu Miaoling very much. Yun explained that she was weak and couldn't walk, and he wouldn't leave her here. The girl was silent for a while and then quietly thanked the younger man. Yun Chen with Lu Miaoling on his back was climbing up the slippery snowy roads. It was already getting dark and the view around was stunning. Lu Miaoling was lying on the junior's back and guiltily said that he could actually go without her. No matter how weak she was quite capable of defending herself when facing ordinary participants. She said that giving up the battle and running away were different things. Yun Chen replied that she was talking about ordinary participants. But what if she encountered dark believers? She said that they not only had hidden classes, but also 2 classes each. She said that they would prefer to take her life for the benefit of the battle. The girl said that it was all some kind of curse and asked why the hell they even gave her up. Said that it was clear that they were angry with Yun Chen, not her, and Yun Chen told her not to be modest, because she had killed as many people of the ward as he had. Said that going back to what he said, she doesn't seem surprised that they possess 2 classes. Lu Miaoling replied that she has long been aware of such phenomena, yet who is her old man explained that she just didn't expect their classes to be hidden. She told that the only way to get a dual class was to use something similar to the essence of a demon lord. Said that such as the essence of a god of war, the essence of a god of laws, the essence of a god of warriors and so on. For convenience, they all call them the essence of a god of war. She said that the principle of producing God of War essence is similar to producing Demon Lord essence. It requires the heart of a person of the 4th rank. She said that with it, the efficiency becomes higher than that of using Demon Lord essence. With the transition to a new level increases the number of attributes and skills, as well as the chance for a person to get the strongest class. She held her head and said that Elge's 2nd class was also a hidden class, meaning that the demon god essence he had gotten was from a 4th ranked person with a hidden class. Yun Chen replied that dual class was something unrealistic, so dual hidden class was something beyond, asking about how many other secrets the hidden world had, and what was the reason for their participation in the elimination competition. He stepped one more step, and then he stopped and said that they had arrived. In front of them was a large blue and round structure. Lu Miaoling said that she never thought they would arrive at the teleportation place on the 4th day. She said that according to the rules, it wouldn't open until the 7th day. Lu Miaoling stretched and said that they still had plenty of time, suggesting that he should go and look for a place to get merit points. But she had had enough. She was dragging her feet, so she would rather wait here until the end of the round. Yun Chen replied that she might be a ballast, but without it, she can't even collect monster eggs, let alone the rest. Besides, their battle merits are enough to get into the top 100, so there's no need to run around anymore. Lu Miaoling smiled. Yun suggested following from this, just resting quietly. It was the final day of the elimination round. A huge crowd of people were rushing somewhere. Someone was cursing and yelling about how it had been a damn tiring week, not to mention the daily fights with people. You also have to fight monsters. Someone added that they were also worried about their bags being stolen, saying they hadn't slept at all. One guy had lost his tin and said so. A blue-haired young man smelled something and asked what it was. Said it smelled good. Said it smelled like Xuanlong's traditional food. The other started to guess about something. It turned out that they all ran to the sleeping area where Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were already waiting for them. The people were extremely amazed to see them here still cooking something on the fire. They looked at them with hungry and frenzied eyes. Taking another bite of food into his mouth, Yun Chen said about how huge the crowd was, asking them if they wanted to eat together, telling them to just carry their bowls and chopsticks. He hadn't cooked that much. One was shocked. He said it was too much. Another added that they work hard here every day until they get bloody blisters, and these guys are just eating hogo. A third asked if they were on a mission, asking if it was normal. One of them said especially Lu Miaoling, her face is all oiled up. They raged, asking if they were on a competition or on vacation. The girl laughed and replied that it was not a vacation, but a date. This further shocked the participants who came, but they still shouted that there was no difference. The bearded guy with a star on his hat swore and said that as expected of Xianlong geniuses, they would be able to live in comfort even under these conditions. That was how the gulf between them was. Suddenly, the teleportation spot activated and everyone turned their attention to it. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling stood up. The main character said that it was time to go back. The field on the other side also activated. Soon, the surviving participants of the survival round appeared there. A man announced that the participants who had passed the qualifying round should go behind him. There was a rest area, said that a staff member would come to collect the registrars in the evening, telling them that the top 100 participants according to combat merit would participate in tomorrow's round. Yun Chen asked the man, the teleportation system from the extreme ice area only leads here. The man replied, that's right. This is the only place every contestant goes through for the record. Yun replied that's fine and said that he was going to pass on some important information. He told him that the Dark Novices had snuck into the qualifying competition and their leader was LG from the Saratitan Kingdom, and each of their novices possessed a dual class. This stunned the man. He couldn't believe what he heard. He asked again about the Dark Novices and the dual class. Then he laughed and said that Yun Chen had made a great joke that people could possess two classes. Laughing, he said that in addition, the Holy Empire had taken precautions at each level and powerful dispersing artifacts were used at the entrance, revealing the disguise of everyone who entered the city, asking how the Dark Novices could have gotten in, shouting about what a terribly ridiculous joke it was. Yun Chen, in contrast, was not at all amused. He asked if he was so much like a joker, said that it was enough to capture them to determine their identities. Then the man stopped laughing and tensed up a lot. He said that if there were really Dark Novices, they should at least be killed, they should not be released, but asked how Yun wanted him to believe him, asked if he could arrest people just because of his words. Yun Chen told him not to worry as he had already made some preparations. He smiled and said that they would soon see for themselves. People lined up in 2 rows and the man shouted for everyone to be quiet. He read that all participants would line up for a marking, then they would be able to move on. Someone cursed and yelled, "What the hell is this nonsense?" Told someone to get out of the way. The man and the security guards took notice. The man asked who was there disturbing the order with their shouting. Did they really want trouble? Asked if they didn't want to be admitted to the competition. Someone shouted. A spike demon suddenly popped out of his body. It was Yun Chen's thorn demon. He was on the other 3 slaves of the already dead Okito. They were shouting and asking, what the heck is this? This is a plant-type monster skill. They asked the thorn demons to let them go, but the demons only laughed back at them. Soon, the 3 were also tied up by magic vines. They asked how dare they summon monsters in the capital. A man shouted that these 3 participants were troublemakers. He ordered them all to be seized and sent to the interrogation room. The guards immediately obeyed the order and rushed towards the intruders. In Edgar's office, a man bowed to him. He told the commander-in-chief that after interrogation and evaluation, it could be confirmed that this trio was their parish. He revealed that each of them had a double grade. This surprised even Edgar, and he said that this was just terrible news. The man said that luckily they were able to find out everything in advance, as long as their leader LG was captured, regardless of their organization's dues. He was interrupted. Edgar laughed and said he was correct, saying he would find someone who could handle it. He held up a glass of wine and said he had served well, in time to capture the dark novices. He cheerfully said that perhaps they should have a drink and celebrate the event. Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen sat at the table, the girl laughing loudly. She told the younger man how bad he was, telling the thorn demon to leave his seeds on them. She asked him if he had heard that the 3 dark novices had already been arrested, saying that he could breathe easy now. Yun Chen replied that it was just a safety net, saying that in any case, LG would not be able to participate in tomorrow's finals. By the way, he asked how the president was doing, asking if the curse had been broken. Lu Miaoling said no. She said that she had traveled all over the capital, but all the experts of the 3rd rank and above related to the right class were busy rescuing people. She said that almost all of the rescued people are competitors in the competition. The difference is that most of the competitors come from big countries, and many of them are popular in the 5 great countries. She said that most of them are dead or in coma. The top competitors have been cursed and can't participate in the next round. Also said that she was afraid that most were seriously injured or killed, saying that considering all this, the Holy Empire said that the competition was fierce and losses were normal. The girl shouted that such a situation could not be imagined in the past tournaments. Yun Chen replied that it must be the parish doing, but what is the purpose? Is it to kill the geniuses of different countries? He said that he had a bad feeling, but anyway, their plan has come to an end. Lu Miaoling called her partner Junior again and said that her participation in the competition has come to an end. Forced participation will only embarrass Xuanlong. She told him to take her battle merit points and try his best there. Miaoling held out her device to him. Yun Chen took it and promised to do his best. The next morning came. The host welcomed the ladies and gentlemen into the arena, announced that after the first round and fierce competition in the qualifying competition, they had selected the 100 strongest geniuses. The man shouted into the microphone that today these 100 people would converge in fierce battles in the arena, saying that according to the practice, there would be a live broadcast during the battles. He asked the participants to go to the arena and told the audience to admire these geniuses. The participants, Yun Chen among them, started to enter the battlefield. Dongyun College was also watching the broadcast. Yun Chen was now being shown. His former teacher was shouting joyfully that he never dared to dream that one day their student would participate in the world tournament, saying that he was honored to be his teacher. The other teachers were furious. One woman cursed Chen Yuan for the fact that he, a novice, had managed to rise so high. She believed that it was all just because of the luck of being noticed by the principal. She was extremely annoyed that even the vice principal treated him as an equal. She cursed everything for the fact that there were no such capable students in her class. In Jiangnan Academy, everyone was also ready to watch the fights. Some were excited that the competition was about to start. They were happy that a student from their academy was competing on the world stage. They were urging others to come here. It was more fun to watch together. One guy was shouting that he was selling popcorn and set meals. One serving was 1 credit. Yun Chen was there too. She pointed her finger at the screen and told everyone to watch. She shouted that it was her brother. Her brother was also participating. The students were shocked to see what was happening on the screen, and the little girl kept shouting that her brother was the coolest. Nicole and her mother were also watching the competition from the Valley of the Silver Moon. Her mother told Nicole that it was quite surprising that her daughter was interested in some kind of competition. She asked if this boy got the necklace from her. She said that Nicole had an eye for it. This made the girl blush. Her cheeks got very red. She yelled to her mom not to talk nonsense and instead follow the tournament. She yelled that she just wanted to watch and learn how to fight like these strong men. She said it wasn't about this guy at all, but her mom just chuckled softly, and soon it was announced that all the competitors had entered the arena, and there really were 100 people in the arena. The host said that as usual, they would now announce the ranking of the combat merits of the qualifying competition. He invited everyone to look at the ranking of their contestants. The man pointed his hand at the scoreboard. In first place was the Saratian Kingdom, LG. In second place was the Sacred Empire, Lucini. In third place was the Xianlong country, Yun Chen. In fourth place was the White Eagle Empire, Okama. And in fifth place was the Northern Bear Empire, Karlovsky. The auditorium went wild. Someone asked how come Princess Lucini was only in second place. People asked who was the Joker in first place. How could a person from a small country that no one had heard of be in first place? They asked where was Lu Miaoling, Okito, where were the top players of the 5 great countries? Also someone asked what was the jerk from Xianlong doing in third place. They shouted that there was clearly some shenanigans behind all of this. Lu Miaoling was also sitting in the audience. She was terribly angry that LG was still in the ranking. She asked herself where the organizer was looking. The girl refused to believe that he was not recognized as a dark novice, because she thought it was simply impossible. But LG was still standing in the arena. He asked if it was worth making a fuss over such a trivial matter. He said that the most exciting part was just beginning. Yun Chen noticed him in the crowd. The protagonist realized that LG could only be here for one simple reason, but he still had hope that his hunch was false. The host shouted loudly that in this competition the contestants would fight in random pairs. The higher the ranking, the more resources a country would get, shouting that he was now announcing the official start of the second round of the world tournament. He told the 100 geniuses to try to extract resources for their country. Water spheres with clumps inside appeared in the air. They gurgled loudly. First the spheres appeared above the heads of the participants. Then they swallowed them into themselves. Yun Chen and some guy looked down in surprise. They were landed in another large dome. The blocks pierced the bottom in the ground where the geniuses of the countries had landed. A very unusual-looking guy laughed and said that this was quite an interesting way to enter the arena. But what was even more interesting was that he faced a classless jerk in the first fight. This guy's name is Halbaroon. He's from the Mohan Kingdom. His level is 49, and his class is Necromancer. He immediately started attacking the enemy, shouting that this battle will end in an instant. A magic book opened in front of him, and from there dark magic. This magic formed the Walking Dead. They crawled straight towards Yun Chen. Halbaroon used an undead summoning, an undead skeleton soldier, and an undead knight, as well as an undead archer skeleton. All these undead looked extremely terrifying. They were wearing all sorts of armor and weapons. Yun Chen replied that the battle should really be over. He sank into some kind of black mass until he disappeared completely. However, in fact, he didn't go anywhere. The protagonist leaped between the skeletons and was already very close to his opponent. Halbaroon immediately realized that it was the shadow movement of a shadow flow spike. He swore and shouted that he was moving between the shadows of his monsters. Unfortunately for him, in a blink of an eye, he lost sight of Yun Chen. He turned around, looking for which monster's shadow he was hiding in. But there was nowhere he was hiding. A blade was placed at Halbaroon's neck. Yun Chen was already behind him. He told the genius of the other realm that it wasn't the monster, but his shadow. Halbaroon raised both his hands up and said that the shadow stream spike was the most suitable for restraining his class representative, saying that he didn't even have time to fight and had already surrendered. Suddenly, someone roared loudly and asked what happened. This someone asked, "How can this kid use weapons of many classes and possess two classes?" Yun and Halbaroon didn't realize what happened. And then they looked up. Everyone was looking up. The participants were shouting and asking, "What's going on up there? Does dual class really exist?" They were shouting that it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. One of the spheres up there was emitting a black aura. There was a real chaos going on inside it. LG was there. He was equipped with armor and a couple of weapons. The geniuses of the countries were shouting that his body was also emitting a dark aura. They asked where he got his second class from. Someone, judging by the dark aura emanating from him, asked if he was from the ward. They thought that was impossible. After all, dark novices are stinking sewer rats. They wouldn't show themselves so openly. Algae towered over the guy in armor. His dark aura flared through the air. He sighed and laughed. Now his eye remained the same, but the other eye was yellow-black. Algae said to himself, "Oh, that's how it is." Using all his power, said it was refreshing. The guy in armor called his opponent a bastard, shouting that although he didn't know how he managed to sneak into the tournament, but since he decided to show himself in front of it. The guy directed his big blue attack at him, shouting that it was time for the dark novice to accept death. The people in the auditorium relaxed a bit. After all, this is the Templar of the Kingdom of Tia. Kristen, one guy was pretty much saying that he drew in battle with 3 leaders. He was deservedly dubbed a genius. Another encouragingly told Kristen to only go forward and finish off this arrogant dark messenger. However, the attack came to nothing. This shocked Christian. He wondered where Algae was. Unfortunately, he hadn't felt his presence right behind his back yet, but he turned around nonetheless. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to do anything before Algae chopped his body into pieces. Algae indifferently and coldly asked where such a weak insect got this courage from. When Christian's body was already flying to the floor, he asked what gives it to. The audience was terribly shocked and confused. One guy asked how the true genius of the Kingdom of Tia died after a single blow. Another guy was horrified that LD killed him without any hesitation. He shouted that the dark novices were the true evil. A third guy said he felt that something great was about to happen. The young LD commander stepped over Christian's corpse in his armor, showing everyone that here he was the winner. LD laughed and asked the weak men if they had seen it. He shouted that no matter how much their military tried to hide the news, they couldn't get rid of this fact. LD told everyone present that the multiclass existed and if they wished to gain similar power, it wasn't too late to start serving the Almighty Lord. He smiled and said after he interrupted their so-called geniuses one by the young commander of the world of darkness laughed and wished for them all to face the fear of the world of darkness. The way he laughs intimidatingly was broadcast on all the screens, and one woman looked at the billboard and called him a bastard, saying that the parish had managed to get so bad recently. Another man was not at all happy to see him on the screen again. A curly-haired man asked, after which the geniuses of this tournament are idle, telling them to hurry up and kill algae. 3 people from an extremely poor country, in terribly shabby clothes, were listening to the tournament radio. One young man was cursing algae. He was just shocked by the news. The elder replied that it didn't matter, because he was the genius of their country, so let him be arrogant. The guy with the bandage on his face was thinking about the fact that it turned out that the dual class really existed, and it looked quite strong. He thought that if he could get it, he saw nothing wrong with joining them. The poor guy cursed himself for the fact that he had managed to get the idea of betraying humanity at all. He could not help but think that it was incredibly tempting. The people who were organizing all this were in a panic. They were cursing everyone and everything and asking how it could have come to this. One man asked a group of people what they were doing and ordered them to cut off the broadcast. Edgar then intervened. He told the man to calm down. He explained that since algae had declared war on the geniuses of all mankind, cutting off the broadcast would only raise unnecessary suspicion from the people. The man tried to argue that it was better than letting it go, shouting that if he could take first place, people would lose confidence in their future and morale would be low. Edgar replied that he thought that was the purpose of their organization, saying that they were trying to use the world tournament to inform the world of the existence of a dual class, saying that he had caused panic among the people. They would be able to attract people who were hungry for power. The man asked what they should do now. Edgar asked, why not let him continue to participate in the tournament? He said that Princess Lucini's powers were with them. He said she would figure it out. Algae stood and laughed at the tanned muscular body. He said it was all nightmarishly weak. Once again he swung his big, sharp weapon, screaming that it was weak, too weak. He stuck it right into the corpse of the huge guy he was fighting, laughing at the fact that all these weaklings were so-called geniuses. The people in the auditorium were in real horror. One guy shouted that everyone who participated had lost, saying that Okma was from the White Eagle Kingdom, Kilovsky was from the Northern Bear Empire. Another added that they were all top geniuses, but died at the hands of algae, said that that guy not only had hidden class skills, he and the value of all his attributes was ridiculously high. A girl asked, can't anyone beat him? Lu Miaoling silently sat in the very last row. She was terribly angry, thinking about the fact that if that bastard hadn't used the elimination round to deal with his threatening opponents beforehand, things would be different now. She knew that if she were at the peak of her strength, right now she would have crushed him. Miaolin's hands were shaking with anger. She cursed algae. Meanwhile, algae himself was asking who was next. The cat wanted to die next. He said that killing these people was not enough for him. Then a black vortex appeared beside him on the battlefield. Algae turned around. Princess Lucini appeared out of it. Her dress was even more gorgeous than usual. She told Elgisan that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, saying that he was still as annoying as ever. People were wary. Someone shouted that she had decided to show herself after all. The bald guy said she was the strongest genius of the Holy Empire, one of the most popular candidates to win the tournament. Princess Lucini. He wished the princess would kill the jerk. The girl asked Algae if he felt it. She talked about the expectation from the strongest man. She bent over and said they were so heavy, mighty black wings erupted from her back. Lucini asked him to let her provide her answer. One guy in the audience marveled at the black wings and said that this time, he had a good feeling. Another guy said that according to the information, the princess's birth caused a vision and after meeting the god she got the power of an angel. The first guy was even more amazed at what was turning out. The princess had the class of an angel. When he finished, the blonde-haired girl turned around and told him that foreigners like them could only hear about it, and it was like that. But when Princess Lucini decided to go out to lose, she was attacked by the parish. said to protect her followers. She was willing to give up her invincible holy class, and just that, her fallen state. She had found a more powerful force, albeit evil, to save everyone. The girl was crying and shouting about how wonderful Princess Lucini was. She believed that the princess would definitely save her followers as she had done before and turn the situation around. She shouted that only such a noble, elegant and powerful woman could defeat a villain like Algie. The guys were even a little embarrassed by her words. One of them told her that, by the way, he had found an extremely strong guy to fight with Algie. Everyone focused their attention on Algie, completely forgetting about him. He pointed his finger at someone, said that he was similar to Algie and had not lost a single battle so far, and the speed with which he defeated opponents was comparable to Algie, or even higher than Algie's. Told that he was a participant from the Xianlong country, classless Yun Chen. The host shouted longingly that it was starting, saying that the strongest genius of the Holy Empire, a girl cared for by the god of spring against a dark novice. He even called it a premature start to the finals. The man asked all the spectators of today's world tournament to enjoy her pose, shouting that Princess Lucini carries their hope, and will definitely punish the dark novice. The people in the audience shouted for her to kill him and finish him off so he would know how foolish it was to betray humanity. They said that even if they couldn't kill the ward dog, let alone defeat the demon spawn. Algie poked his ear in boredom and said how bored he was with it all. He wondered how many people he had to kill before they shut their mouths. Lucini grinned and took off on her black wings. She spoke mesmerized. They sounded like the wonderful sounds of nature in her ears. Then she attacked him with a bunch of her feathers. They flew straight at her opponent like arrows. Algie finally drew his weapon and got into a fighting stance. He managed to jump up as the entire ground beneath him began to crumble. The girl said that he had used nefarious tricks during the elimination round to knock out almost all the top geniuses. The princess asked, if they were all here, would he dare to expose himself like that? She called the murders of losers rather pathetic. Lucini formed a dark tunnel between them and shouted at him not to dare overestimate himself. The tunnel became a whirlwind. It picked up and scattered the corpses of the contestants Algie had defeated and himself. People were commenting on what a frightening skill it was, saying that even a rank 3 master couldn't withstand it, shouting that as expected of a princess, she was pretty damn tough. They laughed and said that that bastard Algie later had already been torn to pieces. When the vortex dissipated, an empty battlefield opened up in front of Lucini. She was surprised that Algie had disappeared. She pondered that no, he must have used a disguise. Lucini realized that he could be absolutely anywhere. Algie was right behind her. He swung his huge cold weapon and asked his noble princess where she was looking. The girl was extremely startled. She turned around in a hurry. Lucini luckily managed to block the blow with her wings. Feathers sprinkled. However, the impact was so strong that you couldn't even see the princess flying down, only an arrow cutting through the air. There was an explosion below. Lucini sat on the ground, a dent forming around her. She was breathing heavily, and a dark novice was already flying at her from above. He literally carried on like lightning. The princess knew his attributes were too high. Even wondering how she could fight him, she decided she needed to break the distance. Algie smiled evilly and told Lucini that she seemed to have misunderstood something. He lunged at her again and asked if she seriously thought he had backed off because he was afraid of her. A tunnel of green aura formed. At one end was Princess Lucini and at the other end was the dark novice Algie. The girl covered her face with her hands and screamed loudly. Algie grabbed her right by the neck. He lifted her higher and said he'd just like to minimize the risks. Lucini's mouth was bleeding. she whispered with all her might, "The breath of the eye of the storm, the shaman of the storm." She told Algie that it turns out he had not 2 but 3 hidden classes. Algie congratulated her for guessing so quickly, saying that such a clever girl deserved an extra reward. And then snapped his fingers. A black hole appeared behind her, a portal. Algie explained to her that he would send her straight to the world of darkness at the mercy of the Overlord. Now Princess Lucini was truly afraid. She begged him not to do it. But he didn't care at all about her pleas. Algie threw her into the arms of darkness without a moment's hesitation. Soon the portal closed. There was silence in the auditorium. People were just terrified. Some covered their mouths with their hands. Some were stunned. Algie asked them why they had fallen silent, asked if they had been yelling joyfully recently, shouted at them to continue. One guy asked desperately how this could happen. Another said that Princess Lucini had lost and had even been sent to the world of darkness. A third said he couldn't even imagine such a thing, wondering what nightmarish torments awaited her there. An elderly man said he couldn't believe it. So many geniuses had participated, and one single dark novice had defeated them all, shouting that he hadn't even been beaten by a battle. A new participant in the tournament had already appeared in front of Algie. The dark novice smiled and asked if he was his next opponent. The guy through tears shouted that no, he'd rather abstain. He said he was automatically teleported. He shouted that he didn't want to fight. He didn't want to die. He ran away and begged him to let him out. The guy shouted to the organizers that he wouldn't fight, because Algie would make a chop out of him. He said that he had 3 hidden classes, maybe even a 4th. He shouted that to fight such a monster was to die. The poor guy asked for help. And so it happened time after time. One shouted that even Princess Lucini couldn't handle it, whereas they could. Another that he didn't want to fight, that he didn't want to die, also asked to teleport him out of there. The third girl and the 4th guy shouted that they wanted to drop out of the tournament, asked to be eliminated. Algie was laughing hysterically at the fact that all these pathetic people were so-called geniuses of humanity. The way he was laughing was broadcast everywhere, and so it wasn't just those who were there who were horrified. The people of the city looked at the screen on the building and said that the other participants were scared to death because of the loss of the princess, asked what was the point of them talking about the victory over the demons, if they cannot even deal with the subordinate mutt. One guy said that it's over, their world is over. However, all of a sudden, someone interrupted him, pointed at the screen, and yelled for everyone to wait, because there was one more person who wasn't afraid of him. It was said that this person even volunteered to come to the set, and this shocked everyone. The host announced that they still had a genius who had not given up, saying that he was not afraid and was not going to give up. Shouted that he wanted to fight. Of course it was Yun Chen. He said that it was time to end this farce. Somewhere in the undead swamps, everything was terribly gloomy and terrifying. A castle could be seen ahead. The trees around had long since dried up and died. Inside everything was in house, broken stone slabs, corpses of dark novices and demons, and there was a woman sitting on a throne, with 2 girls standing below her, 3 men bowing to them below, one of whom was clearly the bossy one. This man had orange hair and an extremely disgruntled look that was obvious. On the throne sat Dean Xia. She told him that it was no wonder their headquarters was so hard to find. They had placed it in the monsters' territory, saying that their stronghold in Xianlong was covered by the military and the local lair was destroyed by it, asking the man if he had anything else to say to that. The man's hands were tied. He yelled out her name, Xia Qingcheng. Asked didn't she resign as a teacher, but then why did she target them? This man from the parish organization, President Elvic. Xia Qingcheng asked him if he wanted to say that she can't hunt rats anymore either. She added that even more so if they were big rats, and he didn't seem to care at all that their organization had been destroyed. This made Elvic extremely laugh, and he laughed loudly, shouting that if anyone didn't understand the whole situation, it was her, Xia Qingcheng. He told the woman that right now his son was showing the world the full power of the multiclass, dominating the tournament, enjoying killing, saying that people who saw this would be seized by despair, and therefore for the sake of survival and greater strength, they would choose to become dark novices and went to seek refuge in the dark world. Elvic shouted that even if she destroyed their headquarters, so what, saying that within 3 years, the organization would be reborn with even greater strength than now, and soon humanity would be destroyed. Xia Qingcheng replied that what he said could indeed happen, but the basis of everything was their young commander who must achieve the ultimate victory. One of the women's succubi clicked on the camera. The broadcast of the World Tournament appeared on the wall in front of them. There on the battlefield stood Yun Chen and LG. Xia Qingcheng said that right now he was facing an insurmountable peak. Yun Chen himself was standing in the middle of a pile of corpses and smoke. LG greeted his acquaintance and said that he had already given him a chance to survive, but he preferred to die. He was telling Yun Chen to come over so he could help him with this. Yun Chen did come over and asked if he was serious. He said that somehow he didn't recall anything like that. Yun stepped heavily on the ground and kicked it. Now he appeared behind the young ward commander's back and added that he didn't recall LG sparing anyone. He had his opponent, the guy in armor, on his hands. LG was shocked. He wondered when Yun had managed to get around him. Yun Chen stood at the cliff of the arena. He looked at the guy in green armor and said that these competitors were not as strong as LG, but they never gave up and fought him being human until the last moment. Yun Chen released the guy into the water sphere and added that they were different from him who was willing to become an obedient dog of demons for the sake of strength. Saying that even if they were to die now, Yun used the shaman's basic skill, a small vortex. These vortices gently lifted each of the beaten or killed participants in the tournament. He said that they would earn their glory by being the losers. The water spheres carried each of them away. People were asking, that guy is Yun Chen after all, saying that although he wasn't as famous around the world, he was something different from the other guys, shouting that if it was him, maybe he would be able to defeat that scum. Then LG said that it seems like Yun Chen is trying to give people back a glimmer of hope, but himself just loves to crush them. The young commander's eyes gained craziness. He used the Dragon Slayer class, Rainbow Dash. Being in red magic, he threw himself at his opponent. There was a violent explosion and the ground exploded under the impact of LG's attack. LG realized that Yun Chen had disappeared again. Yun appeared from the side, swung his spear at the enemy and said that he would be surprised, but all the parishes that saw this skill were essentially dead. He used a fusion of the spearman's skills, crushing and berserk, fierce strike. Together they merged into the explosive spear, and Yun Chen struck LG with it, shouting that he too would be no exception. LG was thrown back heavily along with Yun Chen's attack. Then he once again used skill fusion, but this time it was the mage skill, fireball and shaman skill, wind release. The demonic flame hurricane activated. A blue fire whirlwind rushed towards the target, LG. In response to the attack, LG used Mad Storm. He aimed his lightning bolts at the fire. However, to his great surprise, nothing happened. The flames were still rushing towards him as well. LG angrily and shockedly asked himself, how come? He even started to get worried. The blue flame did catch up with him though. LG flew down and thought about the fact that he was blessed with the high attributes of the hidden class and yet he was still defeated. The young commander landed on a stone slab. It was painful and loud. He lay motionless and Yun Chen had already flown at him, aiming his spear. It stabbed straight into his opponent's back. However, something was not right here. There was no blood, no screams, in a word nothing. Yun Chen realized almost immediately that this body was an illusion. Right now, LG and many more of his illusions were swirling around Yun Chen. Right, things just couldn't end so easily. Someone in the auditorium shouted that they were clones, the ghost hunter's multi-image. Another said that it was because Princess Lucini didn't have time to deal with the situation. All her attacks were going through the clones. The first guy shouted to Yun Chen to be careful. LG and his clones were circling around the protagonist in a wall, trying to confuse him. LG laughed and asked how much of a shock Yun Chen had given him, shouting that this was the power of the ghost hunter. Now a couple of his clones, or maybe himself, were flying at him, and the young commander shouted that Yun wouldn't even realize before he died. Yun Chen was not confused. He used the skill fusion again. Now it was the fighter skill, inch punch, and the deist skill, crushing fist. His fist attack flew straight into the enemy's face. Then with a tophemy he sealed LG into a rock. Then he had already replied that at the very least, he knew how there was a tall pillar of smoke on the battlefield. It was coming from LG's body, and Yun Chen was standing on top of it. The audience was shocked. They marveled at how Yun Chen had toppled him. They shouted how fierce Yun Chen was. Someone said that the dark novice was like a toy for him. Another guy shockingly asked if his opponent was dead. He was talking about LG, but unfortunately, a third guy remarked that no, he was still alive. He also shouted that LG's wounds healed terribly fast. Yun Chen looked at him silently. Now, the dark novice smiled and said that he had received the blessing of one of the 72 demon lords, and therefore his body was immortal, said that Yun Chen would not be able to kill him. Then the young ward commander was very much surprised by something. His previously relaxed eyes widened greatly. All because Yun Chen wasted no time and used the deist skill, crushing step, and fighter skill, piercing strike. He struck straight at LG and immediately found himself in the rocks. The ground around him also started collapsing rapidly, and Yun said that he would make meat gravy out of him then. Now he was using the mad trampling skill. LG was being pelted with rocks and heavy blocks. He was now far from being as complacent as usual. His black eye lit up and he hissed that Yun Chen was a bastard and would not settle down. Yun Chen managed to bounce away before a black magic pillar appeared from where he was trampling his opponent. LG appeared from there. He was liming and telling the enemy that he seemed to have not yet realized the situation either. Yun Chen recalled the feeling and realized that LG was no longer human. Black and bony wings grew on his back, telling him that he had absorbed 2 essences of the god of war, and had commandeered 3 hidden classes. Screaming that a lowly classless like Yun Chen was just a fake of him, he now had activated Ghost Hunter, Hunting Mode, Dragon Slayer Power, and Storm Shaman, Storm Control. LG promised to put the arrogant Yun in his place. A strong wind appeared. Soon there was an explosion that took up almost the entire battlefield. LG used a piercing spear and threw it at his opponent. He was now smiling contentedly. The piercing spear was so strong that it shattered the arena and large blocks of rocks flew down. The people in the auditorium were shouting about how immutable the power of the skill was. Its power was higher than the previous one. Someone said that his attributes were high, so he was using the skills of 3 hidden classes at once. They said that it was hard for them to even imagine how strong it was. For themselves, many spectators had already decided that it was over for them. LG laughed and flew straight towards Yun Chen, saying that only the world of darkness could provide such a powerful force. Through the smoke from the explosion a silhouette appeared. It was Yun Chen's silhouette. He was shaken up quite a bit. LG's big weapon attack was already flying towards the protagonist, and the dark novice shouted that Yun Chen would experience it on his own skin. His strike met with the golden weapon. It was Yun Chen's weapon. Now he was already in a completely different appearance and easily repelled the dark novice's attack. The young ward commander was furious. He asked himself how Yun Chen was able to stop his attack. What was even going on? Yun Chen asked if LG liked folding attributes. Not that it was a question. So without waiting for any answer, he said that it would be as he wished. One of his divine hands was already preparing to give LG a good flick. The dark novice's whole body was shaking with anger. He clenched his teeth with all his might. The golden iron hand kicked him and he flew far backward while screaming. He slammed into the wall of the sphere. Blood spurted out of his mouth and a noticeable imprint was left on his forehead. Yun Chen had already managed to be very close by and attacked the enemy once again. This time, the young commander managed to block the blow. The stones behind him started to make strange sounds, vibrating and rubbing against each other. Yun Chen used a fusion of skills. Right now it was a magic swordsman skill, decapitating flaming sword, and a berserker skill, fierce strike. After the fusion of these skills, a golden and powerful dragon was formed. It jawed at LG and flew down with him, threw him off, and the dark novice entered the very ground, leaving a golden magical plume behind his path. The spectators were far more amazed than before, saying that it was destroyed anyway, that this arena had been specially prepared for the tournament. Even third-rank masters would have a hard time destroying it. One guy said one was scarier than the other. LG lifted himself up and cursed everything. Yun carefully landed beside him. The dark novice's entire nose and mouth were covered in blood. He said that he had 3 essence god of war, so why the hell can't he defeat Yun Chen? Now not only one of his eyes was black, but both of them. Yun came closer and explained that it was because it was very important to practice push-ups. This really surprised LG. He obviously didn't expect such a response. Meanwhile, Yun grabbed him by the neck with all his might and lifted him up just like LG had done to Lucini. He said that LG had said himself that he couldn't kill him. The dark novice said that he had received the blessing of the Supreme Demon Lord. Even if the internal organs, bones or muscles were destroyed, he would still not die, saying that Yun Chen would have to pay a heavy price for being in this form. Asked if this was true, without waiting for an answer, said that he would be the only one to die in this battle. After these words, the young commander laughed. The protagonist asked if it was true, used a fusion of skills, and reached out with his hand, shrouded in magic, to the enemy. He touched the guy's chest with it. It was a fusion of the skills of a mage, fireball, and a magical swordsman, future flame. Now there was an explosion of blue fire like no one had ever seen before. Both of them were lifted up in the flames. People were shouting and marveling at this technique, shouting that if attacks couldn't kill an immortal, then burn him alive. They refused to believe that LG could even stay alive after this. People were already starting to celebrate the victory, shouting for Yun to burn him sooner. LG did begin to slowly dissolve in Yun Chen's hands. He could hear the people's wishes for him to be burned. Finally Yun threw him to the ground, and the people kept shouting and screaming. His golden hair started to fall off. A little while later, his entire image disappeared. The protagonist was breathing heavily, trying to get his breathing back to normal. He knew that tens of thousands of strength was imposing strong debuffs that caused his attributes to literally go to 0. The 7th sweat was dripping down him, and he pondered the fact that it would be extremely difficult for him to deal with even a normal class human right now. Then he wondered how it was over and looked at the dark novice. LG's hands and insides were on fire, fire coming from his mouth. His body was broadcast on all the screens. People were cheering. Even the sun seemed to peek out from behind the clouds in honor of this event. People were shouting that he had won. He was able to defeat the novice. They said that despite the 3 hidden classes or the immortal body, he could not defeat them humans. They were terribly happy that the world still had a future. They called Yun Chen a true hero. Perhaps today humanity had a new hope and desire to live. However, one guy interrupted out of joy, saying that he couldn't believe his eyes. Shouted that that guy's hand had just moved, and it was true that algae was still capable of some body movements. This once again made everyone terrified. They couldn't believe that he was moving. Once again they started talking about how it was definitely over and Yun Chen was in a weakened state and couldn't beat anymore. The girl next to her was terrified because Yun still failed to kill him. Lu Miaoling was sitting behind those two. She was silent and worried. Then she stood up. LG stood up and asked if all Yun Chen came up with was to just burn him alive, and added that he was too naive. Yun asked, what did it mean to just burn him, telling him that LG was too underestimating his magic flame. In fact, poor Yun Chen no longer had the strength to even straighten his back. He was saying with his last strength that it was S rank and had the effect of burning the soul, saying that even if his body was immortal, so what? Saying that after being in the flames for so long, his soul had already started to deteriorate, extremely shocked and frightened the dark novice. He stood up and realized that damn it, consciousness was really dissipating. He asked himself if this was the sensation of death. Alga's eyes gradually closed. He thought about the fact that he might die, but Yun Chen would also lose his life, and otherwise, sooner or later, he would turn into a disaster for the world of darkness. Suddenly, Lu Miaoling shouted loudly that it was bad. Elijah stretched his hand forward from his last strength and asked the demon lord to accept his last sacrifice. A dark vortex appeared in the air. Yun Chen was shocked. He hadn't realized what was happening. Elijah shouted, "Reverse gate, lock on." The protagonist summoned divine lightning. He thought about the fact that what he had decided to counterattack before he died was within his expectations. However, Yun had counted on the fact that the remaining magic power would be enough to make the final jump. The seal on his neck began to hurt badly and began to fly away along with the blood. Yun Chen immediately realized that he had fixed the soul pursuit seal on him, and as long as it was activated, he wouldn't die. But what scared him more was that the leap wasn't working. A black gloved hand appeared next to Yun Chen's face. It was Lu Miaoling, who despite having little strength of her own came to his aid. The girl grabbed him and jumped back with him from the attack. They landed on a stone slab and she watched as the black vortex destroyed absolutely everything in its path. Lu Miaoling shouted that it was dangerous and it almost dragged on. Yun told the president that she shouldn't have come here because the soul pursuit seal had activated, saying that this skill not to be avoided. The vortex changed direction towards them. He rushed at them, again destroying everything in his path. After a short period of time, there was silence. There was a deep hole in the ground and no one in it. The audience couldn't find words. And LG laughed and asked Yun Chen what of Yun Chen's strength, saying that the victory still turned out to be for him, for the parish. He asked the audience if he needed to talk about what happens to a person after entering the world of darkness. LG himself had already almost vanished into thin air. However, he did answer that they were being killed by demons. People were extremely disappointed, saying that he had almost won. They cursed the damn dark novice. They asked how it was possible, not being able to win, to decide to sacrifice. Nicole became worried. Even her elf ears drooped with sadness. She asked how so. Someone knocked hard on the wooden table, leaving a mark of impact there. It was Dean E. He shouted that it was nonsense and what the hell the organizers were doing. He asked why the 4th rank masters did not do anything during the whole round. What are they doing there? Do they really want to die? He shouted that they should not have sent them to participate in the tournament. Suddenly, Teacher E ran into his office. She yelled to Dean E that something terrible had happened. She told him that the speed of the flow of time in the Academy Square had changed dramatically. The surrounding buildings and trees were collapsing and being subjected to atmospheric pressure. In addition, many students had been sucked in. A green dome appeared outside on the Academy grounds, where the students were watching the World Tournament, with a single small silhouette of a person in it. Teacher Mi explained that it was Yun Chen who had lost control of the skill. The students of the academy shouted that they should run away quickly and never go near her. Another guy said that he had just been near her, and in the meantime half of his body had aged. Now one half of his hair had shaved and his face had wrinkled a lot. The girl next to them asked who was the student. Poor Yun Chen was mourning her brother. Her pupils were missing, and tears were streaming out of her eyes. The drops weren't falling, they were liming in the air, just like Yun Chen herself. Elvic laughed and said that the final victory was for their organization, said that the only genius capable of defeating LG had fallen, shouting that humanity was destined to fall into despair. Xia Qingcheng remained silent. And Xiaoyu threw her chains at Elvic and asked how he still dared to laugh. Her demon chains tied his neck so that he had to cough out quite a bit of blood. The succubus shouted at him to try laughing again, ordering him to laugh. Keep laughing. The other demon girl told the madam about Yun Chen. Dean Xia replied that he was just transported to the world of darkness. He did not die. She said that she wanted to send him there herself, but he was there a little earlier. And then she said that she trusted her intuition and such a difficult situation would not be a hindrance to him. The surprising thing was that Xia Qingcheng said this with absolute calmness and confidence. A black vortex appeared in the field in the Rocky Mountains. Yun Chen was extremely exhausted. He and Lu Miaoling were being spun around in the whirlwind. They landed on the green grass, with Miaoling doing so much more confidently than Yun Chen. They stood up and looked around. The beauty was really magnificent. Lu Miaoling asked if this was the world of darkness, and Yun Chen said that just like Teacher Xia said, it was different from the perceptions. Suddenly, someone loudly made strange sounds, which greatly frightened the poor protagonist. When he turned around, he realized that it was Lu Miaoling and she had just fallen to her knees from extreme fatigue. He swore and remembered that he had almost forgotten that the local air was soaked with the breath of darkness. He thought to himself that he might not be affected by it, but the student council president was another matter. He crouched down to the girl and told her to hold on. Unfortunately, there was nothing else he could do to help right now. Yun Chen drank some liquid from a blue bottle. Afterward, he took out his spear and waved it around. This bottle activated the priest's main skill of purification. Yun Chen created a dome around Lu Miaoling. Miaoling stood up. She was greatly surprised, and her chest still had a large and noticeable scar on it from LG's blow. Yun Chen realized that he was still in a weakened state, and therefore even if he drank the mana potion, he would have to use purification a few more times. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned back. There was a stunned demon walking towards them, which Yun was not at all happy about. The demon was also very frightened to see people here. He cursed and ran away, shouting that the sneaky humans had come, saying that they wanted to destroy their village. This demon looked almost the same as a normal human, but his skin was red and he had horns on his head. He was running away and asking the guards for help. Yun Chen didn't understand what happened at all. Lu Miaoling told him not to let the demon escape. She stretched out her hand towards him. Yun Chen hurriedly told her not to move. After all, he didn't have much strength left as it was. The classless man opened the very potion bottle with his teeth. He drank it all down and said that in this world, the dark aura was boundless. Purification would only delay the inevitable, so she needed to adapt to the environment, otherwise she would turn into a monster sooner or later. Lu Miaoling irritably said that she was aware of this and had already started working on herself. She called that cheeky dark aura insignificant, shouting for her to not even think of decomposing it. Lightning swirled around Miaoling and a dark tail appeared. Yun Chen asked if it had worked. The girl now looked much more confident. She said that her last two elements were yin and yang, and among them, the yin element was something similar to her, and black strands appeared on her hair. Lu Miaoling said that it had helped her a lot. Before they knew it, a bunch of armed demon guards gathered around them. Then Yun Chen said that from the looks of it, it wasn't time to relax yet. The demon said that the despicable people should perish. They suggested each other to sacrifice their corpses to the god. Wasting no time, they rushed to attack, shouting that they would kill them immediately. Yun Chen said that they were not that strong. Their strength was at the first and second rank level, but he needed another half an hour for the weakened state to descend, and the president was not in the best condition. He realized that engaging in battle would be a bad idea and said so. Unexpectedly, Lu Miaoling grabbed his arm and threw him on her back. Yun Chen was extremely shocked by this turn of events. He probably expected anyone, but not this. The girl replied that of course, fighting was not an option right now. She shouted to the junior to hurry up. The demon said about how determined they were to escape. Some kid behind the demon army ordered them to rush in pursuit and prevent them from escaping. The demons immediately obeyed the order. Lu Miaoling asked if it was a long-range attack. She said that he was obviously not tested. She also, leaning heavily to the right, shouted to the junior not to be careful and not to fall. They were rushing from side to side, dodging every attack. Suddenly, they fell, slipping on the grass. However, the girl immediately got up, dodging another attack. Her mouth was bleeding, but she said that it was a perfect dodge, asking Yun Chen how he felt about her base. Yun Chen replied that he was able to dodge everything, but what about her? Indeed, Yun was unharmed, but Lu Miaoling was wounded, with many arrows sticking out of her body, but she still ran. The girl laughed and told Yun to forget about it. After all, it was just scratches, and they were already at their destination. Yun Chen asked what other destination. Lu Miaoling abruptly slowed down. Ahead was a high cliff, and in it was a cave. Miaoling shouted that it was here, said that it took her a long time to find such a perfect place. The girl was already barely walking. Yun asked the president really. The girl, without any warning and without letting him finish speaking, grabbed his sleeve, threw him inside and said that she didn't have much strength left to run with him in her arms, and therefore he should stay inside and not get out so as not to cause her any unnecessary trouble. Yun Chen painfully fell down in the cave. He reprimanded himself and said that the only advantage of this area was that it was easier for her to defend him at the entrance, but the disadvantages were just as obvious. Standing at the entrance of the cave, she would lose her advantage of movement during the fight, and that's not taking into account the fact that she had nowhere to retreat to. Yun looked at his hand and said that even if he were to rush into battle right now, it would only get in the way under his feet, and there were still 18 more minutes until the weakened state ended, and the only way to survive was to hold out. He shouted to the president that if it gets tough, she should run, saying that it wasn't worth fighting to the death here. Lu Miaoling replied that running away with her tail between her legs was not her style, saying that it was time to fight to the death. The demon army had already approached the cave. Lu Miaoling fought them as hard as she could, a lot of dust rising around her. The demons used shadow blade, flames of destruction, blood claw against her at the same time. The girl was in great tension, although they were not too strong. In such a state, fighting alone against an entire army is extremely hard. Miaoling activated the healing. The demon attacks met her shield. Miaoling cursed everything. Another burst of blood flew out of her mouth. They realized that such a small flame would not be enough. Yun Chen was burning with shame. After all, he saw how hard it was for the president to be there alone. However, he realized that he couldn't go out now. He was too tired and had to restrain himself until his weakened state subsided. Miaoling turned around to check on him. She was pleased that, as expected of a junior, he had gotten his emotions under control. The girl thought it was a wise decision. Then she said that elemental magic consumes too much magical power, so it would be foolish to drag out the fight. She now had big fox ears and red hair, as well as many pink tails. She said that since this is the case, using a state best suited for close combat, she activated the heavenly fox blood madness. Miaoling's long claws appeared and her eyes turned black. The demons shouted to the bloody humans that they would regret if they decided to keep them alive. All the demons shouted with glee that they would kill her. Miaoling rushed towards them and shouted for them not to overreact. After all, they demons were the only ones here who deserved to die. Once again, a tense battle ensued. One of the demons was right at her back and damaged her tails. However, the girl was lucky to jump up and push it hard. While defending herself from another attack, the demons attacked her absolutely mercilessly. Soon, everyone was exhausted. The demons were breathing heavily, and Miaoling sat on the ground. She thought about how it was a shame for her to be beaten by such weak demons, like a tiger being mauled by a stray dog. The demon said that she was a terribly ugly person, asking how she was still holding on after receiving such serious injuries. Was she really going to fight to the death? They said that with her strength she could very well escape, but she didn't. Miaoling heard their conversation, and therefore told them that running away was not for her. She said that she had to protect this amazing kid, telling them that although she herself doesn't know what he uses, but he has unlimited potential, and is only getting stronger every day. As long as he continues to grow, he will bring countless opportunities to mankind. The girl shouted that she was willing to give her life for him. It would be worth it. One of the demons ran out of formation and took another swing at the girl, shouting that it was all nonsense and none of them would survive. Miaoling told the younger one that she was at her limit, and he, with his brains, should find a way to stall for a bit until the weakening subsided completely. The demon's huge and sharp axe was already quite close to Miaoling's head, and she said that their date was coming to an end. The demon was screaming for her to die already and was already ready to chop the poor girl's head off. However, a hand blocked his attack. It was Yun Chen's hand. He told Miaoling that no, the date would continue, and Miaoling was shocked to see him in front of her. She asked Junior how he did it and if his weakening had subsided. Yun replied that not really, 3 more seconds, but those 3 seconds would be enough. The skill, Invincible S+, gives immunity to all kinds of attacks as well as control for 3 seconds. The demon who attacked earlier was shocked. He asked how come, and then said that this guy is also a problem, and therefore ordered the rest of the demons to kill him. Now the demons did not attack Miaoling but Yun Chen, wishing him dead and calling him a bloody man. Yun Chen used skill fusion. For himself, he started counting down. He fused the skills of mage, fireball and fighter, strike, and blue fire started pouring out of his hands. Only 2 seconds left. Now only 1. He swung his fist and sent it far forward towards the crowd of demons, shouting that it was a cloud-dispelling magic strike. The demons were struck with blue flames and screamed loudly. Burning alive. It was finally possible to breathe easy. Lu Miaoling said how glad she was that it was finally over. Yun replied that it wasn't a fact yet. They had encountered those demons by accident, and he had some kind of box in his hands. It turned out that it was a box of ointment for the mark on his neck. He smeared the ointment on his neck, trying to disguise it, saying that if they didn't deal with something like this, a situation where they would be chased would be inevitable. Finally, the seal around his neck began to disappear. Now it had disappeared altogether. Too bad. It wouldn't last long. Yun Chen came out of the cave and said that in addition, in the top direction was something that made him worry. There was a rock with an elevation where a cave would also fit perfectly. Indeed, there was a cave. Inside was a mighty demon and someone else in a ragged white robe. The demon had a pumped-up body, blue skin and hair. But despite that he had a human face, he said that an aura of soul-chasing markings appeared here. He asked the demon behind him if he was sure it was humans. The demon only had one horn for some reason. He fell to the ground and told the demon that he was after all the demon lord, the great demon clan of the Broken Knight. He asked why would he deceive him, shouting that it was the absolute truth. The demon lord replied that based on his description, this person is Yun Chen, but he does not know how he manages to hide the aura of the soul pursuit marker, said that they would have to track him down, and the demon in white robe asked if he would let that damn person escape. The demon lord came out of the cave and interjected and said that no, they would not be able to escape because at the end there was only a path of death waiting for them. He said that there, up ahead, is a vast forbidden mountain range, a legendary land that the deity has forbidden to enter. No one dares to set foot on it, not even to mention the demon kings of the 72 tables. The demon lord said that they would be locked there, and he would only have to catch up and greet the two men awaiting their deaths. There were rocky mountains all around on the horizon, as well as many loose houses. Inside someone was breathing heavily. It was Yun Chen. He was diligently doing push-ups. Lu Miaoling came into his room. She told Junior that he was so enthusiastic about basic exercises that he didn't even forget about them after entering the world of darkness. Yun Chen replied that exercise was extremely important. He understood that attributes and skill points were accumulated as he completed daily tasks, so he couldn't miss a day. In front of him was a notification window. It said about the main task, the tournament. It was discovered that Master Yun Chen had won first place in the world tournament, and the highest level reward would be given for completing the task. Yun Chen decided that now was the time to receive the rewards for completing the tasks. He thought about the fact that the spatial environment he would receive as a reward could be used to create spatial treasures, expanding the space in his backpack, but it was extremely malleable. Many powerful bigwigs used it to create portable palaces such as Teacher Xia's treasury. He also knew that the effect of the limit-breaking stone he would also receive as a reward was much simpler. It could allow an equipment item or ordinary item to break the limit of its class and reach a higher level. About the effect of the luck potion and the go potion. Lu Miaoling didn't understand why he was staring at one point for so long. Yun Chen didn't pay attention to her. He understood that if he had good materials, it would be possible to make quality armor. Lu Miaoling with a spoon in her hands asked what he was doing there, telling him to go have breakfast. They were already sitting at the table and the girl said that they were lucky that there was a lot of monster meat from the extreme cold territory left in her backpack, otherwise they would not have had a sweet time. However, she said that on the other side, there was a village found on this barren land, albeit a ruined one. Lu Miaoling said that it looked like it had been abandoned for decades, but it was better than sleeping in the open. Suddenly, Yun Chen asked the president if she thought the tournament was strange, saying that to such an important world-level event, the Holy Empire should have hired fourth-rank masters, but they did nothing from the beginning to the end. told that according to the rules of the qualifying round, only basic potions were allowed. Even food was forbidden to take, but LG had brought along a special item for curses. But even after he reported the incident with the dark novices, LG still continued to participate in the tournament. He said that perhaps his guess was correct. Yun wanted to take another piece of meat. Lu Miaoling didn't let him finish and told him not to. She squeezed his chopsticks with hers. The girl said that she knew what he was thinking, but they had no proof and it was only a guess. She said that the most important thing for them right now was to overcome the difficulties in front of them. Yun Chen replied that it seems like she has already decided on a conclusion, but she is afraid to face the truth. He told her to eat faster, for it was time for them to go. Lu Miaoling called out to the younger one. They were already on their way. She looked up and asked if this was their destination, saying she didn't like it anyway she looked at it. It was a terribly high, rocky and in places snowy mountain. Yun Chen replied that the people who suddenly appeared were killing a bunch of demons. This was supposed to be a big deal, saying that this was the only place they could go. And if they turned back, they would encounter a dead end. Indeed, there was a cliff at the back and nothing else. The protagonist said that he used his skills to explore the surrounding area and found no signs of life within a 1,000-li radius, saying that with their food supplies, they wouldn't go far, so the only thing left to do was to move forward. In front of them was a pillar of green light. Yun Chen added that there was one thing that made him worried. He felt an inexplicable familiar aura. He asked what was on the mountain. Lu Miaoling tapped on the green pillar and said that the texture was very hard and it didn't look like they would be able to break through it through physical strength. She was afraid that they were stuck here. Yun Chen asked her to let him try it. As soon as he put his hand on it, it immediately went through the wall as if it was through a fog. This amazed Yun Chen very much. Soon, the wall dispelled altogether. Ahead was a cliff, and after it was a cliff with a cave. Lu Miaoling was shocked. She asked Junior what he had just done. He replied that he didn't do anything. It opened by itself. Yun was as amazed as Lu Miaoling. He said who knew there was a cave. They jumped over the cliff in a flash, and had already landed in the cave. In front of them were piles of old coffins. Some of them were wrapped with chains. Miaoling was greatly frightened by these remains, and she wondered what was behind them. If it was a corpse, she wanted to touch the iron. However, she was hurriedly stopped by Yun Chen. He shouted for her not to touch them in any way. He said that it might be like some hidden treasure, but it was better not to touch it. The girl didn't realize what had happened at all. She looked at Yun Chen questioningly. The protagonist was thinking about something even more interesting was that these coffins were causing a very familiar feeling in him. He looked at the coffins and asked himself, what is the source of this feeling? Is it someone he knows? He even had thoughts that he must be the one to become one of the beings in the coffin, and this place is his haven. Yun Chen was greatly annoyed that this feeling is too appealing. He doesn't want to stay in this place even for a moment anymore. He told the girl that it was time to get out of here. Lu Miaoling agreed. Lu Miaoling noticed that the junior had severe mood swings, and this was the first time she saw this on him. The demon lord became furious and shocked. He asked how to understand this. He stood at the cliff where Yun and Miaoling were just now, as well as the green barrier wall. The demon lord said that there was no way to enter the locked ground after all, but now it was open. He held his head and said that it was impossible, absolutely impossible. He thought that he must be having trouble with his eyes, but no, beyond any doubt it is open. He told himself that according to legend, decades ago, boundless mountains suddenly just fell from the sky, accompanied by divine light. They caused visions of heaven and earth. And the aftermath of their appearance caused all living things within a 1,000-li radius to be destroyed. Even after the incident of decades, no new life was ever born in them. The demon lord said that only a god could do such a thing. His act of destroying all living things was most likely a warning. No outsiders allowed. He said that since this was something sent down by the god standing on top of the demon lords, the 72 tables were tempted. After a dozen years of temptation, finding that the god showed no signs of answering, all decided to unite. As a result, no matter what actions they took, they were unable to enter, causing them to eventually have to give up. He said that the place that the supreme demon lords could not enter was now open. The demon lord realized that something like this would definitely be impossible for him to handle alone. He must report back to Lady Duanya. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were at the camp. Miaoling was preparing food while Yun was silently pondering about something. Something started to happen to the scar on the girl's chest. It disappeared. Lu Miaoling was overjoyed. She shouted that the curse was finally gone, telling the younger boy that they should think about going back home. He didn't respond and she had to call out to him again. Then already Yun Chen had already responded. Lu Miaoling worriedly asked what was wrong with him. She said that he was all pensive after seeing those coffins. She wondered if they were bothering him or if he was homesick. Yun Chen kindly replied that there was a little bit. He said that he was still more worried about his little sister. In fact, those coffins also bothered Yun Chen, but he did not understand why at all. But he realized that there was no point in thinking about it. Then Yun thought of a way to return home. Not that there wasn't one. Yun Chen realized that he had. After all, the cross of rebirth, and if he died, he would be resurrected in the human world. But unfortunately, that wasn't guaranteed either, and resurrecting in the world of darkness would be a problem. Lu Miaoling silently put food on. Yun Chen looked at her and realized that moreover, even if the rebirth in the human world was successful, the president would be left here all alone, so the cross of rebirth was not a solution. He stood up from his seat and told his companion that he was going to go to the demon village to gather basic information, telling her to stay here and wait for his return. He did this because he knew that now she would already be able to stand up for herself. This shocked Lu Miaoling. She asked how he would go to the demon village alone, asking if he wanted to present himself to the demons on a platter. Then Yun Chen explained that he was not going to go there in human form. Something began to happen to him. Soon his appearance changed a lot. His clothes became different. His eyes were black-yellow and his hair was snow-white. He said that somehow, now he looked like a demon. Yun Chen was walking through the demon city. It was no different from human cities. Only the people there were different. The protagonist passed by the locals, and they shockingly turned around and shouted how handsome he was and looked like a member of the Dark Knight clan. But something was different. Someone suggested that he was a half-breed. Yun Chen walked and thought that there was a difference in appearance, but the way of life of demons is not really different from that of humans. He does not see the scientific and technological tricks. Perhaps they just did not develop in this direction, or maybe it is because they are used to the current ways. His feet were barefoot and he stepped on hard stone materials. He decided that if that was the case, then this was the most appropriate place to get information. In front of him was a pub. Yuan walked inside. He was immediately greeted. He was called a visitor from the Dark Knight family and asked what they could do for him. Yuan asked for their specialty. At a table nearby, the demons were laughing and shouting loudly. They were gambling, drinking alcohol. Yun Chen thought that it seemed that demons were also divided into races. He decided so, since using the skill of the Queen of the Night, his appearance was similar to the representatives of the Dark Knight. He sat down at the table and realized that he should start gathering information. He used the hunter's basic skill of perception enhancement. Now he had heard everything about the conversation between the demons. Someone asked if the damn lord was finished. Someone said that his son had only turned 16 and he had already been sent into battle as cannon fodder. Someone said that he had heard that carers from Later Street had become a middle demon. Someone was wondering when the housing prices would come down. It was hard for Yun Chen to receive so much useless information. He decided that he needed to filter. Suddenly, a tray of food was placed on his table. Yun Chen jerked in surprise. The waiter told the honored one that this was their specialty: raw devil octopus tentacles and swamp soda. He wished the protagonist a pleasant appetite. The waiter also put a sign with the bill on the table. Yun asked if the 3 demonic crystal coins he owed, and he was pleased that the writing and language were similar to the human world. It saved a lot of trouble. Yun held out the coins to the demon. He remembered that the demons he had killed had all sorts of junk, and even money. However, regarding the dish, Yun Chen hoped that his stomach could handle it. The tentacles really did look just disgusting, so much so that Yun Chen's hands were shaking as he looked at it. A little while later, Yun Chen was already walking down the road. He held his stomach and said that the taste was still not bad, but when he started to think that there was that tentacle in his stomach, he started to feel nauseous. He exhaled and said that luckily it was worth it. In just a day he had gotten quite a lot of information. Telling himself that unlike the human world, the world of darkness has not implemented game, but everything living here is filled with magical power. Because of the large variety of magical powers, the world of darkness has not developed in the scientific and technological direction. In addition, the demon hierarchy is different from the one presented in the human world. There are 4 types of demons: lower demon, middle demon, higher demon and demon king. They correspond to the ranks of classes with the human world: 1 to 2, 3 and 4 ranks. Among them, the higher powers of the higher demons are called demon kings, and most of them have their own territory. The demons of the 72 pillars is the title of the highest caste among the demons, the demon kings, being the rulers of their races. This was the only thing Yun Chen had learned so far. He took a hold of his neck. He was stressed that the sea god jelly would end sooner or later, so we should deal with the soul pursuit mark sooner rather than later. He abruptly turned his attention to something off to the side. There was a whole crowd of demons fleeing desperately from someone, shouting that they should run, that the Lord's guards were here, that they were taking away demons as cannon fodder again, begging not to be caught, shouting that they didn't want to die on the front lines. The demon that arrived shouted and asked why they were scattering, saying that it should be a great honor for them to die on the battlefield. The Lord's guards had an army of knights in armor, and the demon that was culling was riding a golden beast. The demon shouted that it was a great honor to give his body for the good of their demon king. Then he couldn't stand it and ordered the army to grab everyone between the ages of 15 and 60. He said it didn't matter if they were men or women. Those immediately rushed in pursuit. They took the inhabitants one by one. The inhabitants cursed them and asked why they themselves did not go to battle then. Someone shouted that he did not want to die and asked to let him go. Then the guards noticed Yun Chen and were surprised, even shocked. One asked the other why that guy is so calm and does not move. The other said that he is not calm, but clearly scared, shouting to grab him quickly. Then Yun Chen himself approached them and said that they didn't have to catch him, because he would go on his own. He decided that this was his chance. Ahead was the luxurious Tiroko castle. The carriage that was surrounded by guards was on its way there. Soon, a crowd of demons, Yun Chen among them, were standing in front of the stairs to the top. At the top stood 2 demons and their guards. One of them asked the other, the manager, why he had come. The manager replied that it was on the Lord's orders. He said he had to personally look at the quality of the new recruit. Ordered to begin. The guards replied that it would be done. The demon that was gathering the demons stepped forward, spread his hands apart and shouted that he congratulated the newcomers that very soon they would turn from useless civilians into brave warriors. After that, they would give their lives for the great Lord and for this world. He said that it was not too late to swear allegiance. One of the demons pointed a finger at him and loudly asked to whom that loyalty surrendered, shouted that they are the same force brought them here, said that he was cannon fodder, let the real soldiers go. The red-haired demon pressed the opposition man into the ground. His foot was so heavy that the poor man's ribcage crunched. Black blood spurted from his mouth. This threw everyone else into fear. They said that they had done nothing wrong. They only objected to him. They asked how it was so and said that it was just a terrible ruthlessness. Then the red-haired demon asked if they knew why he was training them and not the other way around. He waited for an answer, and then he said it was because he was stronger than them and in this world power speaks. He ordered everyone to drop to their knees. Everyone obeyed and only Yun Chen remained standing straight. The red-haired man pointed his finger at him, called him a brat and asked why he was not on his knees. He was very angry. Yun Chen smiled and replied that it was because he was not worthy. The demon laughed and asked if he was unworthy. The demon had a horrible face and black-blue eyes. He said that he was the strongest one present and therefore how could he be the one who was unworthy? He walked closer to Yun Chen and asked the guards who this boy was and what his name was. One of the guards shouted reporting, told that his registered name was Ushi, called today, looked young but perhaps he was of a different bloodline. The demon replied that it was clear to him and turned to the manager Bahar. He said that although they were short of soldiers, as discipline you could after all kill a couple of soldiers. He asked if the Lord would hold a grudge against him. Bahar replied that it was obviously a necessity. The demon laughed and said that then he would not give him a chance to ask for mercy. He started to say that after which his corpse. Yun Chen didn't let him finish. His foot flew right into the demon's head, and the demon still finished telling him that he would hang him on the city gate. Yun Chen's kick was very strong. It knocked the demon to the floor. A lot of teeth and blood flew from his mouth. The demon was stunned. He was asking himself what it was and how he had missed his punch. He refused to believe that he could be beaten by a new recruit. There was a severe dent on his face and Yun Chen had already brought 2 fingers with blue fire to it. He said that he didn't seem to be that strong. The demon was in the blue flames and Yun was calmly standing nearby. The blue flames burned high and bright. Yun Chen decided to leave. The other demons were horrified, asking if this guy had killed the captain and how it was that the captain died before he could resist. The other said that the captain's strength was at the level of the highest current of middle demons. Yun Chen went up to Bahar, and the latter thought that judging from the situation, that Wuxi kid is a higher demon. Then he became scared, because he had clearly snuck in here with some intent. He decided that he needed to report to the Lord urgently. He rushed to run. However, Yun Chen stopped him. He was right in front of his face. This greatly frightened and surprised the manager. Yun Chen told him that according to that guy, as long as you are strong, you can get anything. He asked if he killed him, would he be able to get his status? Bahar fell on his knees and told the noble supreme demon Wuxi that he was only running petty errands, and therefore what status could he have? He asked not to kill him. Yun Chen said that he was in charge of errands, therefore, and there was a benefit to it. He promised to keep Bahar alive and he would listen to him. Bahar dubbed Wuxi as a lord and said that he would do whatever he reaped. The other 2 demons asked in trembling voices what about them. Yun Chen looked at them, asked why they were still here and ordered them to get the hell out of here. He knew that the less demons sent to fight humans the better. The demons immediately ran away, not forgetting to thank Mr. High Demon Wuxi. They were happy to finally return home. The castle was shrouded in night. Inside, a light was burning at the desk. Yun Chen and Bahar were sitting there. Bahar asked the Lord why they asked him to bring all these books. He said that much of what was written in them were mundane things, and therefore there was no need to look through them all. Yun Chen loudly slammed down the book he was reading. He said that he was hearing too many questions. Then Bahar hurriedly apologized and admitted that he had behaved rudely. Yun Chen pondered that, as expected from the Demon King's vault, there was quite a lot of useful information, the races or the history of the Dark World. Everything was detailed here. He knew that although there are hundreds of different races of demons in the Dark World, there are also mixed blood races, but still dominated by 72 major races. Similar to the history of mankind, there were also territorial wars and resource battles between the demons of the Dark World. The history is one of wars. It was like this until the demon of nothingness appeared. No one knows where he came from. We only know that he appeared suddenly, as if straight out of thin air, possessing absolute crushing power. He ruled the entire world of darkness for only 3 years. After becoming a supreme creature, he then divided the world of darkness into 72 kingdoms, based on the power of demons, gave them to the strongest of all races, the so-called 72 pillars, thus forming the current structure. Thanks to the mutual restraint of the 72-pillar demons coupled with the absolute power of the demon of nothingness, the world of darkness finally put an end to the endless war. Until 70 years ago, when a creature called humans appeared, they broke through space, aimlessly invading the world of darkness, destroying the demons. Eventually, the world of darkness was broken, and the demons began to fight back and entered into war with the world of humans. However, as far as Yun remembers, people at that time didn't have the kind of forces to invade the world of darkness. Defending territory on the front lines is extremely difficult. The information in the book is most likely fabricated, but what's the point? And this moment in time is extremely mysterious. It was at this time that the integration of the game into the human world began. Yun Chen couldn't believe that it was just a coincidence. Yun asked Bahar what he thought of humans. The latter replied that they were vile creatures. He shouted angrily that they had destroyed their world and his important partner had been tortured to death by them right in front of him. Yun Chen queried about his eyes. He also asked if he wanted to say that there are humans in the world of darkness. He asked if he had seen them at all. The man replied that of course there are. Humans do vile things. Sooner or later he will destroy them. Yun thought that it was no wonder that just by entering the world of darkness, the civilian demons were so frightened. It seems the real situation is different from what he imagined. He decided that he needed more information. Suddenly a system notification popped up. There was a task that said that Yun Chen should now become the Demon King. Yun laughed and thought it was an interesting assignment. Plus it was just in time. He would need a high status to get more information. He turned to Bahar and asked what the conditions for becoming a Demon King were. The latter hesitated. In fact, he was afraid that if he asked such a question, would he really? Yun Chen asked again. Then Bahar told him that first of all, he must have the blood of the night demon race flowing in him. After all, Tiroko belongs to one of the 72 demon races. The night demon race said that only those with night demon blood flowing in them can become a demon king. Yun Chen told him to take a look at him and asked if he met the condition. Bahar was drenched in sweat and shouted that he did, and even very much so, saying that except for his height, he was quite skinny like the pure-blooded demons of the night demon race. Yun Chen knew that the Night Queen was the ruler of the Night Demon race. Considering the talent and reincarnation skill he received from her, there should be no problem. He asked what other conditions were there. Bahar said assassination. One must kill the current Demon King and take his Demon King weapon. Yun replied that was fine. He also told Bahar that it was time for him to start changing his tastes after serving another demon king for so long. A wind blew from the wooden passageway, which kicked up dust. There was a red mighty bull that was carrying someone noble. Sati the demon king was sitting on the beast. He had the same eyes and hair as Yun Chen. The man looked strong and satisfied. He was holding a glass of expensive wine in his hand. Then Sati noticed the guards. Looking at them, he wondered what was going on. He saw that the guards had some sour faces. He assumed that something was wrong. Soon the guards themselves ran up to the lord and shouted that their captain had been killed by a demon from another city. This made the powerful lord terribly angry. He asked where this demon was, shouting that he would kill him now. The frightened guard pointed his hand to the door in front and said the demon was inside. Sati immediately rushed inside and called out to the bastard. He was furious. Hardly anyone would want to get at his hands right now. In front, Yun Chen was sitting on the throne, and the manager Bahar was standing beside him. Yun rather said that the chair was quite comfortable, asking if it would be okay if he sat on it for a few more days. Lord Sati was shaking with sheer anger. He pulled out his mighty weapon and shouted that the guy was Death Wish. He slammed it against the ground and summoned an explosive hammer. The shockwave carried towards the throne where the protagonist was sitting and cut the ground. The impact was already very close and even broke the stairs. Yun Chen lightly struck the floor with his staff. Everything stopped, only dust rose, and Yun Chen said that it was a good chair and it was a pity to blow it up. Sati raised his weapon again. Now he flew at Yun from above and shouted at him to get out, because it was his and he had no right to even touch it. Sati's hammer was already close. Yun held his spear in his hands. He stood up from his throne and batted Sati away. This angered the demon even more and now they both attacked each other, a lot of dust rising around. There was a huge explosion. The guards were shocked and scared at the same time. They said that this was a battle between supreme demons. They have such power, they couldn't even interfere. Yun Chen jumped up and attacked Sati from above. This time, his target was not the demon but his weapon. Sati held it tightly but the spear flew right in the middle. The weapon flew out of the man's hands and Sati himself flew backwards. When he came to his senses, his hands were burning, and a terrible smile was on his face. He said that the boy seemed weaker than the weakest, but hides so much strength. He was already quite tired. Sati asked if he was still fighting him in hand-to-hand combat. He said that it was very, very good. Iron armor appeared on his arm and he lifted him up, then turned to the guy and asked if he had attacked him a few times already. Shouted that the kid would be a stepping stone that would only make him stronger. Sati used the Demon King equipment, a devastator. Yun Chen's body began to involuntarily burn. The protagonist didn't realize what was happening. This fire was being absorbed into Sati's Lord equipment. The demon was terribly pleased with himself. He laughed and said what an exquisite delicacy it was, shouting about the strength. A continuous stream of power poured out of the stranger. Yun Chen realized that the number of his attributes were rapidly decreasing and he was getting stronger. That was when he realized that this was the so-called demon equipment. It would be difficult to deal with. Sati turned to the guy again, told him that his ruin hand was not only stealing power, shouted that he would die from his own skills, and let him fall in terror of his abilities. This all made the man very happy. He laughed loudly. Sati loudly summoned a fireball and flames gathered in front of him. After the ball slowly flew towards the master, the power stopped flowing. Yun Chen easily and indifferently caught the fireball. This stunned and shocked the Demon King. The guards were also shocked. One asked if it seemed like it was just now. Wasn't he a supreme demon who was on par with the Demon King? Another asked why his skill was so weak. They shouted that even they could make such a small fireball. Then Yun Chen told Sati that the fact that he could steal his target's skills was beyond his expectations, but unfortunately he would not be able to use his skills. Yun used a fusion of mage skills, a fireball and a magic swordsman, attracting raging flames. A huge-sized ball of blue flame of the Queen of Night flew at the demon lord. Yun Chen shouted to the lord to absorb the cloud of magical flame. The fire fell on the man, and the man screamed loudly. He managed to climb out of the flames. Sati flew at the enemy, screaming that he was a bastard and not to overestimate himself. His hand was already very close to the protagonist. Yun managed to recoil using Ghost Step before the man attacked. He asked if he wanted to steal attributes as well, saying that his royal equipment was useless if he couldn't hit it. Yun used the fusion of skills again, this time Knight, Dissecting Space Gap and Swordsman, Provocation. Now he pointed his sharp weapon at Sati. Together these skills were Space Rift Dissecting. He cut the air with his sword. Then Sati fell face first into the floor, and Yun Chen landed neatly. Yun Chen was surprised that An is a Demon King. He thought about the fact that except for the difficulty of the Demon King equipment, he himself was weaker than he thought. He realized that Sati was not the equal of even a queen like Xiaoyu. Bahar and the guards entered the room. They were amazed at what they saw, that the king had lost, that King Sati was completely defeated. The guards asked if they had to. Bahar was the first to fall on his knees and saluted King Ushi. All the guards did the same. They repeated the greeting several times. Then Yun Chen smiled, because he realized how the kings actually felt. He decided that it was pretty good. He had already had time to put on his Demon King equipment. Yun decided that it was worth it to scrutinize it before using it. Demon King's equipment, Destroyer, Racial Restriction, Demons of the Dark Night. Quality, Legendary. Attributes, Strength plus 800, Dexterity plus 800. Effect, Steal. The success probability of stealing skills and items is increased by 40%. Effect, when attacking, there is a 20% chance of accidentally stealing an opponent's attributes or skills. The probability of successful theft decreases if the opponent's level is lower than the wielder's level. Stolen attributes disappear after 24 hours, after which re-stealing is possible. Note, the equipment has been passed down by the kings of the Dark Knight Demon clan from generation to generation for 1,000 years, a symbol of the great lord of the supreme demons. A while later, Yun Chen sat on the wooden throne and was engrossed in his new weapon. He was thinking about whether this was really a legendary equipment. This thought made him start to feel nervous, because in the human world, it would be the most valuable treasure, even among the noble families. Bahar was standing nearby and watching the new master. Yun Chen was really very happy and satisfied. He looked at his hand. It was glowing with a red light. Yun knew that he rarely used a skill called shadow stealing, as the probability of success was quite low, and having a ruinator on his hands now, he would be able to perform a steal right in the middle of battle. The effect would be simply killer. Yun told Baharu that no, King Sati wasn't particularly strong, even carrying the equipment of a demon king. He asked if all demon kings were at such a low level. Then Bahar had to explain to the esteemed king that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He told him that it wasn't only King Sati who was weak, but also the Dark Knight Demon clan country itself. Bahar told Yun Chen the story of how 3 years ago, a terrifying human woman had appeared from a crack in space and led an army to destroy the demon world. And the most frightening thing was that her exact destination was their country. He said that he was only a lowly guard at the time, so he had no choice but to furtively watch it from afar. Though he only saw her from afar, the scene was memorized for the rest of his life. The demon remembered Dean Xia's face perfectly. He said that she had cold eyes and a stony expression, as if there was a real iceberg in front of him. It seemed that every demon in her eyes was like an insect that she could swat at any moment. He said that she soon did so. She started waving them around. Barak said that at that time she brought a tragic massacre to their country. In just 3 days in that battle 15 supreme demons died. The dead and wounded soldiers were not even numbered. Even their supreme commander, one of the 72 pillar demon kings, fell at her hands. What was even more incredible was that 2 of the strongest demon kings had surrendered under her onslaught. Yun Chen guessed who this woman was. He didn't even expect that teacher Xia was so ruthless to massacre in the world of darkness. Bahar sadly said that fortunately, there was a powerful demon king behind her who was able to fight her back. Otherwise their dark night demon country would have been destroyed. Yun Chen asked if it came out that since almost all the powerful demons were killed, Sati had no choice but to organize summons. Bahar replied that yes, that was the case. After all, such a large territory would not be left as it was. In terms of strength, the king was much weaker than the demon kings. He said that originally their Dark Knight demon clan was ranked 60th among the 72 demon clans, but now it seemed to him that it was at the very bottom. This made the manager terribly sad. He bowed and said that although he didn't know why he was so unhappy with the prize warriors, but there was no way to do without such a thing, he asked the newly minted king to withdraw the order. Yun Chen replied firmly that there was no way he would do that, saying that he wanted Bahar to make a new announcement, saying that from now on there would be no conscription in his territory and taxes would be cut in half. He said that in his opinion, all demons should live a good life, even if no one thought of going to war. This shocked Bahar nightmarishly. He shouted that the main task for all demons was to provide military resources to destroy humanity, saying that such a blatant violation would lead to serious problems. Yun Chen asked if he was going to disobey orders. The man immediately said that he would immediately go to fulfill. Yun Chen told himself that he didn't plan to stay in the world of darkness for long, so even if there were any problems, what did he care? Once they won, it would all be over. He said that no matter what, he should first get the reward for the completed task. He opened the system. He was pleased to see that the level had risen from 42 to 46 and grew further. Yun Chen examined himself and said that the system was creating worthy rewards. He gained just a huge amount of experience. In the end, his level rose to 48th. Yun Chen was very happy that he had risen as much as 6 levels. The feeling was also not bad. The protagonist reminded himself that the first stage of the task was completed, so the second stage should already be unlocked. What he saw amazed him. He stared at the system window. Then sweat appeared on his face and he said that as expected from the second stage, the system had given him a good such problem. Soon Yun Chen was walking through the demon city with Lu Miaoling and the guards. The locals were jubilant seeing him. They shouted that this was the demon king, welcomed and exalted him, asked to look over here at them, said they would always follow him. Lu Miaoling was uncomfortable. One of the demons was surprised, called the fact that there was a demon king man beside him strange. Another told him that this was probably the first time he had seen such a thing, told him that she was his slave, saying that still, it was quite normal for great demons to have humans as slaves. Lu Miaoling was amazed that Junior had become a demon king in just a few days, and besides, he seemed to be loved here. Then Yun explained that the taxes had been halved, and the army recruitment had been cancelled, so how could there be no popularity? A large heavy gate opened in front of them and they went inside. Bahar was already waiting for them. He said hello to the king. He also asked what he should call the slave girl he had picked up. This offended Lu Miaoling. Yun Chen replied to call her Belle and also said that she was not a slave but a retinue. Bahar said that the king is so generous to allow a person to enter his entourage. He said that the day of tribute is approaching, asked the king to go to the warehouse to recalculate military resources. The warehouse interested the protagonist and he said he should take a look. A little while later, he and Lu Miaoling were already at the kingdom's warehouse. Inside were many shields, helmets and other military junk. Lu Miaoling was amazed at such an abundance of supplies, and of such high quality. She realized that such a thing would be enough to cover the treasury of a medium-sized country in the human world. Yun Chen asked Bahar to stay outside, saying that he didn't want to be disturbed during the inventory. When he left, Miaoling asked her partner what he would do with all these things. She said that since they were military resources, they would most likely be used against the human world. Yun Chen asked what could be easier. He took out a black magic inventory and ordered it to empty the warehouse. All the items, swords and magic stones, shields and helmets, began to fly into the protagonist's hand and disappear into the black hole. This surprised Miaoling even more. She shouted that it was impossible, that a spatial backpack wouldn't be able to hold such a volume. Moreover, he hadn't even changed class, which meant the space in his backpack should be smaller than a normal class holder. Yun Chen said that he had used the information he had obtained earlier to increase the capacity of the spatial backpack, and he would be able to fit 10 more such warehouses in it quite well. Then, they noticed a large car nearby. Yun Chen said that from the entire warehouse, this was the only thing that made him uneasy. He closed his eyes. He opened them and said that he should examine it thoroughly. It is a magic accumulation destruction cannon, a unique weapon of the Dark Knight clan demons, can be installed in missions or used as a standalone weapon. When the weapon is used, the power attribute is increased to 1000. A large amount of magic needs to be accumulated before it can be released. The energy accumulation time is 15 seconds. Yun Chen said that it is a cool thing. Although it takes some time to charge, this kind of thing can be quite useful. Lu Miaoling remembered that she wanted to ask Junior what he planned to do next, how long he was going to hang around as a demon king. Yun smiled and replied that of course not. His next step is to become one of the 72 pillar demon kings. The second stage of the task was just about that. Ahead was a scary room that contained a small structure made of boxes. It was covered with a small piece of cloth. Lu Miaoling interjected and then asked what other 72 pillars demon king was. She asked again if he wanted to become a 72 pillar demon king. She was indignant and said that it was absolutely impossible. Even if he was a genius, he would have to grow up a few years. Yun replied that it was indeed impossible in the ordinary way, but it just so happened that the situation in the Dark Knight demon clan was special now. He said that because he had already told her on the way. The local demon king was killed by Teacher Xia, and the demon king level people were killed. Now only 3 veteran demon kings are holding control of the overall situation. Said that of course they're different from the same Soto. After all, they are the real demon kings. Yun said that they are currently dissatisfied with the current state of affairs, and the infighting is still going on. Each of them wants to crush each other and become the great demon king of the Dark Knight clan. After all, there are enough demons to become the demon king of the 72 pillars. He asked how they could miss such an opportunity. Said that as long as they can keep the plan under control, there will always be an abundance of resources in their pocket to become a demon king. Yun said that after listening to Batcha, he realized that each of them realized that the infighting would only weaken the strength of the country, so they decided to have a decisive battle in a year's time to find out the winner who would rule over everything. Lu Miaoling asked if he was going to participate. He said that he didn't think it was right, saying that the important thing for them now was to find a way home. Yun Chen replied that he had one guess about the way to return to the human world, but the world of darkness is rarely able to enter. He asked the president if she was sure she wanted to return. Lu Miaoling remained silent. Then she replied that she wasn't really. At least right now they could help relieve the stress of those fighting on the front lines. If they could settle the strife between the demons, so much the better. However, she said that it would put a lot of pressure on Yun. After all, he would have to face the 3 powerful demon kings. She said right now he couldn't handle them. Yun said that the truth was on her side, but this method would help greatly increase the strength in the shortest time possible. He shouted that he had an idea and suggested doing so. Bahar stood at the iron doors. Yun and Miaoling walked out of the warehouse. Yun Chen turned to Bahar and told him that the inversion was finished and asked him to close the warehouse. The manager replied to the king that it would be done and headed towards the entrance of the warehouse. What he saw inside amazed Bahar to the core, namely that it was completely empty. There was nothing there. He hurriedly asked the new lord how it came to be. Yun Chen told him that he had taken some of the items to his warehouse, asking if there was any problem with that. This frightened Bahar, because the warehouse was so empty that there was not even a hair left in it. And what does it mean that he took it? It was obviously stolen. He said that Mr. Wuxi is a king, so he can take as much as he wants, but the military resources should be transferred to the 3 demon kings. That is the problem. Yun Chen replied to him that if there is a problem, let them come to him. He asked the manager what he was so steamed about. Bahar fell to his knees in despair. He felt that they were finished. He blamed himself for meeting such a king, saying that he had angered the 3 kings. Toriko Castle would be destroyed. There were 2 people standing at the cliff in front of the cliff with the cave, a demon and a demon girl. She looked forward and said it was unexpected. She said that the mountain range ban is really open. This girl is the demon queen of 72 Stopal. Interrupted night. Mishoji. Her eyes were the same as Yun Chen and Sati demon. Her hair was black and she had horns on her head. She was slender and had something like wings, only without feathers. The demon beside her told me that the specific reason was unknown, but it was most likely related to the 2 people that had entered their world. He said that perhaps they had fulfilled some hidden condition. The demoness wondered about the humans. Then she said that Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were supposedly teleported here. On the other side of the mountain range is the territory of the Dark Knight Demon clan. She said that they most likely fled there. The demon asked if he should organize a chase. Mishoji said that in normal times he should, but now there was a more important matter. She flew up and told the demons to go. They would take a look at the lands the god had descended upon. The demon did the same, asking what they were hiding there. Soon they stepped onto the cave ground. The demons were surprised. The demon asked if it was all coffins. Mishoji said that it was interesting and she would like to see the bodies that are in them. After all, from this mountain range descended a god. Her magic enveloped one coffin, the one hanging on the chains above. The coffin swelled and creaked. The demon was horrified. He wondered what they were made of. He saw that cracks had formed on it, even after the blow from the Lady of the Interrupted Night, Mishoji. The girl clenched her fist with magic and ordered the object to break. Finally, the lid of the coffin broke through and it fell to the floor. Inside lay a body that had spent a lot of time there. All that was left of the body there were bones and a skin-tight face and hair. His body also had a bandage and something black on his rib cage. The demon said that the seal on that corpse was like Ditara from the Demon Devourer clan. He shouted that he was a great genius 60 years ago, but didn't he die in the war that passed long ago? He asked how his body ended up here. The demon girl replied that it didn't matter, no matter how high his status was when he was alive. When death caught up with him, he became an ordinary corpse. There was no value in it, she said. Mishoji ran her hand over the wooden wall of the coffin and said that the material for the coffin seemed unusual. It didn't look like something from their world. It was even more likely that it was of the lower human world. She thought it was a very valuable thing to research, and therefore asked the demon to open everything and take it with him. The demon was frightened by this. He asked if it was worth taking everything. He said that they were still divine objects in case they offended the god. The girl interrupted him with a question about whether he thought the god would be angry with them. She leaned over the body and said they were making sacrifices to the god, so why would he interfere? She said if he did show himself. The girl stuck out her tongue and said she would like to meet him. She was curious to see what this god looked like. From above, there was a good view of the big city and its central square. There were many visitors in the church. Someone stood on a dais and thanked the nobles and kings from all walks of life for appreciating and participating in their grand auction in Eteria City. He assured those present that their auction today would feature extremely valuable pieces. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were also there. They were sitting far away from everyone else. Yun told the girl that for a quick way to increase strength, there was nothing better than equipment. He thought about how the blank blueprint that the system gave out was extremely convenient to make armor and weapons. Just providing the materials was enough. Yun Chen had always prioritized equipping weapons. For him, armor is the foundation, and the lack of it is his weak point. There are 5 kinds of necessary equipment: outerwear, pants, belt, shoulder pads and shoes. Gathering a complete set of rare equipment can get the effect of a set. Right now, there are 2 copies of S-rank materials he found in the warehouse in his spatial backpack. He is extremely curious what kind of equipment will come out if he puts 5 copies of S-rank materials into an empty blueprint. The demon announced the start of the auction, shouting that they were moving on to their first lot. The first lot was a girl from the Dark Elf clan. The girl was beautiful, but she was sitting in a cage and was chained to it by her arms and neck. She had a lush form and tattered clothes. The girl was obviously very scared, and the demon shouted that the starting bid was 380,000 coins of magic crystals. The demons in the audience admired her, said that in their country of dark night demons, they rarely put dark elves on auction. Someone said that yes, but in the country of interrupted night demons, such a common thing, said that the quality seems to be good, worth buying to have fun. Lu Miaoling was thinking about that dark elf. She knew that they were considered a unique race in the world of darkness. This was the first time she met a member of the Dark Elf clan. She had also heard from her junior that there were wars and disputes between demons, so it was no surprise that members of other clans were used as slaves. Except Lu Miaoling knew that Junior usually acted cold, and it was as if he wasn't interested in women at all, so he obviously wouldn't be interested in such an item. Unexpectedly, Yun Chen made the first bid of 380,000. The demon shouted that rather unexpectedly quick bid, 380,000 coins of their magic crystals. He asked if anyone else wanted to raise the price. The demons weren't so happy anymore. 2 of them were discussing that in an auction of this magnitude, the people sitting in the box were usually noble demon lords. They wondered what territory they were from. They also said that they were usually empty, but this time one lord had come, and also thought that it would be extremely unethical to compete with a lord for some slave girl. The demon judge started the countdown. The girl was sold to Yun Chen, and he announced the move to the second lot. There was a knock on the door to their box. Yun Chen invited them to enter. The big doors opened and 2 people entered there, a slave girl and a demon servant. He bowed in front of the king and said that he brought his slave girl. He asked to take her in. Yun Chen coldly replied that here was the money. He threw it and then said that he was free to go. The demon caught the spatial magic stone, a tool to hold the world of darkness. The demon was clearly satisfied with the payment. Lu Miaoling took her forehead, laughed and said that it turns out that Yun Chen might also be interested in beautiful girls. She said that it would be nice to have a dark elf as a maid, just like teacher Xia. Yun Chen stood up, smiled and told the president that it seems she misunderstood something, saying that he had a rank A sole contract that he got from Director E. He turned to the girl and the girl shuddered. The poor elf was scared. Yun said he wasn't going to use the contract on her. He walked closer and waved his sword in front of the captive. The girl all cowered. She thought she was going to be beaten. However, the dark elf was extremely startled when the chains on her arms and neck fell apart. Yun Chen smiled sincerely at her and congratulated her that she was now free again. The girl hurriedly bowed and thanked the master. She asked him to give her name, saying that she would definitely repay his kindness in the future. Yun introduced himself as Wuxi, telling her that he was the king of Tiroko Castle. He turned around and said there was no reason to pay him back, told her to go back quickly and try not to get caught again. The elven woman rushed to escape, remembering to thank the king once again. Lu Miaoling was angry. She told him to listen to her about how dark elves were different from the elves of their world. They could even be called demons. She asked how he could buy her just to let her go. The girl yelled that being too good was also bad. Yun was pleased with himself. He told his partner not to worry so much. He assured her that he already had a plan. The demon judge cheerfully shouted that the next thing he wanted to present to them was the 8th auction item, an extremely rare and valuable material extracted from the depths of the stone forest of the dead, said that it could be used to forge armor or weapons, as well as extracting the power of death to greatly strengthen the body. The demon pulled the veil off the item and shouted even louder that its name was Death Energy Stone. The stone was frightening yet beautiful, blue with fangs. The demon said that the starting bet was 760,000 coins of magic stones. The demons immediately started betting. First 8 million coins from magic stones, then 830,000, then 880,000, then 9,970,000 coins. Yun Chen said that Bahar's information was accurate. There was indeed an S-rank material in the auction. He said that once he got it, there would be 2 more S-rank materials to create a set of armor. The protagonist raised the bid to 12 million coins of magic stones. Such a large amount of money stunned the demons. They were enraged, shouting that it was him again, saying that of course, a lord wouldn't let such a thing out from under his nose. However, someone asked so what? After all, it was important for him to get the Death Energy Stone as well. The bid was raised to 128,000 and then to 13 million coins. And Yun Chen didn't lag behind either. He put forward a sum of 20 million coins of magic stones. He asked himself, do they really want to compete with money? Yun has the fortress's wealth in his hands, accumulated over many years. They won't be able to ruin him so easily. The demon judge, unlike ordinary demons, was very happy with such a high bid, saying that it was exactly as expected from the greatness of the Lord. He has no limits. Just in case, he asked if anyone wanted to raise the bid. Demons were disappointed, cursed everything and asked why the Lord took it seriously. Another said that no matter how rich they were, they cannot compare with the wealth of the fortress. He realized that they have no way to get the material, said that all they have to do is surrender. The demon judge started the countdown. The material was sold. The demon hit the table with a heavy hammer. He congratulated the Lord that from now on the stone of death energy goes to him. Suddenly, there was an explosion, right on the dais where the demon lord and the material stood. People in black and white cloaks rushed into the room. They rushed straight at the demons. The demons were terrified. They asked what was going on here. Was the auction venue under attack? They said that the damned humans had decided to show up at the wrong time. People shouted and told each other that most of the demons present were nobles. They promised each other to kill each of them, a thought that pleased the mags and warriors. The demons were killed one by one. Some tried to escape, shouting that they were actually humans, begging not to kill them. He promised to give as many magic stone coins as they wanted. Another told him to notify the guards sooner. The demons were cursing and shouting that by the time the guards arrived, they would all die here. He suggested to just run away with all their might. Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling looked at the ruins, corpses and smoke, and from above, Miaoling asked if they were human. She was shocked. She wondered how people ended up in the world of darkness. Yun replied that he had no idea, and they were not weaklings. Most of them were second-ranked level 45. Said that there were 2 third-ranked ones among them. The auction house couldn't handle such opponents. He also saw that the material he needed had been stolen. The place where the stone was previously lying was empty. The body of the demon judge was lying next to it. Soon a group of people came out of the room. They were laughing and saying that they had a glorious harvest this time. A man cheerfully told another that there were many useful things at the auction. They didn't even all fit in his backpack. Another replied that yes, and to kill so many strangers. True happiness. He laughed loudly. The mage girl with purple hair told them that despite all this, their mission was not yet accomplished. The new priest needed a lot of precious materials for the 3rd rank. She said that since the death energy stone was in their hands, the girl had a map in her hands. She said they should follow the treasure map to their next destination. Suddenly, Yun Chen landed neatly in front of them. Lu Miaoling was with him. She was fixing her hair, and Yun asked did they really think they could escape so easily. Robbed him, saying that it was quite interesting. He thought that they should talk about a lot of things. The whole group took up fighting stances. One guy said he didn't think they would be chased, not afraid to die. Another man said they would finish him off quickly. Yun told them that he thought they were mistaken about something. He returned to his normal, human form, smiled and said that perhaps they could make contact. Yun Chen along with Lu Miaoling were a dozen meters away from the group of people. One of the men was greatly surprised that he was a human disguised as a demon. The mage girl also suggested that in that case, he might be a demon disguised as a human. Yun Chen heard this, and therefore said that being human, they are not affected by the aura of darkness. He also said that they do not revere demons and even kill them, and therefore they are not like dark novices. He asked who they serve and how they came to the world of darkness. What is their purpose? Then he was very surprised at something. Right at the protagonist, from above, flew a golden arrow of enormous size. It slammed into the ground, accompanied by a violent explosion. A boon Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen managed to bounce away. At that time, Yun told the people that it looked like they were not interested in communicating at all. The mage girl stretched one hand up and loudly summoned a holy grace. All the other people were enveloped by the golden light. Some were scared. Some seemed to be going crazy with happiness. Such a man shouted that power. He was overwhelmed by boundless power. The man who was frightened soon changed his expression. Now he was also excited, saying that it looked like the bishop couldn't wait to smash them. All of them rushed towards the young men, Lu Miaoling and Yun Chen. The bald man attacked Miaoling. The girl shouted that they weren't lying to them. They were really humans and not disguised demons, saying that it was rather stupid to kill each other in the world of darkness. The attacker smiled and asked who they were and how dare they call them their kin. He only wished them death. Yun Chen was attacked by several people at once. He fought off each one. Everyone was tense in their battle with the protagonist. The spear of one of the attackers came very close to Yun's head. Luckily, he managed to change his position. He asked if they were attacking to kill, if they felt the joy of a rare meeting with fellow countrymen. The man who fought him shouted that whether they were humans or demons, anyone who did not serve the Lord was a stranger. He shouted for them to atone for their sins at the cost of their lives. He threw a spear of divine power at Yun. There was a lot of golden smoke. People cheered and shouted. He was definitely turned into ashes by the third-rank master's full force strike. Another said that his soul and body were purified. He sincerely wished him to rest in peace. The man who had struck was also satisfied, primarily with himself. Suddenly, his expression changed to one of fear and shock. The smoke cleared, and Yun Chen calmly held the man's spear by the very spout. Yun revealed that he had killed all the third-rank demons, and he was a third-rank paladin. Yun equipped his iron hand on the demon king and asked if he was thinking of killing him. The god worshippers were already starting to get on his nerves. He started to come closer and said that since he had failed to clear him, he would in turn clear the man's head, and the man was terrified. He didn't understand what kind of weapon the enemy had. Yun shouted that the only difference was that he would do it physically. Yun Chen clenched his fist and used a fusion of martial arts master skills, a crushing fist and a fighter, striking with all his might. As he aimed at his opponent, his face looked wild. There was another explosion of even greater magnitude. From under the smoke a hand showed itself, when the dust had more or less cleared and the man was seen lying on the ground. His teeth were knocked out by the shockwave and his pupils rolled backwards. Yun Chen said that the gap in strength was obvious, but they could have just talked. It didn't end there. Two more men ran up to him, one from above and one from the side. They shouted that there was no greater honor in this life than to die for the Lord God. They shouted that it was time to kill the kid. Yun Chen thought they were truly crazy. Soon the battle was over. 3 were lying senseless and 2 were sitting in front of Yun and Mialine. The mage girl and the 4th guy were left alive. They were both looking down. Lu Miaoling was really angry. She said that they were crazy, and yes, all their attacks were deadly. She said that she had no free time, so she killed them. Yun Chen said that everyone was dead. He said that as expected of them, they never show gentleness at critical moments. Said that most of their classes are paladins and swordsmen, and this woman is a high priestess of the 3rd rank. He said that they are so-called saints. Lu Miaoling replied that it is true. These classes are very common in the Holy Empire, but this is the world of darkness. Yun Chen looked up at the priestess, said that if he was right, they are the kind of people who often attack demons and wreak havoc in the world of darkness. He asked them to tell him about their goals and the power behind them. He said that he might even join. This made the high priestess laugh. She shouted that their parish organization could only have those who sacrificed everything to their Lord join. A small wing in a golden sphere appeared on her forehead. Lu Miaoling noticed this and hurriedly pushed Yun away. She shouted that it was a wing of commandments and should be dodged sooner rather than later. The girl's brow glowed brighter, her face rose to the sky and her eyes rolled back. She shouted that they were creatures and that they should die. Something happened. Yun and Miaoling were thrown back by the shockwave. Yun Chen used a fusion of mage skills, magic shield and druid skills, guardian vine. He placed the shield he had built right in front of the golden wave that flew towards them. The entire ground in the neighborhood began to smoke. The bald guy opened his eyes. He figured this was a great opportunity. There were white clouds in the sky. The golden wave had finally disappeared. Now in a small crater in the ground lay the things and the material Yun had bought. Lu Miaoling said that the commandment wing was a unique item of the sacred empire, as soon as the user thought that he had broken a commandment. an explosion would happen, like a self-detonating device. Yun Chen replied that engraving such a thing on one's body was really crazy, but that in itself helped them. Yun held a white small feather in his hand, said that after the explosion, a death energy stone and other things such as a treasure map fell out. Besides all this still, Yun did not see any information about the feather he held in his hand. He said that this white feather is the same as the black feather he got from the dark novice. It is impossible to identify. Maybe it is some kind of identification mark. Said that in addition, before she died, this woman said that she was from the parish organization. He asked if she was related to the parish of their world. Lu Miaoling replied that there might be other organizations with the same name. After all, the parish organization worships demons and hopes for their coming, while the guys here act the opposite, killing demons and showing no loyalty to the human world. Yun said that yes, he also wondered what the local parish organization was trying to achieve. He also told the president that there was something else they needed to deal with. He turned back and said that one of the people they thought Lu Miaoling had killed had managed to escape, which surprised the girl. Yun and Miaoling walked closer. Yun Chen said to his partner that she intentionally left that guy alive. The girl replied that there was nothing to hide from him. There were 2 corpses lying near them and all their belongings were lying around the bodies. Lu Miaoling said that it was still hard to get information out of crazy people like them. She said that leaving a witness would pave the way for them, and if it came out, there would be a chance to get into their organization. They both looked at the corpse of one man. Miaoling said that they were senselessly killing civilians and demons. They seemed to be on the side of humans, but their actions were not doing much harm to the world of darkness. On the contrary, they were aggravating the demons' hatred for humans, which would lead to even more burning revenge. The girl said that in the long run, they were serving as a catalyst for war, saying that being human doing such a thing was nightmarishly vile. He decided that she should find out their true intent. Yun replied that she could do as she knew, but he wouldn't be able to go with her, saying that not to mention how dangerous it was for a human to act in the world of darkness. Lu Miaoling climbed closer and said that it was so touching that Junior was worried about her. She said that she was also going to join the human organization. After all, even if she can't disguise herself as a demon, she has nothing to lose. The girl smiled and said that she didn't want to follow Yun around all the time. She said that you rarely find something that makes you happy. Yun even felt a little sorry for her, but he kept silent. Lu Miaoling bid him farewell until their next meeting, calling him the future Demon King of the 72 Pillars. Lastly, Yun Chen asked her to be careful. The latter asked him to do the same. Ahead was a thick tree with black mana pouring out from behind it. It was Yun Chen. He had already managed to transform into a demon. He was thinking about what about the death energy stone. He right now had 3 S-rank materials. Nothing was known about the remaining 2. Yun decided that he would have to ask Bahar when he returned. Suddenly, something surprised him. He arrived at the castle where he ruled, but all the guards and guardsmen had been interrupted. One raised his head and notified the Lord that the supreme demon under the command of Lord Carlos was here. They could not withstand. Yun Chen knew that Carlos, one of the 3 demon kings who were now being ruled by the strange demons of the night. He started to act sooner than Yun Chen expected. The protagonist told the soldier to take the surviving soldiers to be treated. He takes care of the rest. Inside, all the guards were also slaughtered. But worst of all, Bahar was also injured. A powerful demon was standing on top of him. He was screaming and asking how some insignificant petty fortress dares to refuse to hand over military resources, asking where the courage came from. Bahar said through pain and tears that it was the Lord's order. He was just following orders. Moreover, years of conscription had caused a large number of the territory's inhabitants to flee, saying that everyone agreed with the decision. Then the demon pressed the manager's head harder into the ground. He smiled and said that compared to the orders of the three kings, his life was worthless. He said that he did not understand the reason for the manager's loyalty, his weak strategy. Bahar replied that the reason is very simple. His relatives live in this territory. Although the Lord rushed the order, it helped to improve their lives greatly, and more importantly, he likes the new Lord's style of behavior. He said that since the Dark Knight Demon Kingdom was overrun by that terrifying woman, Tiroko Fortress has changed more than one lord, saying that since everyone knows that kings who rule by force are not strong enough, there will always be higher demons who are dissatisfied with their behavior and want to replace them. However, no matter who the king is, they are no exception. The three kings only know how to suck up. Bahar shouted that King Wuxi was different. He rose up on his elbows, shouting that he wouldn't lower his head no matter who he faced. Serving such a guy was much more pleasant than these scum. Bahar was sharp of tongue. For such harsh statements the demon slapped him on his back and asked him if it was more pleasant. Bahar spit out quite a bit of blood. Now the demon was hitting him with all his might, asking him if it was still pleasurable, shouting at him to repeat his pleasurable, asking him to give him more pleasures. Then the demon reached around his neck, lifted Bahar by his throat. The man said that when the king returns, he will not let him get away with it. The demon smiled and asked if it was true, said he was not catching on. The king of this fortress will be replaced soon. He said the king ordered him to kill Wuxi and take his place. Before taking the lead, it would be a good idea to clean up the place first. Someone took the demon's hand. It was Yun Chen. The demon was greatly surprised. Yun told him that it was not his place to enforce order in his territory. Yun squeezed the demon's arm so hard that its armor crumbled. It was very painful and the demon screamed loudly in agony. Then the protagonist threw it back. The demon thought that something was wrong. He didn't feel his presence at all. This guy's strength exceeds all his expectations. He is no opponent for someone with the equipment of a demon king. His whole body was already shaking from the pain. No longer was he so proud and complacent. Yun Chen ordered him to get out and tell Carlos that he would come after him himself in a year and finish him off. In the meantime, let him wash his neck and wait. The demon leaving asked if he too wanted to encroach on the 7-2 tables demon, saying that it was fine, and he would pay for his arrogance. Yun, seeing that the demon was in a hurry to leave, said that he was not finished. Yun said the demon could leave. The man asked in a trembling voice what he wanted. Yun punched it in the stomach with his fist. Even though the demon was much bigger than Yun, the protagonist definitely exceeded it in strength. The demon curled up in pain. Then Yun Chen used a fusion of skills of Shadow Flow Hype, Shadow Steel and Martial Arts Master Light Arm combo. From all sides, Blue Magic Arm started to reach out to him. Together with the weapons, these skills became steel. The hands reached for the demon. They simply threw themselves at him in an unstoppable The guards were shocked. One asked what it was just now. Another said that it was obvious that the king was just beating him up. However, even so, it was clear that guy. Soon there wasn't even any armor left on the demon, only his underwear. He was angry and shouted that he had been stripped naked. He hesitated at first, and then he still called his opponent a bum. He gathered his courage and shouted that he would kill him. Afterwards, he threw himself at Yun. His fist flew into Yun Chen's face, but only a small quiet thud was heard. Yun looked at his enemy from under his forehead. The demon was furious and bewildered. He wondered why it didn't work. Maybe his defense was too strong. Then he refuted it himself, saying that no, it was more like his own attack had weakened to a minimum. Also his equipment. Yun Chen told him that the attributes, equipment, skills and money, he took everything away with his touch. He reached out his hand to the demon's black body and said that he was now weak to this extent. The protagonist pushed it lightly. The demon was thrown far back. It shattered the glass with its body, and Yun said that it was weak enough to fall off with half a kick. The naked demon was lying on the floor in the main hall. All the guards had already regained consciousness and were looking at the offending man in shock, his body smoking. Then he raised his head and screamed in horror that his power was completely gone, asking how so and why. The demon was hysterical. The guards marveled that King Wuxi had defeated a supreme demon in such a short time. In addition to stealing everything the demon possessed, another said that their lord possessed such terrifying strength. Yun Chen finally sat on his throne and told his guards that it seemed like the demon had taken care of them properly last time, asking if they were just going to watch him get so weak. The guards froze. One of them said that he was King Kala's subordinate, so how could they? Said that if they attacked him, they could be retaliated against in the future. Besides, he was an honorable supreme demon. Asked what right they had to beat him. Yun Chen turned to Bahar. Yun became very angry and asked if he also thought the same as them. Asked if it was just because he was Kala's subordinate, just because he was one of the three great kings. His voice spread a wave of vibrations throughout the castle. It was very loud. Yun said that Bahar was like a bed bug under the demon's feet. The king asked if he had any objections. Bahar was silent. Then he turned around and headed in some direction. The guards were even more shocked. They asked what it was that Mr. Manager was going to attack. They could not believe it. They said that even considering his opponent's injuries, he was still restrained. And now this. Someone agreed and said that he might be good at business, but fighting. For some reason he called it a good joke. The demon laughed loudly too, calling Bahar a lowlife living in a remote territory, asking if someone like him thinks he is worthy to touch him, shouting that his lord has stepped on a slippery slope. King Carlos will finish him off sooner or later. He said Bahar is not stupid enough to die with him, asking if he is. His screams were interrupted by Bahar's attack. He stepped right on his face. This left the guards in shock and deep horror. They swore and shouted that he was a subordinate of King Carlos. They said that if the manager dared to hit him, there was something wrong with him. They thought he was crazy, that Mr. Bahar had gone mad. Bahar's eyes were blazing. He towered over the demon and asked the guards if they hadn't heard. He said that this was how the three demon kings treated them. They showed no mercy to the members of their own clan. He asked if they really wanted to remain their lowly ants. He said that an opportunity has arisen in front of them. Their King Wuxi intends to become one of the 72 tables demon kings. He pointed at Yun Chen sitting on the throne, shouting that even the supreme demon who dared to touch him has lost his power. What qualities do those cowards who have demon left in them possess to lead the people? And what qualities does he possess? Then Yun Chen stepped in. He held out his hand to the guards, told them to work for him, and together they would overthrow the three demon kings, or they would prefer to continue to grovel as insects under their feet. His voice echoed around the spacious hall and he said again, giving them a choice. Now the eyes of the demon guards were burning just like Bahar's eyes. They were shouting that they had long wanted to get rid of the three demon kings, that the number of soldiers allocated to the front line should have been equally distributed among each territory, but they were forcibly distributing their share between them, making the civilians hate and fear them. They said that Uncle was now a subordinate of the future demon king of the 72 tables, and his personality had changed. The mere thought of beating a noble supreme demon made them tremble with excitement. They all towered over the supreme demon. Right now he was really scared. He was asking what they were up to, shouting that they couldn't escape the consequences if such filthy and unworthy creatures dared to touch him. The guards started beating him with all their might with the whole crowd. They shouted for him to go to their demon kings. Then they would see how he would like the beatings, compared to the future demon king of the 72 pillars. Some supreme demon is nothing. Their meeting with him would allow them to ascend in the future. They shouted that a bastard like him deserved only to be a stepping stone on their path. They told each other to beat him as hard as they could. The supreme demon shouted that they were creatures. Then they threw him as hard as they could out of the hall. He fell down. The demon had many bumps and abrasions on his face. He called them creatures and promised to report everything. When the beating was over, the guards were frightened. Many were shaking with fear. One said that the words of the Lord had a magical power that took control over him. Another sobbed on his knees about what he had done. They thought that now everything was over. They would be avenged and killed. They did not know what to do now. Bahar was also sitting in a corner in despair. He thought that he was obviously mad for doing such a thing. He said that soon the fortress would be destroyed. Only Yun Chen seemed to be satisfied. He said that it was normal to be frivolous when they were young and they had nothing to fear. In fact, he was having a hard time getting them to be brave. He thought that if he hadn't hooked them with his skills, they probably would have never dared to do this. What he used on them was a fusion of the skills of a warrior, battle cry, and a spearman, inspiration. Together it became excitement. Yun realized that of course everything worked because there was resentment in their hearts. Otherwise he wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect even with skills. Yun thought that although it was a bit unfair of him, fortunately the goal had been achieved. Now they had no choice but to work for him. Now they had no choice but to work for him. Now they had no choice but to work for him. And also he would fulfill his duty to raise their status in society. Then Yun Chen threw something to the manager and said that he had a new task for him, to spend all the money and resources to maximize the quality of the guards. He was holding a spatial backpack in the shape of a magic stone. Bahar saw that inside was most of what the Lord had taken last time from the warehouse. He realized that although everyone knows that the truth is force, but is Lord Wuxi still going to spend all the savings? Yun Chen asked if he had managed to learn anything new about the S-rank materials they had talked about earlier. The demon shook his head and replied that there was nothing, saying that such things were extremely hard to find, and the fact that he had managed to find out that such a thing would be at the auction was just luck. The protagonist then threw a treasure map on the desk he was sitting at and said that it seemed that this map was the only clue right now. He asked Bahar to take a look and then asked if it was reliable. The question made Bahar think. He said that the route is not difficult, but the goal can be reached through the endless desert, the swamp of the lost and the city of nothingness until it reaches the purgatory of the fire demon. Suddenly, some idea popped into the manager's head. He shouted, asking where he got this treasure map. His demeanor changed very abruptly. He shouted that this was obviously some idiotic idea. Yun Chen stood up and asked if he was serious. Did he mean to say that the map was fake and no treasure actually existed? Bahar replied that this was not the case, said that if he followed the map, not to mention the S-rank materials, he would also find valuable boundless treasures. But the problem is that the destination is the fire demon purgatory, the territory of the exploding flame demon clan. He said that the explosive flame demon clan is a race of demons that existed before the demon of nothingness divided the demons into 72 races. They have great power, and the strength of their head is as strong as any demon king of the 72 pillars. But one day the entire clan was suddenly destroyed. told that there are many theories about what the specific cause was. Some say they angered a god and were destroyed by him. There are also rumors that their demise was due to the fact that they angered the demon of nothingness. But regardless of what it was due to, the purgatory of fire demons is full of various treasures, but powerful demons and demon kings, not to mention the treasures, already coming back from there alive is a great fortune. Bahar apologized to the king for his rudeness, but he had better give up. He explained that even if not talking about the fire demon purgatory, there are countless monsters in the vast wilderness. The lost swamp is even more dangerous, and no demon has ever gotten out of the city of nothingness alive. Yun Chen replied that he, in turn, thought it was worth a try. At least this way the money would not run out. He thought about the fact that from the feeling, this place is similar to the dungeon of the secret realm, and killing monsters is not bad for him. With so many magic skills on hand, at least he can save his life. Bahar exhaled and said that Mr. King is always so determined. He hoped that he would think about the welfare of the fortress too, saying that this journey will be long and he has no idea how long it will take them to return after being sent away, but in case the three kings send someone to kill them again. Yun said that nothing will happen, saying that with the strength they have demonstrated, if they don't show up in person, no matter how many demons are sent, they will all die. However, in a year's time there will be a decisive battle for the 72-pillar demon throne. They definitely wish to build up as much strength as possible to become stronger in person, then start picking a fight with them. Bahar replied that what he said made sense, but suggested he prepare something just in case. He took out 2 items. He said he would at least take the induction crystal and the scroll to return to the city. In case something happened in the fortress, they could return at any time unless they were in a special room. Yun took the items and agreed to the terms, asked him to prepare everything they needed for the journey. He said he was leaving tomorrow. Somewhere in the world of darkness, a crowd of people in white robes gathered in a large luxurious church. One of these people was Lu Mialin. In fact, she felt very funny because of how easy it was to get in here. She realized how naive everyone was. The girl just put on their clothes and shouted out their password, and they easily recognized her as a comrade. She thought that maybe it was because she was human that it was so easy. Lu Mialing had no idea what kind of lord they had over there, but that's what everyone called him. The man in the white robe announced that a new priestess had arrived. He was encouraging everyone to offer today's prayers to the Almighty Lord. The girl was on her way upstairs. Seeing the priestess, Lu Mialing was shocked. She wondered what it all meant. What frightened and shocked her was that this new priestess was the same as Lucini. Lucini was addressing the Almighty, saying that his firm will grant them strength, saying that his leniency was making them grow. She crossed her arms on the others and said on behalf of all the believers that they were honored to serve him, that they would give him everything for his sake. Lu Mialing said to herself, who would have thought that she would meet an acquaintance from the world of darkness? And yes, things are going much better than her. Mialing realized that now was not the right situation to be recognized. However, she didn't have the skills to change her appearance, let alone an item that could change her face. She didn't want to give up, because there might not be another opportunity to get in here. The girl thought deeply about what she should do now. An idea suddenly came to her. She remembered that she could use this. Lucini thanked everyone for staying with her to complete the prayer. Now she would have something to tell them. She would say that unfortunately the third-rank believers that helped her gather materials were killed. The princess didn't seem very upset. But the believers were shocked. They asked how it was killed. Wasn't the team led by 2 masters of the 3rd rank? They cursed the demons, shouting that no matter how much you kill, but they do not become less. Then the girl stretched out her hand and told them not to be sad. She said that they had given their lives not only for her, but also for the Almighty Lord. They had nothing to regret after death, but to get closer to the Lord even more. There was only a little material left for her to reach the third rank. The believers said that the priestess is the representative of the Lord and can even communicate directly with him. They said that she is more important than any of them, but the materials requested by Priestess Lucini are too difficult to obtain. One said that although they can give their lives without hesitation in the name of the Lord, they can do much more for him. For such a life, they have to take huge risks. Lu Miaoling shook the believers, shouting that they are idiots afraid of death, asking if this is all the faith in the Lord they can show. The girl wrapped bandages around her face. She had now passed all the young and not so young people. Now she stood almost beside Princess Lucini and said that the noble lady priestess just needed materials. For her sake he and steal, loot and die. She asked, isn't this a given? Why do they oppose it? Lucini was happy to hear such a thing. She admired the girl and her sincere and pure faith. She told her to rather approach her and tell her her name. Lu Miaoling introduced herself as Xiao Lingzi. She blamed herself for forgetting to think of a name, and she had to use one of the many that her junior had made up for her. Lucini said that the strange believer had a very interesting name. She asked why she was wearing a bandage on her face. Was she injured? Lu Miaoling replied that she was. She told her that it was. She said that it was disfigured by one of the demons, but she believed that the Almighty Lord will turn her face sooner or later. Lucini said that such devout faith was intoxicating, but also told her that there was a single flaw in the girl. Her voice. It was very similar to the voice of a certain Sao the princess knew, so she said. Lu Miaoling told her to herself that she herself was a Sao, and her whole family. The girl was angry. She couldn't stand the princess. However, she had to force herself to calm down. Lucini rushed to comfort Xiao, shouted that she did not deserve to be compared to Xiao, promised to report to the Lord about her sincerity. Suddenly, large black wings grew out of the priestess's back and enveloped her and Lu Miaoling. Lucini said that the Almighty would definitely help her transform. The believers shouted that this was a miracle of the Lord, that her sincerity had touched the Lord. They said that even if they had to steal or die, they would definitely help the priestess gather materials. They called the princess Miss Sophini, asking her to forgive them for their former rudeness, asking her to convey their sincerity to the Lord as well. Lu Miaoling realized that it was no miracle and they were idiots. She knew that it was just a visual effect created by some show-off skills and item. They clearly had a problem with their heads if they fell for the lie so easily. Then Princess Lucini turned to the faithful Xiao Lingzi, said she hoped she would lead the new material retrieval team, asked if she could handle it. The girl replied to the priestess that of course she would, that yes, that she wouldn't let her down. Lucini slipped her hand right under Miaoling's nose. She could hardly contain herself. She wondered if she was amused by the kissing. Lu Miaoling thought it was an absolute abomination, wished the princess would wait until sooner or later to make her lick her feet. There were someone's footprints on the ground. These footprints were left by Yun Chen's bare feet. He was heading somewhere while reading a book. He was reading something about the vast desert. Then he deducted in which direction he should go. Suddenly, Yun stopped. He read that the land does not belong to any race of demons. The area itself is dangerous. That's how it was named. There are many wild beasts and insects in the desert. Yun said that it got its name because of the endlessly appearing demonic creatures. Yun decided that in that case, it would be a good time for him to stretch out. It had been a long time since he had encountered monsters. The protagonist used a fusion of the swordsman's skill, acceleration, and the knight's skill, aerial dissection. He was lightning fast and moved a couple dozen meters forward. Along the way, he slashed and killed monsters. There was a whole army of monsters. They were all screaming and throwing themselves at Yun Chen. Yun Chen dodged them, thinking about the fact that the monsters were scattered over a wide open area. Killing each one required time and effort. The main character's magic vines twisted the monster. Yun, wasting no time, hurled a blue flame. It fell to the ground. There, the fire formed a crater, and the blue flame itself became a hot semblance of a lake. Yun turned back. There was a bunch of insects flying at him. Yun Chen took out a firearm. He asked if they were monster insects. He said that they were really annoying freaks. Now he was equipped with demonic terror. The weapons could be in the form of paired pistols, shark guns or short spears. Yun pointed the muzzle of the gun at the attackers. Soon, all the insects were blazing in blue demonic fire. A while later, Yun Chen stood calmly in the middle of the corpses of the slain monsters. He sat down at one of them and said that unlike the dungeon, here, killing monsters does not drop equipment. If he wanted to get any materials, he would have to dig through their bodies. He said that it was good to get experience points. At least he did not kill for nothing. Besides, the demon monsters here would drop things that you couldn't get from the dungeon monsters. Yun stuck his hand right inside the monster. There he immediately dug up a crystal magic stone. Yun knew that the stone was rich in dark magic power, which could be absorbed by lemons to become stronger. He said that coins and demonic crystals were the universal currency of the world of darkness, precisely because they were made from crystal magic stones, which themselves had a certain value. Yun said that yes, and the attributes captured by the robber are forever unused. He didn't know if it would work out to learn it or not. It remains to be. 3 months later, ahead everything was terribly dry. There was no way for the trees to survive in such conditions. There was also a dark cave visible ahead. Yun Chen was sitting on a rock. Everything in front of his eyes was purple, glowing. He said that after 3 months of clearing monsters, he was able to pump up to 7 levels. So he also collected a lot of crystalline magic stones, and in fact the back and sides. Around the main character lay a lot of magic stones. Yun thought that this amount should be enough to try, because even if nothing came out, he could at least sell it. It would definitely not go to waste. He had prepared a large cave in advance, so there should be no threat to safety. Yun jumped up. Now he was almost out of the cave and shouted that the preparation was complete. It was time to start. Many stones were burning with purple flames. Yun Chen stood in the purple flames. Everything around him snapped and cracked. The guy was in pain. Besides, his body was disintegrating. He looked at his arms. They were cracking. So were his legs, and all the clothes on him. Yun didn't understand why. Then he realized that no, it was normal. After all, the power of dark magic is to first destroy the body and then recreate it afterwards. All the cracks on his hand soon began to heal, just a different color, differently. Yun looked at his own hands and said that right now, his entire body from the bones to the muscles, blood vessels and skin, turning demonic. Yun Chen began to be enveloped by violet blue flames, and once again, he didn't realize what was happening. Soon, he found himself in a cocoon. The sensation inside was not too pleasant. He could feel that a powerful force continued to pour into his body. Now his face was also changing color. Then Yun realized that it was the magic power of the dark novices. He closed his eyes and called out Teacher Xia to himself. He remembered how he and her were walking through the academy, and he told her what she said. The essential difference between the world of darkness and theirs was the highly concentrated magical power in the atmosphere. As he asked if humans could adapt to living in the world of darkness and become as strong as demons. Then the teacher answered that they could, but the problem is just in the adaptation. Simple adaptation will not be enough to live. We are talking about the perfect adaptation of demons, and even the use of dark magic unique to the world of darkness. She said that since the so-called quantitative change leads to a change in quality, the extremely high concentration of magic power makes the magic power of the world of darkness gradually change, forming a dark magic power superior to the ordinary. Once there were demons secretly studying human skills, and eventually using the skills they learn to release dark magic, then the effect is greatly enhanced. As Yun asked what if humans were able to use the skills of demons, the teacher replied that it wouldn't work. The skills of demons are drawn from the power of dark magic, not ordinary magic. She said that the enemy can use their skills, but they can't use their skills. Unfairly true, but this is the reality. There is nothing you can do about it. Being at the bottom means that you are destined to stay below others. This is the order. Then Yun thought about it and said that he could use the Demon Queen talent and the demonic underworld flame. These are all demon skills after all. Teacher Xia told him that only the source of his demonic underworld flame was an item. It would only become his skill after absorption, and the essence of a demon lord was only created by a formula given by a god, the ability to ignore the rules, change or even create them. The teacher reiterated that only a god could do that. She approached him, saying that if he wanted to gain the power of demons, he would have to infuse dark magic power into him as well as the dark novices, saying that by absorbing enough, he could completely become a demon. Teacher Xia pulled him even closer and said that after he became a demon, he would never become human again, asking if he wanted to do so. Yun Chen remembered this, but only now was he able to give an answer to the question. He started to say of course. He doesn't want to. Yun ripped the horn from his body and began to resist the magic, screaming that after all, it was just an attempt and he would stop at nothing for the sake of power. And since he couldn't possess dark magic being human, the guy already had a second horn growing on his head. The first one he had broken off. Yun Chen said, refusing to devour it. He tried to tear off this horn as well. Suddenly, something stopped and surprised him. He looked at his hand. His hand began to grow long and sharp nails, claws. Then he realized that the transformation did not stop. Yun looked at both of his hands already and panicked, asking if the already started it wouldn't reverse. He activated super self-healing. He said even super self-healing didn't work, which meant this wasn't a normal injury. Yun realized that it was more like he had broken a certain rule and now that rule was going to erase him. He thought that the cross of rebirth wouldn't work in this case. The whole thing was falling apart, but for some reason he said it felt so familiar to him. He realized that he was dying again. Yun remembered lying in the hospital with a girl sitting next to him. The pulse meter beeped rhythmically. Yun Chen finally opened his eyes. He was all skinny like death. Yun Tang was sitting next to him sobbing profusely. The poor girl was screaming at her brother not to close her eyes for anything, that he should keep his eyes closed. The girl was so scared that she was shaking all over. She was begging him not to leave her. Yun Chen couldn't answer her anything out loud, but to himself he apologized to Yun Tang. He said that he also wanted to live, but he could feel his consciousness fading away little by little. His eyes closed again. He blamed himself for not being able to linger. Even for a second, he could do nothing in the face of death. The protagonist felt like he was floating in water. He realized that his consciousness was dissipating and he couldn't stop it. Again that feeling of powerlessness, the same as back then. Yun knew that if he didn't do anything, it would all be over for him. But no, he did not wish for that. He decided that this time was different. He had already died once. Death was known to him. Now he had a feeling as if he had surfaced from the stream, deciding that there must be a way to survive. Utopia was not for him. Now Yun Chen was sitting on dry land and thought about the fact that even the naked eye could see that the human body structure was not much different from the demon body structure. The significant difference was that the demon body could safely use dark magic. Dark magic was just a type of power. As if through ice, he looked at his reflection. Only on one side was an ordinary appearance. On the other was the essence of the Night Queen. Yun thought that he just needed a suitable vessel such as a demon body. In this case, if he uses a false demon body created through a skill to deceive her, perhaps he would be considered a vessel. Yun felt as if he had pulled himself out of utopia. From within the cocoon, Yun could be heard calling out to someone. He spread his arms out to the sides, telling her that he would no longer resist and if she wanted, she could enter his body. Shouting for her to dissolve into his shadow, to mingle with his skills, saying he would accept everything without abandon. The magic began to envelope him. It hurt, and the protagonist screamed loudly in agony. The cocoon began to crack at the seams. Then came a massive explosion that tore it from the inside. Many rocks and blocks were now flying back to the ground. Yun Chen possessed a Dark Knight evolution. It seemed that behind his back was a halo and black wings. He was a primordial darkness, a demon's body. Yun looked at his hand and said that he seemed to have succeeded. He now had horns, claws and long white hair. He had gained the body of an S-rank demon. Primordial darkness resulting from the fusion of dark magic in the state of the demon body. The effects of various attributes and skills are enhanced and the body is completely turned into a demonic body. And dark magic and ordinary magic can be used at the same time. Not only are there new abilities hidden in the new demons, but also the ability to transform, closely linked to their bodies, allowing them to evolve. This transformation effect as a disguise is closely linked to their bodies imbued with the power of dark magic. It is what gives them the ability to change their outward appearance, substituting it for the Dark Knight, and when the ability is cancelled they revert to human form and are stripped of the power of dark magic, remaining only ordinary beings. Thanks to the Dark Knight Demon Queen of 72 pillars, it is possible, but it is also extremely difficult because of her immense power, which requires a tax, while the development is not complete, and only by mastering flexibility, it is possible to completely control these demons, and if even one condition is violated, she will destroy by force and rules. Yun Chen's actions break the rules, but strangely the person who put them in place doesn't notice this, which adds mystery to the situation and will possibly lead to unexpected consequences. At that moment, the protagonist noticed something unusual nearby, which made him scrutinize his surroundings and prepare for possible danger. The silhouette of a monster emerged in the gloom, radiating determination and unyielding ambition. It seemed invincible, ready to change the course of history, to overthrow everything in its path. These creatures seemed to be drawn to his absorption of dark magic as if it was their sole purpose and raison d'etre. But joy possessed him, for it came in time. It was on these monsters that he would test his new power and find out what he was capable of. The guy instantly changed his attitude to everything that was going on, suddenly awake to the new opportunities and challenges that awaited him ahead. The monsters were determined to deal with the guy quickly and ruthlessly, realizing their goal regardless of the obstacles. The protagonist noted that there was a tremendous change in the depths of the night that did not go unnoticed by him or those who dared to summon him. It seems that the key to the evolution of talents and skills is dark magic, opening doors to new dimensions of power and possibility before them. Yun Chen made the decision to use dark magic to test his other skills, exploring the edges of his potential and breaking new ground. The thorns grew before his eyes, retaining their original properties, but taking on an enhanced significance, becoming an integral part of his role and essence. After that, the guy began to form a huge magic ball, filling it with energy and focusing on creating a powerful artifact. The coverage area and explosive power of the fireballs increased, amplifying their destructive power to even higher levels. He was also surprised by a skill called cloning, which opened up whole new horizons and opportunities for him to fight and explore. Strangely enough, with this skill, he could create another clown, expanding his abilities and multiplying his power many times over. If he repeatedly applied skill fusion, he could achieve unprecedented results, combining magic and cloning into a single, powerful force. Fusing the skills of a magical swordsman, a flame-absorbing assassin, and a flame puppet provides 65% of the user's attributes, possessing all class skills and dealing fire attribute damage. Fusing the skills of a daoist, lightning assassin summoner, and lightning puppet allows you to inherit 65% of the user's attributes, possessing all the skills of the pine class and dealing damage with the lightning attribute. After all these events, by the guy's side were his two clowns, faithful companions and allies, ready to support him in any trials. The protagonist gave them orders to destroy their opponents, entrusting them with their fate and choosing to rely on the loyalty and strength of his clones in battle. Of course, the clones immediately started following the guy's orders, showing their loyalty and determination to see the mission through. For months later, Yun Chen notices that this place deserves the name Boundless Desert. It took him 7 months to completely cross it, going through all its mysteries and dangers. Of course, it's also because he destroyed all the demonic beasts in his path, although it took a little time and he didn't lose much, but the harvest was rich and his backpacks are literally overflowing with the corpses of demonic beasts, which is horrifying and disgusting. His level had risen considerably, and if we only talk about attribute distribution, he was no longer inferior to an awakened with a hidden rank 3 class. After all, the essence of a demon king and daily tasks from the system had helped him increase his abilities considerably. Despite this, there is still a huge gap between 4th rank divine level awakened ones. The higher the level, the more experience points needed to level up, and the greater the reward for the normal class. Moreover, 4th rank awakened ones have a large number of items to increase attributes, not to mention the support from the Demon King. Becoming the 72nd pillar is only the first step, and there will be more hidden dangers to overcome along the way. He must become even stronger than he is now to successfully overcome the new challenges. Here he has arrived in the second zone, the Swamp of the Lost, a place where mystery and danger permeate the air, awaiting his next move. Just then, a new mission launched, reporting that it was discovered as if the user possessed the prerequisites to launch the mission, a crusade against the abbreviated dream. The protagonist did not find anything like monsters here. In addition, there was an invisible gaseous substance without odor in the air, which seemed strange to him. After falling into the poison swamp, he did not feel the slightest discomfort, although it is known for its poisonous properties. Even if he wanted to, he would have to corrode his own skin, which would take about 6 months before he could leave this dangerous swamp. No matter how useful this thing seems, should he try to dispel it? The guy took out the talisman. After all, nothing is pure, is it not? The protagonist would be willing to use this talisman without hesitation, confident in its usefulness and ability to aid him in his adventures. He was surprised that the talisman didn't have any effect. Perhaps the environment here wasn't that harmful, or the place was so malignant that he couldn't dispel it. Besides, he was still missing 2 C-rank materials, so he would be sorry to return. There didn't seem to be any wildlife in the place, but there didn't seem to be any intentions to attack him, or even interest in showing aggression. But the protagonist still noticed something that made him wonder what was going on in the place. This was it, having been deceived from the moment he came to this place, and it made him frustrated and disgruntled. Realizing this, he was to fight these monsters, rising up against the one who had falsely deceived him from the beginning. Oh, and to top it off, Yun Chen started to surround the creature place, increasing the tension and creating an uneasy environment. One of them even managed to reach over to the guy and grab his shoulder, making him feel threatened quite close. It felt as if he didn't plan to fight them at all, as he didn't even move, as if he was frozen in place. But at that moment, someone did help him and he didn't die on the spot, keeping his life. It was an unknown hero in the guise of a shadow, suddenly appearing to help him at a crucial moment. At this time some sick person was taken outside to get some air. What was going on around him seemed unrelated. Warm sunlight and faint shadow were present in this scene, creating contrast and reminding us of the contradictory nature of life. Some girl was saying that today was such a beautiful day after all, and he was being discharged from the hospital, which made him reflect on her strange words. It was Yun Tang who claimed that his body had gotten better and he was finally being discharged. She was happy that she could return to the university, but he won't have to worry because she will work as hard as possible in her free time taking care of him. He doesn't have to worry about money or seeing his friends, and she is even called a working fairy. Well, anyway, he can't just put everything on her shoulders, because that's unfair and unreasonable. It is time for him to return to the old days, remember his former responsibilities and take an active part in his. Immediately afterward, he went to his apartment and set to work at his computer, absorbed in his business and tasks. He immediately set about creating a character and had to validate that action by immersing himself in the virtual world of the game. Guy, not wanting to waste any time, immediately set about creating this character, determined to start the game without delay. It didn't take long before the guy was already embarking on a new adventure, ready to explore and conquer virtual. He fought and defeated his opponents with ease, showing skill and confidence in his own abilities. The protagonist was congratulated, as he managed to become a dungeon sweep champion in record time, recognizing his skill and incredible achievements. Talented player Yun Chen returned and went all the way to the end, successfully winning the national championship among Manhwa schools. He was the representative of the Chinese division and was congratulated at the World Championship, where his success was recognized and celebrated with a grand ceremony. When he was given the floor, he stated that his victory was a foregone conclusion, thanks to his perseverance, talent and the support of the team. Yun Tan was happy for her brother. She was now taking up work to support him, always willing to help and participate in his life. Today, she decided to give everyone a treat, as she had recently been given a bonus for first place in the dungeon sweep. There were days when she would come home from work and complain that she was extremely tired, because her boss demanded that she work overtime over and over again without any extra pay. There were also days when they had fun together, creating vivid memories and enjoying mutual understanding. They also relaxed together by the seashore, enjoying the sounds of the surf and the beautiful view that soothed their souls and strengthened their bond. With pleasure, the brother took photos of his sister, capturing her smile and joy to preserve the memories of happy moments together. The girl noticed that lately it was as if her brother was always thinking about something and looked preoccupied, so she assumed that he was going to introduce her to his girlfriend so that she could assess how suitable she was for him. The protagonist said it was just nothing and not to worry about it, trying to comfort his sister and get her off his back about his possible problems. It's just such a beautiful world. It's just a pity it's not real, but still, sooner or later he'll have to go back, moving away from the magic back to reality. Yun Tan realized that he had learned long ago that she wasn't real, just like this world, which made her feel vulnerable and alone. No matter how real the illusion may be, in the end it stays, and it defies logic, which makes him feel confused. The girl decided to give the guy a big hug goodbye to convey her support and love for this moment. Then she asked him if he could stay with her without leaving, thus expressing her hope that they would continue their companionship. The protagonist steadfastly refused to leave, as he felt that his sister and a host of unresolved issues demanded his presence and attention. Whether reality brings joy, sadness or happiness, sooner or later everyone will have to face it, for staying here is only an escape from reality. At this time, it became clear that the protagonist had survived after all. He had hidden the shadow puppet of his shadow beforehand when he entered this territory. Otherwise his consciousness would have drowned in illusion long ago. The shadow had done its job well. Suddenly someone came up behind him and asked if he had awakened, and this made the protagonist instantly aware of his presence in the moment. Yun Chen, realizing that it was the president, asked if he was going to infiltrate the parish and why he was here. It turns out that the president is helping the leader gather materials and even brought some believers with him, but it looks like they're not going anywhere. According to her observations, after the fog here had accumulated to a certain extent and turned into slime, she noted that this slime not only plunged people into illusion, but also paralyzed their nerves and senses. Even if their legs and arms were cut off, the senses would not return, for the pricks or weak will or strong desire could easily get lost and could not return. This is why this place is known as the suicide paradise, where many, mornings born of hope, voluntarily go here to die in their given illusions. Illusions are devoured not only by demons but also by misguided demonic beasts, as there cannot be enough meat in the world of illusions. She was interested in how his appearance had changed as he resembled a demon even more than before. At first, she didn't even recognize him and thought she was mistaken. His skills have changed due to being consumed by dark magic, but luckily he was able to retain his humanity. The army put a lot of effort into studying the absorption of dark magic, but failed every time. Not expecting success, when he started to promote his method, it contributed to a significant increase in humanity's combat power. First of all, one must possess the talent of a 72-pillar demon king with growth effect, and also have a significant amount of demonic crystals. In the new case, the probability of turning into a demon would be no different from the dark manifestations. Besides, even after fulfilling all the above conditions, he almost died, and she shouldn't think of promoting such a thing. In the last 6 months, she has won a significant amount of resources and has become something of a petty leader, much lower in rank than their mutual acquaintances. Lucini, she is simply served by a no wonder she lost easily in the tournament. He had thought at first that it was due to random mistakes, but now it seemed like it was all a well-planned plan. You bet, because the parish organization here is closely tied to the Holy Empire. After her pursuit, it became clear that most of the people in the organization were brought here from the Holy Empire from an early age and were accustomed to the environment of the local world, and are manipulated. Called Adepts of Light, they use the class system of the Holy Empire, viewing them as if they were demons or humans. If you don't follow their teachings, they are considered outsiders, not worthy of life. The Dark Acolytes worship demons and long for their arrival, and since they're connected to organizing the arrival, they're probably awaiting the arrival of their Dark Lords. The president stated that they expect only God, emphasizing that their devotion and faith is solely focused on that. The protagonist could not understand the meaning of these words, feeling vaguely uneasy and eager to unravel their hidden subtext. You can see how confident he is in his beliefs. Those living in the human world only make sacrifices to God. But is it even possible for God to appear? The likelihood of this is minimal, but Lucini claims to be able to communicate with a god, though this is most likely just hype. She doesn't want to discuss the matter. After all, she went here for the treasure maps. He wonders if he should take his chances and go to the fire demon purgatory. About how only idiots go there. She only went to look around and she's not even going to go into town. All because it is extremely dangerous there, and this becomes the reason for their decision not to risk going there. Still, these are the ruins of the demonic explosive tribes channels that even the demons of the 72 pillars are envious of. Having no idea how, even after laying it all out to the fullest, they still couldn't see even a shadow of the fire demon's purgatory. And all because on their way stood the city of nothingness. No one knew what was going on in it, but no one who entered it could never return. This applied even to the demon kings. To enter it meant to cease to exist. Let him end his travels there and return to the fortress. She will find the rank C materials herself, for she is now a bishop and has some power to act in secret. The protagonist thought it was too dangerous. She was in an enemy camp, and if she was discovered she would most likely not be able to get out of there alive. The president would probably agree to take the risk and even die to protect him, completely forgetting about her own safety. Yun Chen decided that he would get C-rank materials himself. He had some countermeasures, and he intended to obtain the 72-pillar demon position and successfully complete the recruitment. The decisive battle to replace the Dark Knight Demon King has less than half a year left. Time is running out. He proposed to disperse at this place. Upon reaching here he met no one alive, nor did he meet any of the abbreviated dreams mentioned by the assignment. Maybe it's a trick of the eye, or maybe it's something else, but it's hard to tell for sure due to lack of information. But these demons and demonic creatures don't appear to be badly decomposed, rather they seem to have been digested and spit out. The guy seems to have begun to gradually realize something important that changes his views or understanding of the situation, causing an inner epiphany. He arrived at his next goal with confidence, the fire of determination flickering in his eyes. Each step was part of the journey, illuminating new opportunities and challenges. Apparently, this is the city where I found myself, devoid of signs of life or movement, as if time had stopped here forever. It all looked like an abandoned city where time was frozen in the moment and life seemed to have vanished, leaving only ghosts of the past. Part of his skill was divine rescue in dangerous situations, where he used invincibility and lightning to avert trouble wherever it befell him. Of that he had to be completely sure. Just at that moment, the protagonist came into contact with the skin of something incomprehensible, which engulfed him in a strange and mysterious journey. Immediately afterward, he began to be transported to some other world where the laws of nature and time behaved differently, leaving him in a state of amazement and uncertainty. When he came to, of course, he realized what had happened, gazing intently into the new world that had opened up before him. As it later turned out, he found himself in a clearing in the middle of a forest, surrounded by greenery and silence that only added to his sense of mystery and isolation. Yun Chen felt that it was quite painful, but he still tried to figure out what it was, penetrating the mysteries of his surroundings with curiosity and determination. He only remembered entering the abandoned city, and then what happened next seemed vague and incomprehensible to him, as if part of a strange dream. He also didn't know how he could have gotten these wounds, and what had happened the moment he entered the city of nothingness was still a mystery for him to solve. At this moment someone approached him and addressed him, as if penetrating his thoughts with questions or suggestions that added to the mystery of this strange place. The unidentifiable creature approached and asked the guy if he was awake, instilling in him a sense of the unknown and leaving him with unanswered questions. He realized the girl wasn't a demon, but he couldn't tell what race she belonged to, considering he had human form, and not noticing any aggression from her. She then immediately shouted that the stranger with the invisible face was awake, and their efforts were not in vain, for he came to his senses. One of them bragged, claiming that his words that the medicine would work were true. The girl started asking where the guy was from and what his name was, as if eager to make a connection and learn more about him. And she doesn't understand why, even as she gets closer, she can't see his face, like it's blurry, like it's just not there. She gave him the nickname Shu Wu, which translated meant nothingness, emphasizing the mysteriousness of his essence and his enigmatic origin. Everyone present also commented that it wasn't a bad name and it sounded good, supporting the girl's choice and creating an atmosphere of approval and welcome. She asked him to follow her, promising to take care of him, and offered to go to her house, creating an atmosphere of care and trust. The words that they would be going home surprised the protagonist, causing him to feel a sense of wonder and some surprise. That's how little Nana took him to her home, living in this village. He learned that they were descendants of demons forced to leave war-torn lands and flee here to seek refuge from the merciless conflict. Isolated from the rest of the world for hundreds of years, they lived in perfect harmony, without arguments or wars, like a true paradise. For some unknown reason, they couldn't see his face, his voice had no harshness or roughness, and his body was highly vague, making it difficult to determine his appearance and gender. Their perception of him was like an illusion, as if he didn't exist, so they named him Shi Wu. He felt that living with them brought him comfort and fulfillment, and fortunately they greeted him with hospitality and courtesy. The possibility of staying with them forever seemed to him an attractive solution. This kind of life is full of oddities and fascinating moments, with limitless possibilities, and one wonders how they were able to achieve it all. For 3 months after his arrival here, he has been continuously muttering incomprehensible words that he is unable to understand, even words that he never thought of. Yesterday, they had agreed with the girl that she would take on the task of teaching him to read and write, and she had decided to start with the most important thing. She handed him the stone and told him his name was written on it. At this time a frantic movement began as people were worried about someone coming back and they shouldn't let someone get killed. As it turned out, they found a few more wounded strangers, but these strangers' faces were clearly visible and unlike their own. There were new comrades in the village. When the strangers first showed up in their village, everyone was very scared and worried that they might be bad, but they turned out to be extremely nice and kind, which put all the residents at ease. And the current outsiders look similar to Shi Wu, so no one feels apprehensive towards them and greets them with friendliness. The protagonist noted that this kind of thinking on their part is very dangerous. More strangers appeared in the clearing, confirming the demon's predictions. One of them complained that the curse of the Cliff of Illusion was much more dangerous than he expected. Not only did he not find the treasure, but he was injured. Now he regretted not listening to his father's advice. In addition, the young leader had repeatedly warned against setting foot in either the Swamp of the Lost or the Utes of Illusion, yet he insisted on his expedition. He insisted that they don't forget who he is, but it looks like he just stole the induction crystal from the old man and thinks nothing will happen until he shows up here himself. He disregarded the significance of the time spent and saw no cause for concern or regret. The territory of the demon clan of the explosive tribe spreads beyond the Cliff of Illusion, behind which stretches the Swamp of the Lost. As mysterious and dangerous, it is necessary even the father of this demon to make considerable efforts to penetrate these mystical places, shrouded in mystery and secrecy. The junction of the Swamp of the Lost and the Cliff of Illusion was once suspiciously quiet, but suddenly everything changed, and the ground collapsed as if revealing the unseen depths of an unfathomable world. At this instant, the explosive demon clan leader noticed something strange that caught his attention. The people of the nearby village came to them and enthusiastically welcomed the arrival of the clan, expressing their joy and willingness to help. The leader considered the encounter with the villagers an unexpected good fortune as it gave him a chance to seize the initiative. Seeing them as weaklings, he decided to seize the moment before they had time to report the encounter with the other clan's demons to strengthen his position. One of the villagers showed a willingness to support the demon clan in their endeavors. But the leader decided to take his time, as it seemed that the villagers were in no mood for conflict or aggression. His subordinates were surprised, for the young head usually showed a tendency to violence and preferred to solve problems by force. They wondered what could have caused such a change in his behavior. The leader regarded his subordinates as ignorant jerks, unable to understand his new path, for his violet pupils, inherited from his ancient ancestors, testified to the dark power residing in his soul. These guys are purebloods from vanished ancient races mentioned in ancient texts and legends. They have passed on to me the knowledge of ancient times that are described in forgotten books. The leader, sensing the approach of death from his wounds, appealed to his subordinates for help, wondering if there was not a single kind-hearted person among them willing to help him in this difficult moment. Pure-blooded ancient races died out 1,000 years ago, but these guys turned out to be like living ancient fossils with incredible value, whether for sale as slaves or for scientific study. Upon arriving at the village, one of the men greeting them began to shout, recognizing a serious wound and demanding that they bring medicinal herbs to help. Everywhere you look, pure-blooded ancients are found, in a free state, as if at every turn, reminding you of ancient times and their mysterious history. Breeding these ancients can yield great wealth, for their value is high and many are willing to pay any price for such unique creatures. When Nana expressed her desire to come over and help, the protagonist decided she'd rather stay put and not take any risks. The prolonged peace has made these demons oblivious to the dangers of the outside world. Their powers are inferior to the new generation, and they probably don't realize that the strangers coming in could lead to a terrible catastrophe. The girl couldn't understand why the guy wouldn't let her go, perhaps that he was worried for her safety or saw danger in what she was facing. Yun Chen wanted to explain the reason to her, but realized that there was no way he could do so, perhaps because of his own internal contradictions and fear. This situation had happened more than once before, adding to her bewilderment and excitement, causing her mixed feelings and discontent. Like some situations in the outside world that required his words to change his mind, but he could not utter them, even being present on the spot. He is only a spectator, powerless to change the course of events. Given the current situation, he could speculate how events would unfold in the future. After a week of treatment in the hospital, the demons of the exploding tribe clan felt better, their wounds had healed, and they were ready to return to their normal way of life without requiring escorts from the villagers. The day afterward was a brisk morning, and as usual he went to the mountains to chop wood and contribute to the common cause. And returning to the village, he noticed that everything had changed. Something unusual was happening. The atmosphere was tense, as if there was an invisible change in the air. In front of him, the protagonist saw a burning village, the flames flaring brightly, illuminating the surrounding world and disturbing the usual peace of the place. The demon leader was saying that this is what happens when someone opposes him, and that none of them are willing to be an example, so they have to pay with their lives for their resistance. Nana tried to appeal to the protagonist, calling on him for help, hoping for his ability to change the situation. To her surprise, the guy was just behind them at that moment, which gave her hope that he could help change the situation. Upon seeing what was happening, anger erupted in front of the protagonist, and its magnitude was boundless. He reflected that they also had life in them, but they still displayed meanness and nastiness, which made him angry and frustrated. Yun Chen was ready to attack these demons, filled with determination and willingness to protect his friends and justice. He was determined to destroy all the demons instantly, full of determination and rage. After that, he used his power and directed a powerful beam of light directly at the enemy in an attempt to neutralize the threat. After that, the earth shook and the village was completely destroyed, succumbing before the power of the event that had occurred, leaving no trace of its existence. The leader was scared out of his wits and could not realize who stood before him, sensing an unknown and terrible force before him. The demon realized that another demon was standing in front of him, and asked if he realized that his father was the head of the demon clan of the explosive tribe. Yun Chen only laughed at his words, not taking them seriously, showing his indifference to threats and taunts. He replied that in that case his father could safely come and deal with him himself without the need for intermediaries. At this moment, a new monster appeared in front of him, emphasizing the unexpectedness of the events and increasing the tension in the surroundings. He asked who stood before him and why he could not see the face of the one who dared to kill his son. The guy silently reported that he just wanted to and killed the demon without expressing any regrets or further explanation. Immediately afterward, the protagonist decided to sit down and think about the whole situation, trying to understand what had happened and how he should proceed. It looks like it's all over, but the protagonist has to make sense of what happened and decide how to proceed. Despite the reality of the experience, it was still all an illusion to him. He had already gotten rid of illusions, so such tricks don't work on him. Despite this, the setting seems quite familiar to him, as if he has seen something like this before, which gives him a sense of déjà vu. He took the stone on which little Nana had written his name, feeling the weight of this moment and the significance of this gesture. Whether all that happened was just an illusion, not reality, the protagonist has to ponder this question. The village seemed familiar, and the place seemed familiar to him, but instead of the familiar stone slab he saw ruins and ruins. Apparently, all of the preceding events were real, devoid of illusions, even though they seemed directed at someone other than him. It was pure chance that had suddenly intervened in the events. In the end, he found himself merely an observer, not interfering or making any changes. According to Bahar, the demon clan from the exploding tribe had existed for a very long time, and the time of this illusion's occurrence lasted almost forever. After the destruction of the clan, it was expected that the local environment would recover, but somehow things continue to go wrong and the situation remains extremely unfavorable. An important moment was the main character's realization that something strange and unusual is happening to the volcano, which requires his attention and possibly portends danger. Immediately after the protagonist noticed unusual phenomena around the volcano, a powerful eruption began, forcing him to realize the seriousness of the situation and act quickly. Fortunately, thanks to his quick reaction, the protagonist was able to jump away from where the lava fell, avoiding danger and saving his life. Yun Chen felt that something incomprehensible was starting to happen and became aware of what was going on around him. Right after that, some new monsters appeared on his path, posing a threat to his safety. They all expressed their hunger by relaying their needs to the protagonist. The guy speculated that they could have been dead people, under the control of a living organism, which added an aura of terror to his encounter with them. It didn't matter to him who they were or what they were, his only goal was to destroy all of these monsters and stop the threat they carried. The monsters noticed that this guy had an unusual strength that was uncommon to an ordinary person, which caused them to feel insecure and uneasy. One of them, without further thought, immediately rushed to attack his opponent, aiming to neutralize his strength and eliminate the threat. The guy realized why they had such power, and realized he could barely handle them, having to squeeze all the strength out of himself to resist them. Unfortunately, the enemy manages to hit the protagonist hard, stripping him of his defenses and leaving him in a state of turmoil, between the hope of victory and the painful realization of his vulnerability. On the surface, they appear to be just a solid mass and mob, but their power is so great that the protagonist realized victory is only possible through a serious clash. The monsters started using new tricks in their confrontation with the guy, putting him in front of unexpected challenges and forcing him to use all his skills and resources to survive. Then all the monsters coordinated their attacks and started attacking him simultaneously, creating an extremely difficult situation for him, where every move required maximum concentration and skill. The guy, realizing his desperate situation, decided to call for help in the form of a clone divine magician who conjured lightning bolts, destroying the monsters and opening the way to victory. Now, with the support of the clown mage, the guy was no longer fighting alone, but had at least some help, which gave him extra confidence and motivation in fighting monsters. He pondered how to avoid the disorder and rampant confusion of events by striving for a more organized and coherent strategy in dealing with his enemies. But there was no time for reflection. He had to act and repel the attack. This made him focus on instantaneous decisions in extreme conditions. These monsters seemed devoid of reason, but capable of predicting his moves, a testament to the advanced fighting instincts that permeated through their outward disorderliness and chaos. Just at that moment, someone began to approach him, giving him a vague feeling as if something unexpected and important might happen at this time. The unknown being claimed that the child seemed to have entered the world of his memories, explaining why he wasn't destroyed, since he was human. But how a human could end up here, dealing with multiple forces, was incredibly difficult, and eventually he realized he wasn't qualified enough to explore this depth. He hoped he would realize that and not put his life at risk in vain. The guy stroking the underworld demon's flame proved to be extremely resistant to fire, immune to most fire elemental skills, but got burned. The monsters used an unusual flame equal to that of the underworld demon. The monsters were not going to retreat and continued their assault on the protagonist, demonstrating their uncompromising determination and ruthlessness in battle. Yun Chen didn't take their attacks seriously, viewing them as underdeveloped rookies that posed no real threat to him. But now he needed to resort to a different tactic, and he activated his ability, Ice Soul Waterfall, to confront his enemies. He then used his staff and magic spells to summon a powerful hurricane of lightning that rained down upon his enemies, leaving behind only destruction and chaos. He had encountered an extremely fascinating creature, and he was even curious to meet this unusual creature. In that case, this was their last meeting, as he was going to familiarize himself with the rules that governed their interaction. The protagonist noticed that someone disappeared right in the sky, causing him to be perplexed and alarmed, as such a phenomenon was very unusual and mysterious. He speculated that it might have been his imagination, but didn't go into that thought too much so as not to distract from current events. This monster was at the 3rd rank awakening level, but the explosive magic stone left behind after killing it was different from the stones that demonic beasts usually left behind, causing him to be extra curious and excited. The ejected lava turning into such powerful monsters indicates that there is some frightening creature dwelling in the depths of the volcano, so he should climb up there and get a glimpse of it. The closer you get to the crater, the more monsters there are, but fortunately their fighting instincts are developed. Although their intelligence level leaves much to be desired, their behavior resembles rather instinctive reactions. Until they go into a fighting state, you can use invisibility to successfully pass through them. At this point he noticed that someone was right in the center of the volcano after all, causing him interest and bewilderment, for it was a very dangerous and unfamiliar place to be. He used his primary skill as a hunter, his eagle eye, to discern who was at the center of the volcano, seeking to unlock the mystery of this enigmatic presence. It was a surprise to find that in the center of the volcano was the head of the demon clan of the Explosion tribe, causing mixed feelings of amazement, apprehension, and determination. At this time at Jiangnan Academy, in an effort to assimilate new knowledge and skills, students and teachers are deeply immersed in learning and research, striving to push their boundaries of knowledge and achievement. Some girl was asking if the opening ceremony for the second half of the second semester was supposed to be held today, and wondering why the third-year students were here. Have her pay attention to the uniformed men standing behind the dean. They are most likely from the army, from private military units that fight on the front lines and only occasionally show up at the academy. She had begun to suspect that they would have to face trouble back when Brother Yun had disappeared, and that premonition had stayed with her, reflected in her worry and anxiety. Her friend gagged her and urged her not to mention him, which raised even more questions and anxiety for her about his disappearance. After all, she knows that Nicole has changed drastically since the incident with Brother Yun. She walks around with a cold face all day long, so hearing about her will make her furious. The dean said that he had called them all here to make an important announcement, and it was likely that some students had noticed the changes taking place in the academy and in the lives of their fellow students. The number of combat practice courses had increased dramatically over the past year, and all the forbidden dungeons previously considered dangerous for students had been opened. This had caused casualties not only among the students, but also among the instructors. But the reason for this incident was something else. Today, all sophomores and third graders are sent to the front line with their teachers to participate in actual combat drills. All dangerous courses and engagements are conducted to ensure they can survive on the battlefield. They were surprised, because last year only fourth-year students were sent to the front lines, and they were surprised to expand that range to sophomores this year. The soldiers of the military department will now divide them into combat training zones according to their level and grade, asking them to cooperate as their lives depend on it. At this time, the subordinates in front of their boss were gathered in the office, ready to accept instructions and guidance to successfully accomplish their tasks. They approached General Xia, begging her to return to the military, realizing that the situation was getting worse and they needed her help to overcome the difficulties. She asked if it was related to the Holy Empire, for she had said that if it wasn't nipped in the bud, hidden dangers could increase. She was simply told that the Holy Empire and their country of Shenlong were among the 5 great countries that were the main force in the fight against the world of darkness, not to mention that both sides might suffer during the confrontation even if they won with the least losses, and that the remaining 4 countries would be insufficient to fight the demon. Besides, they had no direct evidence or ties to the world. The general believed that they liked to think a lot before they acted, so they had no fear, even after a huge number died during the tournament. His repeated tolerance does not mean that the Holy Empire will put all of its strength during the confrontation on the front lines. They are. Many high-ranking officials in many countries realize that the Holy Empire is a fatal tumor. However, not only can they allow them to expand, if they give their all just to deal with the root of the problem, the front line could collapse overnight, and all that awaits humanity in that case is doom. But they are currently having the biggest impact on what's happening on the front lines, especially in the context of fighting the demon devourers. All this time, he had to confront the demons on the front line, mainly because it was difficult for them to adapt to the human world and their combat power was greatly weakened. But at this moment, the Absorption King of the 72 Pillars had begun to use a method unknown to them before, allowing the demon absorbers to quickly adapt to the ways of humans in battle. Thus the pressure on the front line from the demons had doubled. The general agreed that it was indeed a serious problem, but to her great regret, she was not going to get involved in the war effort. When she returned from the world of darkness, having repelled the attack, suddenly announced her retirement, saying she would wait for the right time. She had waited 3 years, but couldn't see if that was enough for the expected turn of events. but she said 3 years is not enough, and she believes she will need another year or 2 to prepare for the expected turn of events. She's left her last trump card up her sleeve, and now it seems like it's time to use it. He hoped her scheme would be successful, since he himself wasn't going to participate in the battle. Let him send at least his service demons. Their combat power could come in handy on the front lines. She had sent her service demons away, and now they could not be used in frontline combat. We met these 2 maids as we were walking down the street, and it was at this time that we decided to measure them. One of them asked the little girl if she was able to locate Mr. Yun, hinting that it was of interest. After returning to the world of darkness, they had already traveled around more than 40 countries, but they had never found any trace of him. In fact, summoned beasts have a wide search range, and she should have found him long ago. The girl asked Xiao Yu or she thinks could the Lord die, but the scoreboard is furious because let her not forget what his position is. He took on the essence of a demon king and became the #1 genius of his generation in the human world. Such a being is not easy to kill, and if he was killed, his corpse would have to be hung and put on display to boost morale, so the likelihood of him being gone is very high. What if he didn't die, but just got captured? It's a scary place and most likely the same as his mistress. They noticed that they hadn't been home in a while and were excited to see how their hometown had changed. At this time, the clan leader was complaining of severe hunger, perhaps preparing for something important or just feeling frustrated. The protagonist hid right behind a rock to avoid being seen by the leader, avoiding possible problems and unwanted attention. He had not at all expected the head of the explosive flame demon clan to be imprisoned and tortured here. It seemed he had been here for a long time without access to water or food. Bahar's words claimed he had been here since the ancient era. Judging from his current strength, it seems like he shouldn't be inferior to even the demon kings from the front ranks. Back when the demon country wasn't divided yet, there isn't a shred of kindness traceable in him. There may be another reason for its weakening that has not yet been identified, and may be due to some external influence and factor. At this moment, the demon shrilly screamed in pain, probably subjected to some severe impact and torment, and shortly after, another volcanic eruption occurred, bringing more chaos and danger to an already tense situation. That was it, so he was the one spitting those monsters out. The chains restraining him all this time had him spewing out his powers. Such torture was hard on him. Using a fusion of skills, the guy will be able to create unique and innovative projects by combining programming, design, communication and analytical thinking, reaching new heights in his field. A 72-pillar demon-level demon possesses pipes that have supernatural strength comparable to materials categorized as from rank. In his case, mistakes are simply unacceptable, so he decided to use a blade capable of delivering crushing blows and destroying the heads of his opponents. The demon never missed an opportunity to mention his hunger, as if he never tired of reminding himself of it to emphasize his insatiable nature. After that, he once again began to exhale his might, releasing it in a stream of energy, displaying his strength and power. The protagonist felt a slight fear, but did not lose his composure and determination. The protagonist inquired if the demon wished to devour him. Immediately afterward, he decided to focus on the demon and decided to see what his penetrating gaze could do. The monster incessantly repeated the sensation of hunger carried from his speech. Sensing the presence of the guy next to him, the monster called him a victim and even added that he was an extremely appetizing victim. Despite his weakened state, he is as dangerous as the demon kings of the 72 pillars. Fortunately, his movements are limited, so keeping his distance is enough to deal with him. He combined his skills again, creating a water curtain and applying frost to resist the monster. After that, Yun Chen began to form a sort of dome around herself, creating a protective barrier field. The monster also decided to take advantage of this moment and their forces clashed, opposing each other. After that, the protagonist realized that this was only an intermediate stage and the battle was not yet over. At the same moment, he began to actively use many spells from his arsenal. A huge ice ball followed, falling on the monster with devastating force, causing shock and chaos. The monster didn't stop, continuing to scream at the guy as victim, filling the air with his piercing screams. However, this orb had no effect on the monster, and it was able to take one step forward despite the attack. Fortunately, Yun Chen was once again able to dodge this attack, avoiding a direct hit. Realizing that there was danger at this distance as well, he needed to move farther away to keep himself safe. At this moment, as if he had gone mad, he began to scream loudly, filling the space with his shrill cries. Yun Chen was surprised to discover his incredibly powerful inhalation strength, which was able to attract the attention of others. The guy decided to use his divine lightning again and soared into the air, rising a little higher. He decided to combine his skills, applying a powerful crushing fist and striking with all his strength to deliver a decisive blow. He then delivered his devastating blow directly at his opponent's head, trying to do as much damage as possible. The monster instantly collapsed to the ground, stopping talking about the victim that was the protagonist. The monster shouted that the protagonist was the best appetizer, saying that his rough skin and thick meat were a source of endless vitality for him, as this monster had lived for 100 years and was a true health expert. It seems that even with the use of tens of thousands of strength, the protagonist was unable to deal with the monster that was much faster and had a significant strength advantage. In addition, the attempt to use the power stealing effect was unsuccessful and did not bring the devastating effect that was expected. The protagonist had a strong premonition that this battle against the monster would not have a favorable outcome. After that, he made the decision to retreat a bit from the enemy, trying to find a new strategy and a weak point to attack. In response to this action of the protagonist, the monster spat out something from its mouth. The protagonist couldn't understand what exactly the monster was spitting out, but realized it was something important or dangerous to the situation. After that, the protagonist once again witnessed a volcanic eruption that began to accompany his battle with the monster. A strong earthquake started shaking the ground and causing the surrounding area to tremble. All the monsters present instantly paid attention to the earthquake and began to react to the event. After that, it was as if their soul began to come out of them, unfolding and heading towards the protagonist. Indeed, that's exactly what happened. The souls of all the demons started heading towards their master, the protagonist. Under the influence of the incoming demon souls, the protagonist gradually became stronger and stronger, absorbing their power and energy. The protagonist has realized that the situation is getting worse and he needs to take action. The monster was sure that the protagonist was not a serious threat to him and could not interfere with his plans. The monster being beaten felt like a bad dream. He didn't know what clan the protagonist was from, but he realized that he was going to die for waking him from his rest. This time it seems the monster is no longer going to eat the protagonist. It seems that all his mumbling in his sleep doesn't reflect any real appetite for him. The demon thought the protagonist was a real brat, resenting his audacity and courage in resisting. The demon thought that the protagonist was not worthy of entering the mouth of the explosive tribe demon clan's clan head, viewing him as a low-level dish. The protagonist's powers were no longer at the level they used to be. It turns out he was actually asleep, and all his actions were based on unconscious combat intuition. Indeed, it was a bad joke. The protagonist attacked the monster as hard as he could, but the result only woke him up from his hibernation. The monster was still weak and was unable to crush the protagonist, who seemed like just an ant to him. However, the monster had been imprisoned for 700 years and the protagonist wondered when the monster would come to kill him. Perhaps he would have to wait for the monster to exhaust itself and die naturally and be defeated by the power of time. It seems the protagonist decided to give the monster a chance to die at his hands, like at the hands of this ant. The protagonist refuses to let the monster hit him with this technique, and is ready to engage in battle. The leader realized that the guy intended to run away and leave the battlefield. The distance between them and the ground literally disappeared, as if they were devoid of gravitational pull and interaction with the surrounding space. At this point, the hero was hit by a strong attack from the enemy. And then he began to be enveloped by a strange, dynamic smoke that slowly but surely enveloped his body. The monster kept repeating that the protagonist was just an ant and should be exterminated. But the main character said that at least he is a free ant, not subject to any monster. The protagonist replied to the imprisoned demon that he was ready to repeat their battle to prove his strength and defeat him finally. The demon was actually surprised at how the protagonist was now changed and with new powers. The demon thought the protagonist was a lowly ant, but recognized that his explosive power put a great strain on his body. He believed that the guy would be able to maintain that state for no longer than 1 minute. The protagonist didn't take it personally. Instead, he chose to focus on his goal and not give attention to the doubts and taunts of the demon. The protagonist believed that an opponent like him wouldn't last him a minute, and decided to prove his resilience and endurance. After saying that, the demon was even more enraged and repeated again that the protagonist was insolent, challenging him to a fight. After that, there was a huge wave of blood created by the demon, which threateningly approached the protagonist. The area covered by the wave of blood was very vast, but with the current speed, the protagonist could manage to avoid its effects. The demon stated that the guy didn't even bother to hide from him, implying that his power and presence was overwhelming. The demon, controlling his hands, turned them into streams of lava, and there were many of them, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Immediately after saying those words, the demon's hands literally started heading towards the guy, ready to attack him. The main character felt unsure of how he should act and felt slightly empathetic to his situation. The monster actually wanted to defeat the protagonist, but he preferred to die rather than dodge attacks and come closer to attack. Not only were the hands made of magma numerous, but they also moved incredibly fast. If this situation continued, the protagonist would have to pay a heavy price. Fortunately, the main character had high fire resistance and was also fortified with tens of thousands of buffs and powers, so he couldn't be killed instantly. The protagonist once again utilized his skill fusion ability and began attacking the enemy by combining various combat techniques and skills. The protagonist used a negative energy spell, a technique usually reserved for lower creatures such as saw rats who use it frequently. The demon warned the guy not to think he could escape the consequences of his actions, and that he would do his best to punish him. No matter how high the guy climbs, as long as his body is able to cast the spell, the demon will not stop and will definitely fall under its influence. All the while, the protagonist continued to utilize his skills and abilities, and found ways to extend his stamina and resilience. While fighting the demon, the protagonist also formed a protective dome to prevent him from having complete control over it. This helped him maintain some degree of freedom and protected him from the demon's negative influence. The demon realized that the guy couldn't get close and make an attack, as he was getting hurt by his attacks every time and negatively affecting him. Yes, the protagonist has realized that the demon is lowering its defenses as it prepares to strike a fatal blow. This could be a sign that the demon is taking a risk to destroy the protagonist for good. The boy instantly becomes stronger and stronger with every second, defeating the demon and overcoming all obstacles. Without Xu Wu's permission, the boy wouldn't even be able to resist him. Xiao Wu had clearly allowed him to get close for some purpose, and he can't disregard it by treating him lightly. The protagonist was really preparing for something important. He was consciously approaching his goal, gaining experience, practicing and strengthening his skills to successfully cope with the upcoming challenge. The guy was aware of all the circumstances, but he needed time to think. He understood that making the right decision requires careful thought and analysis, so he took time to weigh all the possibilities and consequences of his actions. But as long as he has a chance to open his mouth, that will be enough. The guy lets the demon bring him a deadly gift. The demon was confused, not realizing what the guy had stuffed in his mouth. The demon then began to scream from the unbearable pain it was in. Of course it was food that the demon loves, though he didn't even say he hadn't had a chance to taste it. The demon initially thought the guy wouldn't notice, and at first really didn't realize that the chains imprisoning him represented some sort of restrictions or rules. As for the trigger to activate it, it was known to the demon. The demon was actually screaming from the unbearable pain he was feeling at this moment, caused by a trigger he knew about. The demon was dumbfounded and couldn't understand how the guy could spot his weak spot or the trigger causing such pain. Devastated and exhausted, the demon, whose power points caused hunger, blasted his body at his victim as his consciousness slipped. He, who had been starving for over 700 years, had a thirst for food that he could no longer quench with stones, even if they fell on his head. Although things had gotten to that point, the problem was that he started spitting out stones afterward. Even after waking up, the demon looked like the guy didn't seem to have any appetite for him. The contrast between his behavior before and after was so clear that the demon began to suspect that he didn't want to eat him at all, but was just laughing at him. The protagonist infiltrated Xu Wu's memories and learned that he imprisoned the demon here to torturously express his hatred for him. So the chains on the demon's body not only have a restraining effect, but also rules that make him feel pain. If the protagonist feels comfortable and wants to eat now, he will be punished as it would break the rules, but instead he uses the corpses of demonic beasts grinded into meatballs to get a full meal and sends them into the demon's mouth. The demon is unwilling to concede victory to a small creature like the guy, an insect in comparison. The demon, despite his efforts and desire to win, eventually suffered an agonizing death that ended his existence. He had reached the limit of his weakness. Even when he was imprisoned, he was difficult to deal with. After all, he was a demon with 72 pillars and his power caused fear. However, he had become so exhausted that he could no longer maintain his full demonic form. There were more insidious ways to deal with a movement-restricted demon by using their powers: invincibility, striking, retreating to recover skills, and continuing the fight after periods of time. But the hero didn't have enough free time. Eventually, the protagonist decided to take a look at his prey. It was a heavenly flame crystal. The condensed magic core of the explosive flame demon king accumulated over 1,000 years. The protagonist decided to absorb it to greatly increase the power of his fire attribute skills. This C-rank material possessed invulnerability to all fire attacks, and by this fact alone it surpassed the demonic flames of the underworld. Putting it beyond competition, this one-of-a-kind material possessed immense power. It's important that the guy notice someone at that moment, drawing his attention to a certain event or person, possibly relevant to the plot. The creature he couldn't see last time appeared to him again, and it said he was very good. The creature thought his appearance was a mere coincidence, but the guy didn't expect such a surprise. The guy really wants to chat with the creature, but before he does, he has one important thing to deal with. The main character faced with incomprehensible events, confused in his thoughts. He vainly tried to solve them, feeling that he lost control of what was happening and reality. And then he suddenly felt the wind begin to blow in his face, as if an invisible force was guiding him somewhere, pushing him toward unexpected discoveries. As it turned out, the creature, as if materializing out of nowhere, passed literally through him, leaving a feeling of strange heart-stopping and shivering all over his body. The boy was surprised that there was no wound left on his body after the creature swept through him, but his excitement was replaced by curiosity what the creature had done. But he didn't do much of anything, just cut the connection of something unknown, but realizing that this creature might notice his presence made him uneasy. After that, two incomprehensible stones began to slowly rise in the air, as if under the influence of an invisible force, causing the guy an incredible feeling of surprise and incomprehension. The protagonist suddenly realized that the creature had interrupted communication with some system, and this could have serious consequences, making him worry about an unknown future. He then sat down on one of the rocks, listening to the strange sounds and sensations that filled the air around him, trying to figure out what was going on in this mysterious world. Quite uncomfortable talking to someone whose appearance he couldn't clearly discern, the guy decided to use an image he'd already seen, but going back to what he'd said, he was a little surprised that the guy wasn't scared of him. Eventually, the protagonist played his part, delving into the creature's memories, and began to realize that he really liked it. If the creature wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago instead of putting it off until now. The creature called him a demon of nothingness, cryptically indicating his connection to a world beyond normal understanding, leaving the protagonist confused and curious. He should have been glad he was human, since the creature had made a rule that any demon who entered the city of nothingness would be killed, but he didn't expect the guy to fit through the loophole, since he didn't belong among the demons. In that place he kept his precious memories and didn't want anyone to interfere with them. As a result of his chance encounter with the guy, he felt mixed feelings and couldn't figure out if it was good or bad. In front of him stood a truly supreme being, ruling the world of darkness and dividing it into 72 demon countries. But after all, only a god could make the rules and make changes to them. He asked the guy to stop thinking such an alien thought, stating that he was not what they call a god. So was he then, yet no one could clearly discern his appearance, causing questions and bewilderment to those around him. Because of too much of a gap in the standard of living, no one can see the existence of what they can't understand, including the guy himself. On the contrary, he is able to see through it and at a higher level of life than the ordinary people around him, including the other souls in this body and the so-called system. Even his own personality, the migrants of all the things he possesses, are but empty blueprints and other shells. It was difficult for the main character to realize who was in front of him. This feeling of being seen through was horrible and caused incomprehension. Right now, Yun Chen has no right to know about it, until he can prove that he won't end up in that coffin. It's all just idle chatter. He means the guy will probably lie in a coffin like this in the future. Is this really his final resting place? The protagonist destroyed the head of the demon with an explosive flame, seeing it as an aid in getting rid of the obsession. This stone of eternal disaster became his gratitude. It was just what he needed. Yun Chen only thanked him for this, feeling relieved from the heavy burden that had been hanging over his mind for a long time. The blank blueprint is a useful resource for him, but he is not allowed to arbitrarily use materials in his creations. He should choose the main material to create a set and further use other auxiliary materials to create a complete set. You should use the Eternal Calamity Stone as the main material, and then supplement it with auxiliary materials to create a complete set. Now have him add any auxiliary materials he wants to use to complete the Eternal Calamity Stone and finalize the creation of his set. The protagonist decided to add a Heavenly Flame Crystal, a Death Source Stone, a Hessian Core, and the golden marrow of a crystal worm. After that, these objects began to envelop him, creating a kind of cloud or aura around the protagonist. And after a while, he already had a new look, created by combining the items he chose to decorate and enhance his appearance. It was the trump card of the explosive flame demon head. Now it was just the effect of the kit. Accumulating the power of eternal killing is much harder. It should be much more frightening than melting, in addition to the super high attribute gain as expected from a legendary kit. With this kit, he could easily handle 3 demon kings without even knowing how different he was now. The protagonist would like to know if he knows the whereabouts of the broken mecha that represents a special significance to him In fact, he had seen her a long time ago. He just hadn't been paying attention to her, preoccupied with other concerns and missions. It was everywhere, epitomizing strength and power, permeating every corner of the volcano and everything around it, creating an overwhelming atmosphere of tension and mystery. All of it, in fact, was his body, surrounding him and embodying his power and presence in this world. In ancient times, when the 72 clans were not yet divided, there were many dangerous places in the world, the most terrifying of which was the Cliff of Human Destruction. At that time, only the demon clan heads knew that the Illusion Destruction Cliff was different from other dangerous places. It was actually because of the huge demonic beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years, and its name, Shattered Dream. That's it. No wonder your corpses looked like they were overcooked. Apparently the Swamp of the Lost is the surface organ of the broken dream for food extraction. At the junction of the illusion-shattering cliff and the Swamp of the Lost there are probably cracks leading straight to the shattered dream that can serve as her back door. In the past, little Nana's ancestors got lost there, and once in the shattered dream they couldn't escape the war and live in peace. Unfortunately, that world was destroyed by outsiders who accidentally got there. Over the years, through his efforts, the demons were stopped. No one was able to overcome his city of nothingness. Over time, the memory of the illusion destruction cliff was forgotten, but the legend of the explosive demon clan continued to live on. Shuwu claimed that only imprisoning the clan head was enough to make them pay for what they had done, and he did not destroy the clan, leaving the rest of the matter to the conscience of Broken Dream. Originally, the territory of the explosive flame demon clan was near the illusion destruction cliff, but because of the presence of the head of the Broken Dream clan, she didn't dare to attack. She didn't feel fear when he imprisoned the clan head, but simply absorbed all the demons related to him. The protagonist has realized that they are fighting stomach monsters, and will definitely want revenge when their fight is over and the creature is weakened. The guy's appearance made an impression on him. He realized that one day the guy might be on his side if he lived to see it. He hoped they would meet again. Incidentally, he awakened this monster during his battle, although the monster doesn't even dare to move because of his presence, but now he has good prospects. The protagonist remained puzzled, not understanding the meaning of the words of the interlocutor, who seemed incomprehensible and mysterious to him. At this moment, he felt a tremor under his feet, which caused him some alarm and made him take a close look at his surroundings. He also noticed a ledge quite close to him, which piqued his interest and was viewed more closely. Immediately afterward, the creature in question appeared, causing him to feel a sense of surprise and wariness. The creature proved to be very powerful indeed and commanded respect. Things were really bad, as the guy was still in a weakened state, making the situation even more tense. At this time in the forbidding mountains, workers labored exhaustedly, experiencing the toil of labor in this inaccessible and dangerous place. With 31 higher demons, 128 middle demons, and 545 lower demons, they had a huge force capable of taking over several territories, yet Emerald had only opened about 30% of the coffins in a year. Opening the coffins for Mrs. Mishanji was a serious blow. She brought it down on everyone's head, requiring everyone to grind their last strength for 3 days. It was a terrible breakup. Lord Carrot was informed that something was wrong with the coffin and it began to move, causing him worry and anxiety. The demon marveled at the humps where the dead should have been, and wondered if anyone was still alive there, causing serious concern. As he got closer, he heard a sound coming from the coffin. It caused him mixed feelings of fear, curiosity and some bewilderment. The demons resting in the open coffins were all prominent figures in their time, with several legendary beings among them, and they can't let such a monster escape. He feels the breath of life inside the coffin, but the creature begins to twitch. Furthermore, the Lord senses a vaguely dangerous presence around him. The Lord said that the gentleman already had enough problems and there was no point in wasting their valuable energy on a few coffins. The Lord suggested that the gentleman not touch the coffins for now and he would deal with them himself. He told them to go on about their business. One of the demons knew that the Lord had admired the lady for many years. Perhaps he wanted to gain her approval and merit by investigating. To be worthy of her, the Lord understood that one had to be at least a demon king, and here the Lord was a bit behind in that regard. The demon king weapons wielded by the Lord, especially in the realm of analysis and intellectual ability than in battles. If there really is something incredible inside the coffins, Mrs. Mishoji will definitely be astonished and delighted. At this time, the demon country is shrouded in dark night, and its capital city has become the epicenter of darkness and evil. The 3 kings took seats at the top of the cliff, creating an impressive scene where they lorded over their suburbs and subjects. At the top of the cliff were the 3 demon kings, Carlos, Pullo and Rook. Each ruled over a different area and wielded mighty power. 3 demon kings, Carlos, Pullo and Rook, rule their land of dark night. A glance at them is enough to feel their power. Tonight's battle between them will determine the future lord of this land. The king left at the end would be enthroned on the supreme throne and become the only king over the entire country. One of the people present wondered if the king would definitely show up, although they dare not doubt his appearance. But the 3 demon kings have incredible power. If King Ishi did not show up, King Carlos would obviously offer them a life of abundance and prosperity. Let them believe in their king. He never breaks his word. And at that time let them believe in themselves as guardians of the Lord. They are no worse than other demons. Surprised guests were surprised by the Lord's decision to join the event. His unexpected presence caused mixed emotions and interest from the audience. Spotted by the guards, they instantly scattered, for fear of death made them act quickly and without hesitation. On such an important day, manhandling will not lead to a good result. Let her leave them alone and let them He had heard that the local demons were considered cowards who could be easily crushed, but it seems that wasn't the case. Let them take a look at the guards and bodyguards, valuable items worth a lot of money. Their Dark Knight Demon clan had been reviled for years. Their status was at the bottom of the rankings among the 72 clans. Today it will come to an end, and a new king will lead the restoration of their clan's greatness, bringing it back to its former power and respect among those around them. The rules of this decisive battle are extremely simple. Any supreme demon can enter the stage and accept the challenge from the other kings. The one who survives to the end will become the new king. He will announce the start of the decisive duel, and demons who wish to join the fight must come forward to accept the challenge. A demon came out to them claiming to be their new king. It was Lord Dida of Lofu Fortress, known for his power and demon king equipment. Rook instantly attacked the demon, reminding him that he hadn't gotten the position of king yet and shouldn't be so arrogant. Immediately afterward, there was a very strong explosion that shook the entire area, causing people to freeze in a frightened stupor, trying to understand what had happened, and at the same time feeling the weight of the inevitable change. The dreaded battle with the supreme demon was approaching, foreshadowing the danger and inevitability of the deadly situations expected in this fight, despite the rules of the stage. At this moment, the very maidservants of General Su came to them. They didn't expect to fall into such a decline that every weakling would begin to think themselves worthy of fighting for the king's throne. Doubts were accumulating in their hearts. At that moment the little girl started to move and says that the master will come soon. Her words broke the gloomy silence. The expectation grew tense, but no one knew what to expect. Surprised that the little girl had finally said something, they realized that this meant Mr. Yun's imminent arrival. Their hearts filled with hope. However, their excitement only grew. The master was getting closer and closer, and would be coming to them soon, filling the air with tension and anticipation that grew heavier by the second. After searching for so long they haven't found him, and he's going to leave here on his own initiative. He's probably going to break in and make a mess. It's no problem for him to pretend to be a talented demon and hide in the dark night. The protagonist claimed that only worthless weaklings were going to challenge him. Let some drag. He would take the position of king without question. The girl thought they were ignorant idiots. They would need to rack their brains before speculating. They don't even realize that the cat has long been exceeded. Dida is a pawn that hasn't been treated in years to be played as a dark horse today, and they crushed him realizing they would get even more of a response. Yet without the obstacles of capturing the throne doesn't live up to the expectations of the king of the people. To put it bluntly, Dida is just a buffoon, and the climax will be their bout, which promises to be a true test and decisive moment. Carlos doesn't even seem to be following the situation on the set. His thoughts are preoccupied with Ushi, who didn't give up resources, beat up his subordinate, and even dared to provoke him. If he dares to come, he will tear him apart with his own hands. But even if he does not show up, he has prepared an interesting program that will not leave him indifferent. At that moment something began to happen among the crowd, the tension in the air rising as if foreshadowing something unusual and exciting. Before moving on to the next battle, I'd like to add an additional award to raise the stakes and add even more spicy intrigue to the competition. One territory last year refused to hand over military supplies, and as a result they were under a lot of pressure. If he hadn't taken responsibility to hand over more resources, their country would have been destroyed by now. Even after he sent Gons to make peace, not only maimed him, but threw him out like some trash, showing complete disregard for reconciliation efforts. And the one who did this is the lord of their fortress, Ushi. He is a traitor to their clan of demons of the night, whose actions only cause resentment and betrayal. If you look at it from the other side, the people are quite happy, because they don't have to fear that they might be drafted into the army in some unpredictable danger. One of the guards clenched something in his fist, his gesture causing suspicion and alarm among the others present. Afterward, some sort of dome immediately formed in the air, causing surprise and concern among the witnesses of this unusual phenomenon. Charles said that their fate would be decided by whoever became king, and their new ruler would make the decision. All present were confident that the new king would deliver them from evil. Their hearts were full of hope and expectation of change for the better. The girls were interested in how much Lord Charles wanted them dead and how deeply he hated Yuzi. It was at this point that the little girl announced that the master had finally arrived, as if hinting at the coming of an important and decisive event. And so it was. The protagonist immediately asked if Carlos was ready to die, and luckily he did in time, implying that Carlos escaped death. The girls thought he would lead a miserable life hiding in the shadows, but he turned out to be so outstanding that he exceeded their expectations. The demon standing behind him suggested that the guy apparently wasn't even aware that he was the one currently defending the ring, indicating his ignorance and possible vulnerability. The protagonist didn't listen at all and immediately started attacking him, showing determination and willingness to fight. He said law wasn't good enough for something like this, expressing his disdain for his opponent's strength and skill. And indeed, it was, for the demon immediately died, confirming the words of the protagonist and his superiority in battle. Those present couldn't understand how he handled him so easily, marveling at his incredible strength and skill in battle. Carlos isn't going to go down on his own, so the guy helps him down, showing solidarity and mutual aid between them. The king was truly frightened by what had happened, his face reflecting anxiety and worry at the events to come. The protagonist, as promised, helped him down with physical strength, showing his loyalty and reliability in action. Carl was angry with him and said he would take him away, then started using his power, showing his might and authority in the situation. But the protagonist had a good reaction and was able to dodge this attack, showing his agility and skill in combat. Carl told him not to even think about running away from him, emphasizing his confidence in his power and control over the situation. After that, he started using the bone wood to overpower the guy, showing his cruelty and ruthlessness in battle. His bone spikes didn't even penetrate the guy's defense, which was a testament to his strong body and amazing stamina. Fortunately, the protagonist had prepared for this battle in advance, and although he avoided a direct hit, the bone spike still touched his body, reminding him to be alert. And this killer move is impossible to dodge, according to Carlos, underscoring his confidence in the effectiveness of this attack. But the guy wasn't willing to just stand there either and used skill fusion, fireball, and martial arts, showing his readiness for a counterattack and versatile fighting abilities. After that, he formed an immensely powerful magic attack, embodying his strength and skill in using magic. Carlos was nervous, since the guy had handled his killing spree so easily, and it seemed like he wasn't going to be so easy to deal with, so he'd have to resort to the demon ship gear. The protagonist realized that the enemy was up to something and began to prepare for it, realizing the need to be alert and take precautions. Then a chasm suddenly formed between them, causing surprise and rising tension in the battle situation. Carl couldn't understand what had happened. His body didn't move, and such a thing could only be done by a Lord of the Dark Night, causing him to feel helpless and afraid. Carl had just mentioned outfitting a demon ship, or something similar, hinting at the possible use of powerful artifacts and weapons in the fight. The Staff of Extinction instills an aura of death into the target's body during an attack, ignoring defenses and reducing lifespan. It was a cool item in the main character's arsenal, giving him strength and superiority in battle. Those present still could not understand what was happening here. They were left bewildered, at a loss to understand the situation that was unfolding before their eyes. An absolutely perfect eye of the night is something incredible. The evolution of such an eye requires demonic power, giving the gaze supernatural sharpness and sensitivity. But the girl's glance detected no change in the gentleman's demeanor. His manners remained the same, despite possible changes in his appearance. Dark magic is only possessed by demons. It is the law set by God. Even if a dark novice covets her possession, he must sacrifice his body and mind by becoming a demon. Xiao Ling simply hadn't seen such a thing with her own eyes. Perhaps the feeling wasn't clear, but the master had done two impossible things before their eyes. Carlos realized how the guy was able to get the eyes of the Queen's Knight. He realized he had to kill him to begin his ascent to the throne of the new king. Turned to Rook and Pulo with an important question puzzling his mind. He asked if they were just going to watch that damn traitor become king without taking any action. The girl explained that it was a supreme artifact, the Eyes of the Night belonging to the Queen of the Dark Night, representing the highest technique of wielding magic. Eyes of Night is a rare skill passed down through the bloodline of the Dark Knight demon clan, with a low probability of it being awakened. Luckily most demons hadn't yet realized that the actions of the Eyes of the Night were behind them. Once they realized that, they would support the guy as their new king. Deciding it was foolish to fight him alone, they banded together and decided to attack him together, using a combined effort against a common enemy. A betrayal of this magnitude does not deserve to be part of the battle for the throne. The traitor must be destroyed so as not to pose a threat. The protagonist has once again harnessed the power of the Eyes of the Night, turning to this powerful weapon in his pursuits and fight for his goals. Then one of the kings used the Demon King's artifact, the Transference Ring, to strengthen his powers and increase his chances in the struggle for power. Several demons also found themselves paralyzed, unable to move, just like the heroes. The targets controlled by the Eyes of the Night had been redirected to other demons. It seems that dealing with the power of her equipment, the Demon King, would be extremely difficult. Carla says that's not all, and the protagonist must start preparing for something even more serious and dangerous. He decided to resort to using the Great Demon's Blood Blade, realizing that it was the last, but also the most powerful chance in his fight. He then asked Pulo for help, realizing that he needed support in using the Great Demon's Blood Blade. Also, without resorting to reinforcement, he decided to use the Heavenly Demon Blood Blade, relying on his own strength and experience. Another Demon King's equipment, capable of enhancing their skills, was in his hands, preparing for a battle where every step mattered. The radius of the attack is too large. To not dodge it is to fight back against it, coming face to face with incredible power. The girl insisted that he stop resisting, claiming it was futile and urging him to reconcile himself to the inevitable. They resorted to the transference ring again and plotted to make him fully experience his own abilities. The protagonist realized that now he has two goals at once, requiring his attention and efforts. After that, an incredible explosion erupted on the stage, shaking everything around and suddenly changing the course of events. As one would expect from the three great demon kings, they proved to be extremely powerful and influential in their strength and abilities. But surprisingly, the protagonist turned out to be able to survive in such circumstances, overcoming all obstacles and challenges. The king could not understand how the protagonist remained alive until he realized that his enhancement grimoire was capable of greatly increasing the strength of his abilities. Nothing special, it just has incredibly high attributes as well as a legendary set of equipment. How could they hope to get rid of the Demon King in a second? Dealing with this trio wouldn't be easy, but the ears rallied. There are a bunch of hostile demons gathered here, and he should refrain from rashly using tens of thousands of strength as he would be weakened afterwards. Although he doesn't understand what Xiao Yu and Xiao Ling are doing here, but he doesn't want to rely on them. Though he is no match for Rook and Pulo and Carlos, he will have a hard time against those three, and he shouldn't count on their help. The little guy started to say that their master had noticed and felt that he wanted them to stay out of what was going on. This shows that there is nothing wrong with the Lord. He has once again accomplished the impossible. Let them listen to his decisions and intervene if necessary. Anyway, he needs to deal with that woman first. Her demon king gear is the most problematic in this situation. The protagonist decided to use the fireball against her and her demon king gear. The woman was surprised that he still dared to use the ability against her and her supporters. The guy began to quickly apply a double spell, once again releasing a fireball to counter the danger. The woman asked if he wanted to win by numerical superiority, given that she was capable of moving multiple targets at once. Right at that moment, a huge explosion sounded again at the spot where the guy was standing. The girls believed that the Lord was too reckless until his strength and skills exceeded his own limits, and the Demon King's equipment was able to carry him over. But Yun Chen was once again alive and ready to attack. The woman was amazed that he had broken through the huge flames and remained unharmed. Yun Chen, eyes full of determination, once again stood in a fighting stance, ready to continue fighting despite his fatigue and wounds, gathering his last reserves of strength and will. Unfortunately for her, his resistance to fire was enough to counter her attacks. No matter how much effort she put in, the fire attribute wasn't damaging him, and it was time for him to call it a day. The protagonist was confident in his ability to successfully attack the woman at this moment, feeling within himself the strength and determination needed to win. He reiterated to himself once more that it was time to end this battle, feeling that he had exhausted all possibilities and needed to move on to the final blow. The woman asked if he had completely forgotten what she had told him, and there was a note of disappointment and bewilderment in her voice. This was the moment when the other kings wondered and asked themselves if he really thought they didn't exist, causing them to have mixed feelings. But the protagonist managed to defend himself calmly and quietly, thus showing his skill and equanimity in the face of danger. Pulo and Carlos have realized the importance of the situation and understand exactly who they should be defending, as the stakes in this game have been incredibly high. Her face read understanding of the sensible decision, but it was simply unseemly to stare, causing a feeling of discomfort and awkwardness. The protagonist couldn't understand who needed to pay attention to her at all, or what the joke was, as she watched him intently, causing him mixed feelings and indecision. So focused, she didn't notice what was right behind her, losing sight of what could have been important or even dangerous. And immediately they began shouting for her to dodge this attack, frightened and anxious, trying to warn her of the danger that was looming behind her. And right at that moment, the guy's clone launched his attack at her, causing her to react instantly to defend herself from the unexpected attack. Thankfully she was able to fend off the attack and Rook was defeated. Relief swept over them when the danger was defeated and the situation was under control. Only then did she realize he had a planning skill and wondered when he had time to use it, feeling mixed feelings of surprise and admiration. When she applied her ability to deal with him, she realized that his planning was outstanding, causing her to respect his tactical skill. Her field of vision was blocked by the flames, and he let the shadow puppet hide in the shadows. With his new invisibility skill, hiding behind her back was easy. What was even more horrifying was that his clone was able to suppress her, possessing the same high attributes as she did, creating a sense of overwhelm and hopelessness. Without the carrying ability, she would be unable to match him in battle and would be forced to kneel down and surrender. Pulo questioned what the jokes were, as it remains to be seen exactly who will lose in this situation. Then a dark and mystical fog appeared, enveloping the surrounding area and causing bewilderment and anxiety. He used the thick fog to limit his field of vision, probably fearing that the night eyes would be able to detect him, but all his efforts proved futile. Yun Chen was still controlling all of their movements, maintaining complete control over the situation. He remained still strong, and to prevail, they need to free Ladia from his control. Pullo decided to use the enhancement and pulled out a giant hammer with the power of the Dark Knight to ward off this doppelganger and free Rook. The protagonist decided to stand up for his doppelganger to keep the queen in line. The protagonist fought against Pullo, utilizing his skills and strength, in a fight that proved to be tense and exciting. And to make matters worse, his hammer was beginning to literally crack under the strain of the force with which he had used it in the battle against Pullo. In a split second, the hammer completely shattered right in the protagonist's hands, leaving him unarmed and vulnerable to Pullo. He thought it was impossible. After all, he had specially enhanced his abilities, and his strength surpassed that of an ordinary demon lord. For Pullo to fight him was simply insane. The protagonist declared that Pullo must obey him or die. The king, confident of his irresistible power and immutable authority, had decided that resistance to him might prove fatal. His resolve was unimpeachable and unquestionable. Carlos could not understand Pullo's actions, confused as to their meaning and intentions. Now the protagonist, overwhelmed with curiosity, turned to ask what women consider important and meaningful in their lives. With certainty, she thought it was no big deal to submit to someone who awakened her eyes at night. Those present felt a sense of incomprehension as to why they had submitted so easily to the traitor, for it caused doubt and disappointment in their own defenselessness and weakness. Carlos could not understand the mockery. He considered the traitor unworthy of royalty and thought it better to destroy the whole country. The guards, joining in the discussion, made their point, arguing that the traitor had no right to become king, their voices casting doubt on his legitimacy. The crowd, imbued with rage and indignation, began chanting a call to retreat, declaring that they would rather die than follow him, the traitor. The girls have gotten wind that Carlos' guards are dictating the beat, and this clearly bodes well for the opportunity for them to break free and get out of here. And it was at this time that they suddenly appeared in front of the protagonist, creating a new situation and causing excitement in his heart. The demons, full of curiosity, asked what the others would do if they recognized this guy as their king. Those present instantly recognized the girls, for they were demon lords who had unrivaled power in the past and ruled in their country. When they were once called slaves, they only laughed, for they had successfully accomplished their task and returned to their former power and greatness. Then they decided to pretend to surrender, only to hide near that woman and carry out a vengeful plan in memory of their lord. Carlos thought it was ridiculous, and who could believe them? He suspected they could be spies sent out by the humans to infiltrate their ranks. The guards shared Lord Carlos' opinion and thought he was absolutely right. They recognized that the girls could be spies and their words could not be trusted. The protagonist realized that winning their hearts and minds would not be an easy task, and seeing this situation, he would have to resort to harsh measures. Realizing that the girls were their kin, provoked, they begged the Lord for mercy, but the protagonist knew there was a simpler way to resolve the situation. Carlos began to talk about the need to dedicate himself to the country, including the guards, the lords of other lands, and all those who want peace, for the time has come to do so. Despite the guy's strength, they have nothing to fear, and they shouldn't let him crush them with his presence or numbers. They were now truly surrounded by enemies on all sides, who had become their immediate threat. The protagonist argued that those who disobey him are on the wrong path and are making a mistake. He began the process of unleashing his full power by activating his Eyes of the Night. As a result, everyone present was literally immobilized and unable to resist. This situation was terrifying, as this kind of situation was something they had only felt from the Dark Night Queen herself. Now they realized that this ability associated with the Eyes of the Night was a privilege only the king had, and they guessed that it was a talent they shared. Everywhere they looked, all living things froze. None of the enemies could resist the power of the Eye of the Night. It was the legend of the Lord of the Night in the distant past. It was she who promoted the Dark Night to 72 demon clans, gaining reverence from the people. The history of the clan's followers evolved and the number of ruling kings was huge, but only 3 of them were able to awaken the Eyes of Night, meaning that one did not necessarily need to possess this ability to become a king. However, the one who possesses the ability of the Eye of Night will inevitably become a king. The protagonist asked if they still had doubts, for there were too many frozen targets, and the consumption of dark magic was far greater than he had anticipated. Those present said he had the Eyes of the Night, and this was the symbol of the king. After that, they fully accepted him as king, realizing that his ability to eye the night was an undeniable sign of power and supremacy. Carlos explained that using the Eye of Night at such a wide range consumes a huge amount of dark magic and the capture time is only an instant. He emphasized that it brings no advantage in battle. Lubella and Alibnella told him that the people would accept him precisely because of his ability to eye the night. They said it was a prerequisite for him to be recognized and accepted as royalty. As the state of the situation has become apparent, he is left with only one option. The protagonist suspects that Carlos is trying to escape responsibility and the situation he has gotten himself into, and is going in. Suddenly, there was another explosion on stage, disrupting the scene and causing chaos among those present. Carlos' subordinates arbitrarily took his manager and guards into custody, a crime punishable by death under local law. Given the weakness of the country and the need to avoid internal conflicts, he decides to give them a chance to atone for their sins. Carlos' body froze and he was rendered incapable of resisting. They must realize for themselves that they are required to take action. After years in his service, the time has come when he must protect their lives. The protagonist ascended the throne and announced that from this moment on, he becomes the demon king in the darkness of night. The 2 girls then entered into a welcoming ritual in honor of the new king of the night. And everyone present also joined in, expressing their support and loyalty to the new king of the night. Yun Chen officially became the king of night, ranking 72nd among the 72 pillars. News of his ascension quickly spread throughout the world of darkness, causing demons from various corners to react violently. The meeting place of the 72 pillars is a special place known only to the chosen ones and those who belong to the circle of demonic rulers. Everyone else is already aware of the king of the night, so the man will not repeat himself. They will soon meet him at the 2nd pillar where the lords of gluttony rule. He came to the conclusion that it would be better to eliminate the Dark Knight demon clan from the list and replace it with a more powerful demon clan to fill the gap. The 21st pillar, the interrupted night of Mishoji, the most important thing for them is to keep the 72nd pillar. Indeed, the Dark Knight demon clan had suffered serious losses due to the interference of a person named Xia Qingcheng, but our legacy still exists, and as long as there is soil, sooner or later we will be able to cultivate new strong demons. More importantly, at the moment, when they were currently waging war with humans, the lower and middle demons had become the main force on the battlefield. At this moment, their value was not comparable to the small demon clans. If a demon could be anyone, it would be the 1st pillar. The man agrees with that thought and ponders it. It's been so many years since the 1st pillar disappeared, and even the members of his own clan don't know where it disappeared to. Order determines everything, and those who wish to gain its power may try to take it away, but the question is whether they can. There is a man who believes himself worthy of becoming the equal of a demon lord, as powerful as Lady Mishoji. Mrs. Mishoji stated that the Gluttony King's decision was not negotiable. The Dark Knight demon clan had a significant legacy despite the lack of high-level demons, and their contribution to military resources had always been stable. Right now, the main cause of concern is Lord Wuxi, who is causing the king and his entourage the most worry at the moment. The Lord's appearance was extremely unusual. He appeared seemingly out of nowhere. First he appeared in the fortress of Tiroko, killed the previous lord and took his place. After a year's absence, he took the throne of the king. She also heard that after Lord Wuxi became the ruler, he refused to transfer military resources and also stopped conscripting warriors in his territory. The man assumed that the Lord was a hermit who lived in the territory of demonic beasts. Although such demons were rare, it couldn't be said that they were completely absent. Such an assumption is possible, and she has a bold hypothesis. Last year, Yun Chen and Lu Miaoling were teleported back here to the territory of the demons of the interrupted night. Hence, they had to deal with them since it was their displacement. Due to the failed pursuit, she sent Carrot, who noticed the open forbidden mountain range. Given the importance of this forbidden mountain range, she made the decision to abandon the pursuit and carefully considered everything. Very conveniently, on the back side of the forbidding mountain range is the exit to the Dark Knight clan's territory, the closest territory being Tiroko Fortress. A thick aura of darkness emanates from the Lord's body, as confirmed by the demons who watched his fights. This indicates that he cannot be an ordinary man. It may not matter so much if it is possible, but often one reason is enough. If a lord continues to refuse to hand over military resources and evades explanation, then perhaps he should be dealt with that reason without his involvement. The man asked Mistress to speak to him directly and offhandedly. The land of Dark Knight demons with an empty heritage can be very seductive. In the capital of the Dark Knight, one of the demons expressed surprise, saying that he didn't even expect their lord to become king. However, the protagonist assured him that it wasn't the end of their advantage. Since the country had been controlled by 3 kings for a long time, some important positions were still being used by other demons. He promised that within a month he would place his proxies in important positions in the capital and then everything would be under his control. The protagonist has assigned him the case, and now he can go carry out his plans. He wondered why the girl had come here, and the thought arose that it might have been the teacher's idea. They have 2 purposes in this visit. The first is to find Mr. Yun Chen and Miss Lu Miaoling, and the second is to help them return. Their second goal is to leverage the trump cards the mistress holds in the world of darkness. The protagonist was interested in what exactly these trump cards were that were being talked about. Yes, they really should ask the hostess first to get an answer as to the nature of these trumpers. He wondered if they had some way of contacting the teacher, given that these were other worlds separated by a space barrier. Through a special divine level item obtained through donation, it is possible to easily contact the mistress. They finally contacted their mistress using a special divine level item obtained from a generous donation. They were ecstatic and realized that they were looking for him. Regardless of the master, he was so magnificent that he became a 72-pillar demon. The general thought the achievement was amazing and asked that he tell him everything in detail. Indeed, the situation in the Dark Knight demon country is special, and defeating the 3 demon lords is a significant progress. It's a pity she isn't nearby, otherwise she would have generously rewarded him for it. Really, she shouldn't do that since she had already done so much for him. He couldn't understand why he couldn't get any news from the human world. It was interesting on his part to know how the situation on the battlefield was. It's really troublesome since she sent the girls after him and Lu Miaoling to make changes on the battlefield. Now she thinks it would be better for him to stay in the world, and it's perplexing. The best way to reduce tension and prevent war between demons is to find ways to resolve the conflict peacefully. He is uncomfortable to say so, but he met a less powerful demon king. However, that doesn't mean he will necessarily lose. The outcome of the fight depends on many factors including their skills, strategy and preparation. The girls were surprised that the guy thought he was invincible before the demon kings. This was very interesting to the general, and she asked the girls to take him to a special place where she would give him a long-forgotten ordeal. All along the way the girls told him that he would suffer and expressed regret about it. He remembered that despite his teacher's brilliant combat merits, in terms of level, she is a third-rank master, which is lower than the demon kings. If she became his opponent, his defeat would be guaranteed. He wondered where he went after he entered this world. The protagonist went to the desert's desolate expanses. This journey can be compared to a treasure hunt, where he is looking for something valuable or important. It was best not to mention the incident with Shu Wu, as even the blank blueprint he left behind could not be explained by the system. The journey was not easy and he was almost destroyed by the rules while trying to fuse with dark magic. After that he said goodbye to Shu Wu. Fortunately, his attributes were higher than before, and he could move around to a certain extent even while in a weakened state. Naturally, while he was running, he was also intentionally pointing out routes and gathering monsters together, and relying on his skill set, he easily got rid of it in one fell swoop before other monsters appeared. Then he ran to the entrance of the City of Nothingness, where he found cover and miraculously hid. After a while, they let the guy know they had arrived. The protagonist was surprised by the powerful protective magic circle and felt he couldn't break through it alone. Naturally, it was the mistress who set up the magic circle. Beyond the circle is a hidden treasure trove belonging to the Queen of the Dark Night. Yun Chen was surprised. After all, the mistress of the magic circle was in the domain of the three demon lords, and he wondered how she managed to survive and hide the treasury in such a dangerous place. The girl said the trials of the mistresses were inside and one must go in. The protagonist decided to be the first to open the doors of this treasure trove. As the protagonist probably assumed, the general stood before him, evoking in him mixed feelings of determination and anxiety. The girls persisted in convincing her that the boy was not a demon, but merely her apprentice, whom she had gotten after returning to the human world, and that he should not be killed, instilling her with reasonable doubt and convincing her of mercy. He didn't even have time to see what was happening at such frightening speed. He had no time to react, gripped by the suddenness of the events and left defenseless. The woman couldn't understand where she suddenly had free time to do things like teach a student, and she felt the girl should realize the consequences of lying and ulterior motives in front of her. It had been for years since she had been settled here, and they were now called Sayu and Xiaoling. These new names were given to them by their mistress when they returned to the human world, and they adopted them as their new identifiers. If she didn't believe them, let her at least believe herself. She and her mistress had only recently met. Though she had made a soul contract, she still had a particular distrust of him. The woman in the mirror explained that the main character was indeed her student, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him her favorite student, including the girls. She could trust them. The opposite mirror was showing her the beast, but she still found it hard to believe, even considering it was her own. A woman needs to know more. Let the guy help her to test her strength and possibilities, although she may start to beat in earnest, but it is important not to overdo it. The protagonist could understand what was going on here, why the teacher was in the Dark Knight Queen's treasury. After all, she lives in the human world. In the face of an emergency, the protagonist is able to think calmly, quickly identify key points and issues, and make rough guesses. She really enjoys these aspects, and it's no wonder she named him her favorite student. The master guessed correctly. The mistress here is a clone of the real mistress. However, it's not a skill effect, but a special divine level item. She has all the skills and powers of the mistress from 4 years ago. After the mistress killed the Queen of the Dark Night, she discovered her treasury, which contained the collection she had amassed over her lifetime. Unfortunately, the treasury couldn't be opened by normal methods. No suitable method could be found in a short time. The mistress had to create her own clone and set up a protective magical formation so that no one could disturb the clone while the main body was attacking other countries. Later, the mistress was seriously injured and hurriedly returned to the human world, leaving her clone successfully forgotten in the treasury. Such a mistake turned into her trump card, becoming the basis of her new strategy. Unfortunately, she still hasn't managed to open the treasury. Brute force won't work here as there must be a corresponding hidden condition. If she tries to destroy the treasury by force, it will self-destruct inside. A clone with all the power of the original and the ability to exist for 4 years is simply an unrivaled divine-level item. Well, don't be so overeducated. The clone still has major flaws. After all, it's time to put it to the test whether it ends up bolting or not. The protagonist decides to take this battle for honor, but also wants to find out how strong the teacher was 4 years ago. And staying in this place for 4 years is pretty boring. She hopes her apprentice can entertain her a bit. If he forces her to use the sword, he wins. The protagonist was surprised that the teacher didn't use a sword even though the teacher was opposed. It made him feel underestimated. The protagonist decided not to drag things out and start this battle right away. The woman asked if he decided to get closer before she used her skills. She wondered what the original version had taught him since he was acting so rashly. The protagonist started using the main skill, Entangling Vine. Although the shape had changed, it was clearly a druid vine. But after all, his weapon is a sword, and yet he still hasn't used the skills of a swordsman. So what's going on here? The teacher seems to be the only one who hasn't figured out the enemy's methods, which causes the protagonist to wonder and question. Still, she broke out, which is similar to the effect of the ice attribute, causing the protagonist to further speculate about her abilities. It was clear to her now. No wonder he was able to utilize the skills of other classes given his high attributes. His skill power isn't bad and far exceeds his basic skill level. It's probably because of his special talent. She should treat him as a group of people, given his diverse skills and unique abilities. This high speed kept her from slipping through the shadows, leaving her with insight and control. Just when the protagonist noticed her, she had already attacked him, demonstrating her stealth and quickness of action. The woman said she was sorry he hadn't guessed where the real her was, emphasizing his masterful stealth. This frightening speed allowed her to dodge the use of divine lightning. The woman has noticed the spatial type skill, and is becoming increasingly interested in fighting with it, exploring its capabilities and techniques. But unfortunately, it didn't turn out to be as fun as she expected, causing frustration as the battle progressed. Immediately afterward, there was an explosion and she was tossed into the sky. She caught up with him lightning fast, as if personifying divine speed itself, just on the strength of her own will, creating a truly incredible picture of unstoppable drive and excitement. The woman sighed and said that this was only the beginning, that they should continue the battle, for there were still so many obstacles and trials before them. Thanks to his rugged equipment, he remained resistant to beatings, feeling protected and confident in his abilities even in the most dangerous situations. The protagonist insisted that she was not mistaken, for his teacher had always placed great importance on his training and exercise, and many of her gifts were aimed at furthering his development. And this set of equipment was his own choice, carefully selecting every detail to fit his needs and battle style. The protagonist realized that what happened to him was like a snow dance of hidden class, like the elegant movements of ice dancers, alluring and mysterious. There was only a slight chill as they moved along the ground, and enemies touching the area began to freeze as if revived from icy frosty dreams. All of her instantaneous movements were to cover the freezing zones, reducing the enemy's maneuvering space and limiting their movements. The woman then announced that all was complete, that the battle was over and victory had been achieved. The protagonist decided to combine the skills of Druid Vine and Druid Growth to achieve a fusion of their powers and abilities. And then suddenly there was a giant vine, mighty and entangling, like a cursed shadow enveloping the world with its fetters. Since he found himself immobile, he decided to use the hard vine to enclose his body and create a protective barrier, a flame that warmed the ice. She treasured it, for she had passed the flames of hell to him, a power that could melt even the coldest of hearts. In terms of speed, the protagonist is clearly behind, so it is worth increasing the distance and using a large-scale massive attack, from which she cannot escape. Yun Chen started using energy-blasting projectiles and releasing lightning arrows to attack the enemy from different directions and create a powerful pressure on the battlefield. Recognizing the distant attack, the woman decided to respond in kind, preparing for a powerful backlash that would repel her opponent's aggression. Then suddenly there was an explosion right between them, shaking the air and causing them to back away as they tried to figure out what had happened. The hero realized that these were advanced skills from the fusion of several skills, and they had all been neutralized by the explosion, leaving him without the ability to use them. Increasing the distance was the right thing to do, but for her it only improved her position, leaving him at an even greater disadvantage. To her, he had become a mere living target, defenseless and vulnerable to her powerful attacks. But the protagonist smiled and said that it wasn't yet clear which of them was actually the real target in this fight. The woman noticed another clone lurking in the shadows, using her as bait to replace her and create an opportunity for the clone to attack. It turned out to be a sinister trap, and he almost fell into it, carefully avoiding danger at the last moment. As expected of her, even in this state she was able to dodge the trap, showing great agility and reaction. Unfortunately, the shadow puppet is also a trap, and it was no longer possible to dodge its attack after falling into the sinister embrace of darkness. The main character used a decapitated blast of flame. The guy was surprised, because apparently everything had not gone according to his plan, and now he was feeling mixed feelings, frustration and curiosity, trying to make sense of the unforeseen situation. He had a great attack, but he had something that was a serious threat to him in return as well. She decided to take him more seriously, realizing the importance of their relationship and her willingness to put more effort into it. After that, she launched a really very strong attack towards him, making him realize the seriousness of her intentions. It was a speed incomparable to what had come before, and the trajectory of the movement couldn't even be seen by the unarmed eye, which made everyone hold their breath. Also, his body was under the effects of the freeze, and he would have to take a risk to overcome this challenge and go forward. The protagonist used tens of thousands of forces to overcome all difficulties and achieve his goal. The woman didn't take long to pay him, causing him bewilderment and disappointment. To the guy's surprise, he offered no resistance, and suddenly he was attacked by a woman who threw her punch at him. The outer room of the Dark Knight Queen's treasure room, originally created with expensive materials, had become cleft, but the mistress, taking it seriously, had not lost faith in its power. With minute transitions between states and possessing terrifying speed, she skillfully avoided her pursuers, but even with her skill he could only slightly grasp the unfathomable grace of her movements. To possess such power already at level 60 is really quite impressive and speaks of outstanding ability. She couldn't help but admit that the original version was right in her choice, but he would have to work harder to overcome this challenge. The protagonist offered to bring some fire into their battle to liven it up and give it a new intensity. He decided to use the technique of self-immolation to perish with the enemy, making a final act of desperate unity in death. However, there was not a single burn on his body, which was contrary to expectations, ruling out the possibility of self-immolation. There it was, the explanation: she didn't have as high a resistance to fire as he did, which was the clear reason for the lack of burns on his body. The protagonist once again began to use a huge number of spells in this battle, directing the power of his charms towards the enemy in hopes of ultimate victory. He decided to make the terrain more difficult to limit her speed and give himself an advantage, but he was aware that the outcome could be mixed and not all plans might work. Even the woman was confident that such a change would not have a significant impact on the course of events. In addition, the protagonist summoned 2 fiery seas, plunging them into battle, hoping for their support and help. The woman admitted that she had seen this technique before, but did not expect it to apply in this situation. Now one of the most significant phases in their fight was unfolding, one that was crucial to the outcome of the battle. Unfortunately, she instantly created 2 fire puppets that she directed against him as if they were herself. During her escape, the woman noticed that she had fallen into a trap that was camouflaged in the surrounding area. Within a split second there was a detonation and the woman was whisked away into the distance. After landing, much to her dismay, she was trapped again, caught in a clever device. The woman realized that this boy was far more complicated and confusing than he seemed at first glance. There was a fusion of skills, and now he could fire projectiles, operate dangerous machinery, and use portable explosives. His combination of different skills allowed him to increase his strength, provide cover, and continuously appear on the battlefield, creating constant pressure on the enemy. If he had the same level of strength, he'd be one of those opponents she'd never want to face. The original found an amazing guy with amazing abilities. The protagonist stated that she now had no place to run to, and decided to use her staff in battle. The woman realized that things were going badly and she needed to retreat to save her life and find a new strategy. The protagonist immediately warned her that she shouldn't think for a moment about trying to escape. She hadn't expected him to have such a skill, though he could only hold her for a moment, but it was enough for him to cast a spell and thwart her attempt to escape. When the woman had a premonition that the moment was coming, he was able to use his spell known as Hurricane in Zenith without hesitation. It became clear that the flame clone and traps shrouded in flame were not used for attack, but for distraction and plant destruction. The wind was now an ally of the fire, increasing the intensity of the large-scale attack to completely paralyze the enemy and lock them into a corner. If she couldn't reveal such a trick, she wouldn't call him her student. After all, she is his mentor, and it was only through her wisdom and experience that he was able to learn such techniques. After realizing that this is where the truth lies, the protagonist realized that the true power lies in Shia's teachings and the wisdom he imparted. With just one powerful swing of the ball, the woman was able to completely destroy everything. She then congratulated him, for he had successfully passed his test and proved his strength and skill. The treasury contained a collection the Dark Knight Queen had gathered throughout her life, and now it belonged to a guy. Immediately, the protagonist was instantly transformed, taking on the appearance of a human. Upon hearing about the treasure collection belonging to the Queen of the Dark Knight, the protagonist was amazed and surprised. The teacher explained that even for her, the Queen of the Dark Knight herself, opening this collection is an impossible task. She explained that the opening of this collection is tied to the fulfillment of certain conditions, but a forced opening would result in the self-destruction of everyone involved with the treasure. The treasury gate has a special design. A huge amount of liquid magical energy flows through it continuously, forming a complex structure. These magical forces resemble tiny hair-like tubes and have a fluid form. They circulate between safe and destructible components staggered relative to each other and never collide. To open the doors, you must stop the flow of magical power at the position of the safe component and allow it to continue flowing along the destructive component until it reaches the next safe component and freezes. Only in this way will the self-destruct device remain inactive. However, attempts to freeze the magical power were unsuccessful as ice takes time to solidify and nothing worked. The protagonist realized that a certain condition is the eyes of the night. After years of practice, she had long ago realized the pattern of the flow of magical power. He must listen to her instructions, stop the magical powers at certain points, and then the doors with the treasury would finally open. The protagonist fully realized the point and was ready to embark on this task. He was determined to achieve his goal and open the doors with the treasure trove, following the teacher's instructions and controlling the flow of magical power. After he had performed the specified actions, the doors of the treasury did indeed begin to open. His efforts and faithful completion of the task had brought about the desired result, and he now stood before the treasure that had opened. As expected from the 72 Pillars Demons collection, the treasury contained incredible and powerful artifacts. Indeed, the 72 Pillar Demons treasury contained valuables, heavenly materials, special items, first-class equipment and battle weapons. The variety of these treasures was staggering, and their value and power was beyond even the most powerful nations in the human world. Realizing this, the protagonist realized that with such power and wealth comes great responsibility and danger. Possessing the treasures of the demon's 72 pillars, the protagonist has become the master of heavenly materials, special items, first-class equipment and weapons, and now faces the choice of returning to the front lines or using them for other purposes. There were many items in the treasury, most of which were only suitable for using smoke, and if the soldiers wanted to use them, they would have to study and upgrade them first. Due to the deplorable situation on the front lines, there is not enough time to scrutinize the items, so there is only one use left: war. The protagonist decides to apply these treasures in battle to protect and ensure the survival of the people. Low and medium level combat power can be enhanced in various ways, while the protagonist can rely on girls with high level combat power, and the higher level combat power can be left under the guidance of a teacher. The mistress clone has limitations associated with certain actions. Once she leaves the treasury, the clone will disappear within 3 days, returning to its original state or ceasing to exist. Despite the big drawback, the possibility of creating such a clone with a divine level item continued to cause shock. She gave him the essence of a demon king, the fat of a sea god, the flames of the underworld, and other powerful items, and her office still contains a contracted divine beast, a mirror of illusory stars, and a divine level item to create a similar clone. Although the teacher in front of him is of the 3rd rank, but how come she has so much treasure and such terrifying power, in front of which even he, the owner of the system, seems insignificant? The protagonist begins to suspect that here it is not just a matter of talent, and this causes him to fear. The protagonist decided to confess that despite his diligent efforts, he still wasn't sure if his strength would be enough to battle the demon king of the 72 pillars. The main body doesn't seem to have taught him anything essential. Class level isn't the only indicator, or she wouldn't have accepted him as a personal student despite his lack of class. She believes that he realizes the difference in strength and skills between second and third rank masters. The conversion rate of advanced skills into attributes is far from being compared to mid-level skills. But third rank masters are different from fourth rank masters. When reaching fourth rank, he can not only get high attribute gains, but also strengthen skills to fourth rank. The protagonist was confused, not understanding the meaning of the terms original skill and primal power. It might be difficult for him to understand the essence of the original skill and its true meaning. For the vast majority of awakened, the original skill is a kind of super skill or divine level skill that represents the end point and end of the rank. The power of the original skill lies in the presence of traces of the original force, which is the source of the world and the main force used in its creation by the god. There are a great many varieties of primal power, which can include life, flowers, herbs, trees, animals, as well as phenomena such as water, fire, wind, lightning, and more. While ordinary skills can be triggered by these phenomena, they are merely a crude imitation of magical power without affecting the basic essence of primal power. Upon reaching the fourth rank, the awakened begins to master the original skill inherent to his class. Although this skill contains only a trace of primal power, its power surpasses that of a normal human. Moreover, this skill can be an intermediate step to achieve primal power. When an awakened one successfully realizes and learns to control his inherent primal power, he has the ability to overcome the limitations of his rank and make any changes to his primal power. As for the power of the teacher, indeed, it was no surprise that this power was able to resist his fusion skill. In fact, it turned out to be a true ice bomb of a magician, capable of dealing a serious blow. Natural power really belongs to the power that a god possesses, so a fourth rank awakened is able to utilize it. They are also called divine level masters. The key to understanding and utilizing the power lies in the diversity of sources and the ability to control them, regardless of status, be it an ordinary fourth rank awakened or a demon king. But without understanding the source of the power, full awareness and use of it may remain elusive for the rest of their lives. Yes, that's right. She possesses a primal power that even a demon king doesn't possess, and this is complemented by her impressive combat prowess. Indeed, in addition to attaining rank, original new abilities can also be acquired through other means, such as using a special item of a higher level, using special materials, and other methods. Yes, it is quite possible that a guy has ethics and original skill as well. Ethics refers to a set of moral principles and values that a person holds, and original skill is a unique skill or ability that a guy may have. Having ethics and original skill can influence his actions and ability to achieve. A month later, the protagonist approached the demon to inquire about progress on what Bahar had promised him. There was no problem with the protagonist thanks to his ability to see in the dark. Currently all the important posts in the capital were entrusted to his loyal men, and there was no doubt that he had all the actual powers. Any orders he gave would be carried out immediately. The protagonist expressed satisfaction and said it was great. Then he gave the demon a new task. The demon was surprised when the protagonist handed him a huge spatial magic stone. Inside this huge spatial magic stone was a huge amount of valuables, equipment, consumables, and materials. The protagonist noticed that there was a significant amount of money stored inside the stone, necessary for the stable functioning of the country. He decided to retrieve half of the items inside, including those taken from the Dark Knight Queen's treasury. The demon asked if it was wrong or abnormal to transfer such wealth to him. Bahar followed the protagonist to the fortress of Tiroko, and in the process he had to endure many trials and hardships. Bahar decided that there was no one to trust with this but the protagonist. The protagonist asks Bahar to spend all this wealth within 3 months in order to strengthen their country's overall fighting strength. The protagonist knows that there are powerful demons in their country outside of the capital system, and proposes to use money and resources to bring back the tired ones and attract other demons from different clans, adhering to the principle of quality over quantity. In addition, the protagonist proposes a national battle tournament, where the winner will be named the new lord over the territories under Kala's control and will be awarded a staff of weakening, which is one of the Demon King's equipment. The demon was right. This was war. After that he decided to study for a while and keep reports of all actions to Lord Aelinabella, who made decisions on his behalf. The resources and money obtained after following these orders were used to strengthen the armament of the capital soldiers. The demon agreed and set off to fulfill his tasks. The main character's bold and decisive actions reminded them of their mistress. The protagonist asked the girl to manage the country with great diligence during his absence, as the absence of a teacher prevented him from choosing only a defensive battle strategy. The mistress ordered them to take their time returning and stay behind to help the protagonist in any way they could. She said he could use them as he wished. They were curious if the demon was trustworthy given the resources that had been given to it. They doubted that enough resources would satisfy the demons and not cause them to sink into greed. You're right, trust in trustworthy people shouldn't be questioned. The protagonist knows Bahar's character, and he knows that despite his tendency to be greedy, Bahar isn't always looking to capitalize on everything. Xiaoling must be vigilant and not let Baharu escape. Even if he turns out to be duplicitous, the girl had made it clear that she would not let Bahar slip away, and would take steps to apprehend and secure him, increasing control and security. In the demon capital of the night, everyone greeted the king with joy and respect. Those present felt the joy of finally seeing and recognizing the face of their king. The girl noticed that the king showed a deep love for his people. After a while they arrived at the place they were going to. As soon as they entered, everyone present, of course, greeted the king. As per his orders, the best of the best artisans are gathered here, but even they cannot guarantee the fulfillment of any of his assignments. He asked the artisans to look at the materials he had brought with him. He presented them with a huge amount of materials to create military-grade weapons, including precious spatial soils. Such an amount of materials would be enough to build enormous fortresses. Their task is very simple. Turn the mobile palace in the hands of the king into a military fortress capable of moving with him. They assured him that he need not worry, as they would do their best to create a lethal weapon that would fully satisfy his demands. After saying that, the protagonist stated that he would then give his entire resource base to the tinkers to complete the task. In the forest, he had been relayed the information that guards had been posted at the craftsman's place of business, and should anyone dare to betray him, they would be guaranteed immediate death. In fact, the girl had been wanting to ask him something for a while now. He had brought her to the desolate mountainous area for a reason. There was a definite reason for it. With her keen mind and devotion to her teacher, she, as a loyal servant, was able to unravel his plan and understand what was expected of him. In a remote place where no one could disturb them, left alone by a single man and a woman, such a situation might seem shameful, and it was strange that he was not ashamed to speak so seriously, making it seem as if he enjoyed playing with girls. Finally they arrived at the place they were headed to. During the fight with the explosive Flame Demon King, he had to cast a lot of debuffs on him. He also had to resist fire attacks, but even when in full power mode, he preferred to avoid getting hit by it by using stealth. The only time he could resist was when he was in invincibility mode, and that technique was called Meltdown. Demon Kings wouldn't dare to confront such a power that could defeat even a 72-pillar demon. If the teacher's words were true, it was rumored that a top 10 explosive Flame Demon King possessed the ability to control the original native power. In the future, while in a dangerous position, this technique can be used as a deadly attack that will contain primal power, making it the most powerful strike. At the moment he will use his skills related to the fire attribute until his full magical power runs out. He entrusts her with his safety, relying on her abilities to protect him. He made a decision to compare his flame to the flame containing the primordial power, then repeat it over and over again. This way he would have a chance to realize and comprehend the primordial power.